Chatty House. We ballin', boy. We going up at the Chatty House. We talk about it all, bring the family out.
Oh, hey, there's Jonathan. Can everyone hear me?
Oh, sorry, I deleted
Nice.
your video.
Morning, everybody. Hi. We're working on some stuff.
We are.
Jonathan's in here testing things.
We're here a little bit early.
Yeah, if you want, we'll just make this real weird. Warren gets a belt today. Congratulations, Warren. You've done it.
We up in
Good
here.
job. Good morning, and my coach, Christiera. What's up, Russ Dog? It is the best day of the week. Yes, sir.
Everybody's hearing us fine. Everything's cool out there.
Okay, so here's another thing I want to do. We're here a little bit early today. Yeah, we did.
Because that guy right there, it's the opposite. Yeah.
All right, so here's letter, Jonathan. Thank you. Okay, so here is what I need from you guys, Chatty House. I need to I'm gonna try something. I'm adjusting the levels basically of our rejoin. So the voice guy who says now back. And I just want to make sure that the level's not like too hot because I feel like it comes in super hot. So let me know, is this too loud or is it good?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Because that's the level I usually have it at.
From my ears, it's coming in a little bit hotter than you when you're talking, but that's not good. Joe said it sounds good.
Warren said it sounds good. Casey Tucker said it sounds good.
Sounds fine.
Joe said it sounds good.
The Casey Tucker band says it's fine.
Joe's on it.
Sweet. All right. Check, check. Test, test.
All right, great.
Is this thing
Thanks,
on?
David. Get out of town. Wait, what? Is that true? Sabonis trending last night was tough.
Oh, no.
I was like, wait, what the hell? Why is... Because I didn't see that until later. I was recording my sports update. And I jumped on Twitter real quick. And I was like, wait, what happened to Sabonis? And then I clicked on it. It was like, oh, no. What's up, everybody? Where are we at? Where are we at? David's here. Hi. Hello.
What was Sabonis
Casey
trending
Tucker.
for?
Because of Haliburton.
Oh.
What's up, Johnny G? Katrina, hi. Good morning. Scott, I believe. I just remember S.A. Carpenter, and I think it's Scott. I'm pretty sure it's Scott. S.A., if that's not your name, let me know, and I will make sure to fix that ASAP. What's up, Michigan? Shout out.
Well, let me
What's up, Chris?
tweet us out here. And the A's are struggling.
Yeah, boy. Is that 8 in a row now? Oof.
Struggle is real, but...
Is that Jrue down?
Kurtz found his swing.
Niley? Is that Niley? Yeah, we sure are. I can't wait till they play this live. Oh, my God. TJ is in the building. What up? Westside. Edgar, hello. Damn. Come on, man. What's up, Primo? All right, 45 seconds to showtime. Your first one.
Oh, I had to ban someone last night on the King Speed podcast. I believe he went to Twitter and like went full postal. Like on Twitter. It was wild. Then he got banned there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like unfolded in very, very strange fashion. People are weird. To be honest.
People are very weird.
Don't be weird, people. Don't say racist stuff in the chat.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that.
100% don't do that. That's dope. I have not got my tickets yet. I know you asked me yesterday. I forgot to answer, but yeah, haven't gotten tickets yet. I'm traveling tomorrow. What's up, Will Z? What's up, Bryce? Here we go. Oh, welcome in. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Joe Brazil at the home studio today. Joe, to answer your text, yes. Jesse's here doing some other stuff. So yes, Joe, to answer your text message. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. James Ham here, did all that. 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. Hello if you're listening there. Good morning if you're on the Twitch stream or on the YouTube stream at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hello. Hit the thumbs up while you're here, please. Subscribe to the channels if you have not. That would be great. We'd appreciate that so much. And of course, subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. That's the podcast version of this program. And good morning to everybody listening on the free Odyssey app. You search ESPN 1320. You can listen to the station live wherever you are around the world. It is a great app. All right. Do you know what it takes in a basketball game for my wife, who's not a basketball fan? She tolerates it as she needs to be for my work, but not a fan. When it's on, she's doing something else.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what it takes for her to be locked into a game where she's like rewinding and going over foul strategy with me and trying to like, why'd they foul him? Why did they do that? What happens now? Why was this? What? Oh, unbelievable. I told you not to let me forget that. Son of a gun. All right. Now, good morning to everybody on the radio.
We did it.
I told you not to let me forget to make the board live.
I was distracted when Joe texted right at the
Don't blame Joe.
And then
Don't
you
blame
responded
Joe.
to Joe, and
This
I'm
is
like,
not Joe's fault.
what is happening?
We're still not live. That's fine. This is boy. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hey, we're hot. Here we go. All right. Hey, we're gonna try this again. Welcome into the ESPN 1320. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Charlie, hello, hi. Charlie was coming in here to chastise us for not having the board live. Literally my one job. When I run the board here, because Joe is from the home studio and he's good at his job. When I run the board, I have one job. It's make sure the board is on.
Yeah, but you have more than one job, and that's where it gets crazy.
No, understood.
Yeah.
I have other responsibilities. But overall, as the person responsible for the board, just to peel the curtain back, there's a big, there's a probably, what do you think? 3.5 foot by 2.5 foot.
Yeah,
3
the board
foot,
is gigantic.
3.5 foot by 3.
Yeah.
And it's got all these buttons and all these sliders and stuff. Well, one of the things you have to do is you have to make sure that board is on and feeding the radio station.
Yeah, so they don't give me the nuclear codes. I don't
Correct.
get to touch buttons.
Correct.
So
Which maybe you should, because I can't figure it out, apparently.
I'll just stand over there and like, is it time,
Good Lord.
Kyle? Is it time? Boom. We're on.
That's the thing. It's one button. To make the board go live, I have to push one thing. I have to push one button. I don't have to hold it down. Oh, no. There we go. Okay. I don't have to hold it down. I don't have to enter a passcode. I don't have to turn anything on. I just got to hit one button.
2 keys at one time.
None of that.
Across the room.
None of that. No Dylan G in season 1 of
reach?
Severance. No, this is spoiler alert.
You got it.
Dude, just brutal. And as I was leaving to pick up rundowns, I told you and Jonathan, our engineer.
Don't let me forget.
I said, yo, guys, don't let me forget to take the board live. And then I got back in here and we started yapping, and I went, okay, because we're testing out some new stuff. I'm trying to make sure that our buttons aren't too loud.
In my defense, too, I will tell you, earlier in the week, I looked up at the board just to look at the clock, and you accused me of checking to see if
I did. I
made
thought
us
you were
go
like,
live.
oh, are we on air?
We on air?
Good Lord. Board op can't make the board live. What a radio station. That's why we're on YouTube and Twitch. Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Appreciate you. We're going to go through shooting guards for the Kings. We're going to finish our point guards discussion from yesterday.
Okay.
And we're going to dive into some shooting guard offseason stuff. But anyways, back to last night's Pacers-Knicks game, which was an absolute all-timer. You're going to see highlights from it forever and ever and ever. Aaron Nesmith etched his name into the annals of NBA history. So my wife is not a big sports fan. And last night, she's like going over, why did they foul? Why did he do that? Why didn't Haliburton look down to make sure his feet weren't on the line? Like all this stuff, just asking all these questions that, again, somebody who doesn't watch basketball, it's kind of obvious question. Why doesn't he just check?
Yeah.
Well, and he explained he's got to move and he's court awareness, and he just was a little bit further, a little closer to the basket when he started his move than he thought, and all that stuff. But yeah, we got locked in for overtime. It was great. It was one of those NBA moments that just kind of transcends basketball fandom.
No,
that
I
is
totally agree.
It's impossible to watch that last night if you're paying a modicum of attention, because she was like, wait, weren't the Knicks ahead by a bunch? Weren't they up by 20?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, 16, but yeah, like they were up by a lot. Like, this is crazy. So amazing sports moment last night. And it's the second one we've gotten like that in these playoffs. Been a ton of cool moments, but a lot of them were like basketball. The Aaron Gordon catch and dunk at the buzzer was another one that just like captivated any audience watching.
Oh yeah.
Because it's easy. Like, oh my God. And that was last night, man. What a freaking game at Madison Square Garden. And of course it happens at Madison Square Garden. Why wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely spectacular. I had gone to trivia night, but we're not allowed to have phones out for trivia night, but we had the game on, just quietly having the game right next to us. Like me and my buddy and his son were sitting at the end of the table. We're playing trivia on the other side.
Yeah.
And when Haliburton shot hit the back of the rim and shot up in the air and then fell back through, like we erupted. And everybody in the entire room, like filled with people, or like 80 people in a room, just like everyone stares at us. We're like, sorry, we're watching the basketball game and a crazy shot just happened. Our bad.
You guys would have done the same thing.
If you saw it, you would be screaming too.
Yeah, man. That his shot goes up, and here's where Tyrese Haliburton is as a player. When he brought the ball up the floor after OG hit the second free throw, he brings the ball up the floor. And I was like, okay, he's going to shoot this. He's getting a shot off. And then you saw him get to that spot in the paint, and you saw the Red Sea part behind him, and you're like, he's getting to his step back. Like, this is what he's doing. We just saw him do it against Cleveland. Here's what he's going to try and do. And sure enough, he tries it. And I was so confident it was going to go in. And then it clangs off the back iron and goes straight up in the air. And I'm like, damn. Because that ball hung in the air for 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah. It was
that
like
ball was in the air for
it was a slow motion moment.
Time.
It was like a teenage basketball movie moment where the ball is sitting on the rim and you don't know if it's going to go in or not. And then,
unbelievable. Just pandemonium, right? And then you get the choke sign, just iconic. Now we'll talk about it a little bit later because it wound up only being a 2 and not a 3. Didn't end up coming back to burn him because they won an OT. There is no lamer person than Knicks fan who was courtside while the Pacers are celebrating, holding up 2 fingers at the Pacers going, it was only a 2. Like, all right, man, you smoked a 14-point lead in 3 minutes. Let's focus on the bigger picture here.
Yeah.
Like, actually, you only tied the game. Like, get out of here.
Yeah.
Do that.
Hey, like, look, I was on yesterday with D-Lo and Casey. You and I had the discussion as well. And we kept talking about, like, hey, who do you think is going to win what series? I've given my percentages of who I think could win the championship. And then they're like, hey, who's going to win the game tonight? Or who's going to win the series? And I'm like, this is a coin flip series.
Big time.
They're like, well, no, you can't just cop out and say, I said, no, I'm going to enjoy the basketball.
Yeah.
It's a coin flip. It's 2 completely contrasting styles of play. And I think that Indiana's got a shot because they're going to keep flying up and down the court and you're going to have to stop them.
Yes.
And I don't think there's a real way to stop them in the way that we saw OKC shut down Denver or OKC shut down Minnesota.
I agree.
I don't think that is possible with you can't disrupt the flow of their offense that much. And I just don't think that the Knicks felt like they were like, oh, let's do this. Let's get into a shootout. It's like, dude, you do not get into a shootout with the Indiana Pacers.
At least not in 7 games.
Yeah.
This is a Knicks team that goes 7 or 8 players deep. That's what they pause. That's what they want to do with their rotation. It's going to be a pretty short rotation. Tibbs is notorious for that, right?
Yeah, it's all they have. I mean, in all honesty.
So I here's the thing with it is in a 1-game sample, like it should have worked. They were up by, was it 14?
Yep.
With 2 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a win. Teams going into last night in that scenario in the playoffs in the play-by-play era. So since 1987 or 88, I think it is.
Okay.
Are now 1-970.
Wow.
When trailing by 14 plus with 250 left. I'm sorry, that's in the last 27 years. My mouth is bad. In the last 27 years.
Okay.
Teams are now 1-970. They were 0-970 in that situation. That's a win for the Knicks. Like the Knicks wanted to run with the Pacers. They did it, and they got it. They just couldn't hold it. And that's why I picked the Pacers in 6. Is because I think last night is a microcosm of how this series is going to go. Where the Knicks at the end just kind of ran out of gas. Their closeouts on Aaron Nesmith weren't good enough. They weren't executing properly on offense. Oh, missed a free throw here. Oh, missed a free throw there. Oh, missed another free throw. You just couldn't quite execute the right way. And meanwhile, Indiana's like, yep, here we go. Bang, bang, bang. Indiana, in the last 3 minutes of that game, scored 20 points.
Oof.
The Knicks scored 9.
Yeah, Aaron Nesmith was just unbelievable.
Ridiculous.
Unbelievable, man.
8 of 9 from 3 for the game. He was 5 of 5 from 3 in the final 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Crazy.
There are players who will go their entire careers without going 5 for 5 from 3 in a stretch. And he did it in 3 minutes and 14 seconds of a playoff game on the road.
Yeah, and I love the Aaron Nesmith story. This is a guy that,
awesome.
During that year's draft, just really, really looked at his scoring ability a lot. Like when he was at Vanderbilt, he was just a bona fide 24, 25 point per game scorer, like legit scoring option. He gets to the NBA and really struggles to find any time at all with Boston.
Mm-hmm.
And, we're talking about a guy who went like, I think 14th or 15th in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's sitting here trying to develop, but in the meantime, he kind of took a path that Doug Christie took.
Mm-hmm.
Like while you're sitting there and you're not getting to play and you think that your playing time is going to be predicated on whether or not your 3-point shot goes in.
Mm-hmm.
That's really not what it is. You need to go play defense. You need to provide some other reason why you can be on the court when your shot isn't falling.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he learned how to be an excellent defender at the NBA level, which is so rare. But it's very similar to what Doug did. Doug got traded a bunch. He gets to the Knicks. He sits on the Knicks bench with Herb Williams, and Herb Williams like, "Little bro, you want to play? Like, let me show you the way.
Yeah,
let me tell you how." I'm still sitting on an NBA bench at like 30-something years old when I ain't got no game left. And it's because I play defense and I bring something.
Mm-hmm.
And that sort of perspective, and to watch Nesmith find that part of himself and become this excellent defender.
Mm-hmm.
And then the natural who he is as a player starts to come back out. And you're like, oh, man, now you've got an excellent young two-way player.
Yeah.
And they got him for nothing.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and they've got him locked up for another 3 years at $11 million a year. This is a guy that, like, man, the Kings would be over the moon to have Aaron Nesmith as their starting small forward.
They would be a dramatically different team if they did.
And that's why you collect guys that are 6'6" to 6'8", 6'9", and that can, can be physical and hit a 3-point shot. Because one of them might pan out, 2 of them might pan out. You just have to keep collecting them.
One of the things that jumped out to me last night in that stretch where Nesmith hits the first one, then hits the second one. There's no way he's hitting a third. Oh, he hit a third one. We always talk about with the Kings, right? And maybe this is a place where I'm off base. I always talk about the pecking order and the offensive hierarchy. Because I think in general you need that. You need to know, okay, this guy is the 1, this guy's 2. This guy, like that's what everybody kind of needs. The Pacers, Haliburton's the clear 1, right?
Yeah.
But after that, there was no, Aaron Nesmith got us back in the game. It's Tyrese Haliburton time, or it's Andrew Nembhard time, or it's Pascal Siakam time. It was, all right, he's cooking. Let's keep feeding him the ball. And he's going to hit big shots. Andrew Nembhard has hit big shots for them in the playoffs over the last couple of years. Tyrese Haliburton's hit a bunch of big shots for them in the playoffs over the last couple of years. It's just all democratic. It's all hey, you're hot right now. We're going to feed you. This isn't, 2 minutes left, crunch time. Give it to the number one option so he can break down the defense and get a shot up. Like, nah, man, we're going to move the ball. We're going to get the right shot. And every single player on the court wants that shot. No one's going to shy away from it.
I love it.
I'm such a fan.
It's what we it's the word I keep using throughout this playoffs. It's the organic growth.
Sure.
And this is the most organic offense that's left.
Yeah.
Everything else, it does feel forced. I mean, how many times do I have to watch Jalen Brunson like bury his shoulder into somebody's chest and then elbow them and then hook them and then sit there and call for the foul the whole time and shake his head back? It's like,
it's brutal.
Dude, just pass the ball.
So brutal.
Just move the ball. Come on.
So brutal.
So I love watching this style of basketball, and that's, the freedom of play, the freedom of movement, a flow offense. I really hope that that's what the Kings get back to.
Yeah, me too, man. It is super fun to watch. Now, I will say, just real quick, I will say Aaron Nesmith misses one of those threes, different game.
Yep.
If the foul call on, was it Siakam against OG, where he got the ball first and then got his arm, if they call that a foul with the off arm, because he did have his other arm on him, if they call that a foul, different game. If they call that goaltend with a few minutes left, different game. So it's not that the series is over.
Mm-hmm.
Last night was just a remarkable sequence of events that culminated in an all-time great NBA game. We'll keep talking about it because it's impossible to get away from a game one like that. You have a take about this series, though, that's a little bit off the beaten path, and I really can't wait to get into it next. So we'll keep talking about this, and then we'll dive into the Kings. We got to finish our point guards discussion from yesterday, and then we're going to get into the shooting guard position and how the Kings can operate there this offseason. Plus, Brock Purdy contract details are out, and lo and behold, we waited for the structure to discuss it, and turns out it's a little more team-friendly than it initially looked. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos from the home studio. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back in a second here on ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
What's going on, everybody? Hi, Spencer. Sacktown Burner, like, can they use trade exceptions on offer sheets? No. You can't sign a free agent with a trade exception. That has to be used in a trade. And again, it's complicated. You can't aggregate a trade exception with a player, but you can use a trade exception and a player in the same trade. So you can.
So if there's a team, let's just I'm going to use round numbers here for the sake of it. Let's say Brooklyn can absorb $40 million.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings could send DeRozan and a $16 million trade exception to Brooklyn. And
no,
I had that wrong.
I'll show. I'll draw it out.
I had an example in my brain and then it left me.
I'm just going to throw in, let's just say New Orleans, because that way at least like I can. Okay. So what you can do if you're the Kings, you can send DeRozan to Brooklyn. You can send a $16 million trade exception to New Orleans, and New Orleans can send a $16 million player, and then Brooklyn can send back $40 million. Now, this doesn't really work out. Well, I'll just draw it out for you. So the Kings, let me see, right here. They can send DeRozan to Brooklyn. They can send their TPE to New Orleans. New Orleans can send a $16 million player to Brooklyn, and a $40 million player can come back to Sacramento. That's how you can aggregate a trade exception, and it should be a TPE, a traded player exception. That's how you can use an exception and a player to create a trade.
You're clearing out the 40 million, but sending the trade sending the trade exception and DeMar to different places.
Yeah. But a player has to go instead. And a TPE, you can send a $16 million trade exception. It doesn't have to be a $16 million player going back. Because of the way that, because you have to be within 20% of the trade value, right? So you got to be up to 32 million. So if they're sending DeMar, they could send like a $7 or $8 million player. The third team can send a $7 or $8 million player to the team that's taking on the two players.
Got it. Man, it's a lot. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I'm Kyle. He's James. Joe Brazil at the home studio. He produces this program. Make sure to subscribe to ESPN 1320 on YouTube. That's youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Just go there, subscribe, hit the little notification bell. When we go live about 9:57 a.m. every morning, you'll get a notification, and then you open up the video and hang out with us all day. And one long live stream, us and then D'Lo and Casey taking you from noon to 4.
That's right.
You think the Pacers need to change course on Tyrese Haliburton's dad?
I do. I watched.
Please explain.
I watched. Following the game, Charles Barkley went off on this. He actually looked into the screen and called for Adam Silver to lift the ban on John Haliburton, and said, look, let the guy back in the building.
Sure.
We don't need to forever punish somebody for a mistake. Again, punches weren't thrown, all that stuff.
Yeah.
There was no violence.
Yeah.
And his point is look, he will never do something so stupid ever again.
Sure.
And if he did, then you ban him permanently and you don't ever let him back in an NBA arena. That's fine.
Yep.
We all understand. I agree with it. Look, I think John Haliburton, I've met him multiple times, and I don't think that's who he is. That's not who he is. That, there are players' parents that is who they are. They are the overbearing, baseball dad or basketball, the dude who's yelling and screaming at everybody the entire game. And, who, is pushing for his kids' playing time and all that.
Yeah.
There are those people. I think he just got caught up in a moment and was offensive. And I think you're okay, he didn't do anything that was so reprehensible that you can't come back from. And at this point, look, his kid is out there owning the NBA. This is such a moment for Tyrese Haliburton and for the Haliburton family.
Yeah.
That I just hate for one mistake that again was rude and
yeah, man,
over the top. But
it was.
Yeah.
It sucked.
Yeah.
It was a lame ass thing to do.
Oh no, I totally agree.
Tyrese handled it properly. I thought John Haliburton handled it properly.
Yep.
He got banned for an entire series. The entire second round series against the Cavs. So he missed, what was that, 2 games?
Well, they said they banned him indefinitely.
Right. Which is smart, because now you haven't put a number of games on it. If he was out there being a jerk about it, then you could go, all right, indefinite suspension continues. But now you can lift it. You don't even have to make it public. You can be like, hey, just Adam Silver, just call up John Haliburton or whoever from the league office, calls up John Haliburton and goes, hey, you're good. we don't want to hear word one of your presence at the game.
Mm-hmm.
And if he gets shown on TV, that's one thing. But we don't want, if it becomes a problem again, you're done forever. The Pacers can put him in a suite. Let him sit in the owner's box.
Yeah.
Or wherever. I don't know. I don't know if there's an owner's box in the NBA the way there is in the NFL. But if that's the concern, you can just make sure he's not courtside.
Yeah, just put him in the family section, 8 rows deep.
That's it.
Yeah. And, again, like, don't let him walk onto the court. Don't give him a credential to walk on the court, because basically it was a family credential that they had given him, but that was like, you can take that away too.
Yeah.
Although you can make it so he can still access a family room and stuff like that back behind the scenes, but he can't be anywhere near the court.
Yeah, man. It's just, let the guy back in. Did you see the videos of him partying last night, though?
No.
It looked like, I didn't see exactly. It looked like he was at a watch party, maybe at a bar.
Yeah.
And just having a grand old time.
That's awesome.
Yeah, salute, man. I hope the NBA does the right thing.
He's a good dude, and I just hate for him to be like, didn't we have like T. Morant like get in a fight with Shannon Sharp on the sideline on court side?
And he still gets to be there.
Yeah, you still get to be there. Like, there are weird things that happen, and like sometimes you have to give some allowance, especially for like a really, really proud dad who's just like living in the moment.
That's it.
Yeah. So I'm pulling for John Haliburton to be back in the building.
Me too.
Yep.
I'm also, I've decided I liked Tyrese Haliburton fine going into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was like pretty, I don't want to say on the fence about him, but like, no, he's a good player. He's a star player. He's not, he hasn't ascended to superstar yet.
Yeah.
I see him do it in the playoffs where he's not running from the ball like he did last playoffs at times, which I don't think is unreasonable, but man, really, really awesome player. And the way he handled the thing with his dad, the way he handled last night doing the choke sign too early.
Oh yeah.
And then after the game being like, yeah, I blew it. Like I didn't plan to do it. I was going to do it when I thought the opportunity struck, and I did it, and I did it too early. So now I probably can't do it again because people are going to say I'm aura farming, which is apparently a thing. So I love the self-awareness. I love the fact that he is willing to talk trash and mix it up in that pro wrestler type of way.
Well, he's a huge WWE fan.
Right. And you can tell in the way he carries
huge
you can
WWE
tell the way
fan.
Yeah, he's doing a show. He's performing.
Yep.
And the best part is, for me, he can take it. When he messes up or he does something wrong, he's the first one to be like, yep, damn, they got me. And that is what I can appreciate. It's the people who talk all that trash and then they lose and they keep trying to talk trash as though they didn't just lose.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's so fun. What Tyrese Haliburton does, the way he plays, the way he carries himself, it's just fun. He's an easy ass dude to root for. And I know that it's here in Sacramento. I know there's always going to be a little bit of for some people, not for everybody, a hesitation. Because, of course, he was drafted by the Kings and played for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always going to be a hesitation from some people to just fully back Tyrese Haliburton. But for me, man, I just find it impossible to not root for the guy.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Years ago, we had the lockout, right, in 1998. The Kings, during that offseason, they had drafted Jason Williams, right? And no one really knew Jason Williams all that much.
Mm-hmm.
And, he played at Marshall and he had played at Florida, but he got kicked off the team in Florida. He hadn't really been part of the draft process. The draft process, even at that time, was very basic. And the Kings held a fan fest.
Mm-hmm.
And right before the season, they had like an emergency start to the season, a reboot. I think there's only 56 games in that season. And the second that Jason Williams stepped on the court, he started dealing. And I'm talking like things you had never, ever seen a basketball player do before.
Mm-hmm.
Even at that point, like the mixtape, the NBA mixtape stuff, or the street baller stuff.
Yeah.
It was sort of big, but you literally, a lot of the time, you had to have like a VCR to watch any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Watching him step on the court, and you instantly said, "Oh my gosh, that's magical!" I'm watching that dude right there can play basketball. I want to watch so much more of him. And I swear, like, I've watched so many young players come through Sacramento, and they can be top tier prospects. They can be whatever. You watch them step on the court, and like, oh, he's going to be good. All right, good. You had a moment. That's the second Tyrese Haliburton walked on the court and started moving around and started doing. You're like, oh my gosh, he's got it.
He just gets it.
He does. He understands the game at a higher level than anyone else on the court.
Yep.
And he's moving at a different pace. He's moving in. He knows exactly where he wants to go. He's using players on the court as bumpers, so he can get to where he needs to go. And he's looking at guys and giving them like, "Hey, I need you." Like
manipulating defenses. Yeah,
exactly. He has an innate gift of like controlling everything on the court.
Yep.
And we talk about guys like Steve Nash. We talk about guys like Chris Paul. Like, these guys don't come around very often. And when you get to watch somebody who just gets the game of basketball at such a high level, it's amazing. Now, again, I didn't disagree. Like, was the trade stunning when they traded him for Domas? Yeah, it was stunning. But I didn't disagree with it, because you were trading a guy who's averaging 14 points a game and who has a really bright future, but is having some conflict on the court, just play style conflict with another one of your young stars. And you were able to trade that for an all-star center.
Yeah.
And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that trade. And I'll still say, like, did you give up potential for something great? You did, but you also got back something that was excellent as well. And has it worked out the way that, no, it hasn't, but that a lot of it is circumstantial. Like, do the Kings look different with, if they kept building? Do they look different if De'Aaron Fox didn't just get upended and leave? And
sure,
yeah, there are so many ways in which this could have been way better than it is today, and that the trade still would have looked like an even Steven trade.
Yeah, it doesn't anymore.
It doesn't look like it anymore, but
here's our, we can nuance it to death.
Yeah.
And I think if you want to do that, like, there's definitely space for that. But I think in historical terms, the way it's going to get viewed, like, you're right, in the moment, made all the sense.
Yeah.
Like, all right, this is the route they have to go. De'Aaron Fox is still unproven. He's making a lot of money. That contract's going to be hard to move at this point. You can get a guy
2 years in, it still made a lot of sense.
Yeah, man. You're going to get a guy who unlocks what you want to do offensively. Averages a double-double, averages near a triple-double for a player who's a good young player. Like, okay, that makes sense in the moment. It just hasn't aged great. And whether, we in Sacramento know, like, man, yeah, because the Kings didn't build correctly. The Kings didn't do the right things after the trade, where the Pacers hit all the right buttons. Hit every single correct button, and the Kings hit like none. So I shouldn't say none. They got Keegan Murray, but they didn't hit a lot of the correct buttons. But I think in the bigger picture and the bigger discussion, I just don't think there's any way that trade is ever going to be viewed historically as even the way it was after the 2022-2023 season.
Oh no, I don't.
It's just
think
never. It's never going to get there.
And I think the other thing I'll point out is that you can see it now. It's a lot easier to build around Tyrese Haliburton than it is to build around Domantas Sabonis. And I don't think that's it's not even, or the guys that were here were just really bad at building around Domantas Sabonis. And they didn't understand that was really what you should be doing. Like, you brought in a foundational piece, and the idea should have been to continue to build around your two foundational pieces in the correct way.
Yeah.
And you stopped your build halfway through.
So
now you've got, a house with a bunch of missing windows and like half the roof's on, and you're like, what exactly happened here?
It's brutal, man.
Yeah.
Really tough. I want to save the Kings point guard discussion because we've only got a few minutes. So we'll get into that coming up here in the next segment and in the next hour, because we got point guards to get to, we got shooting guards to get to. Brock Purdy's contract details came out yesterday.
Oh yeah.
To shift gears briefly, it looks like I don't want to get into all the minutia of it, basically, from what I'm understanding, the key turning point is after the 2027 season. Because you can cut him after the 2027 season and basically eat $55 million in dead money.
Okay.
So this is 2025, 2026, 2027. This is a 3-year experiment. And after 2027, I think the 49ers will either part ways with Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, and John Lynch because everything has gone so sideways. They've missed the playoffs 4 years in a row. Lynch and Shanahan swung and missed on the Purdy thing. It's their third quarterback. Okay, it's time to move on. The organization just needs to go a different direction. Or after 2027, because his 2027 and 2028, his 2029 salary gets guaranteed on April 1, 2028.
Okay.
So if they're awesome and Brock Purdy continues to play really well, after 2027, I'm guessing there will be a new extension.
Okay.
So I think you're looking at a 3-year contract, basically. Including 2025.
Okay, so including this year.
Yeah, because this year his cap number went up a little bit.
Okay.
It went from five-ish million to 9-ish million.
Okay.
So it ticked up a little bit. It works as you can call it a 6-year extension that tore up the last year of his rookie deal, even though that's not really what happened.
Okay.
So that's it. It's basically a 3-year deal. The money in it is not prohibitive to, as you've seen, retaining Fred Warner, retaining Christian McCaffrey. They've got Brandon Ayuk under contract. They have Nick Bosa under contract. They extended George Kittle. They extended Fred Warner also. They didn't just retain him. They extended him as well. Like they have this core for the next couple of years. And now they're going to have to draft well. They're going to have to find new players to be part of a new core. If Brock Purdy is that guy, if he's the guy they believe he is, then he's going to be the quarterback here for the next 10, 12 years. Fred Warner's not going to be around another 10, 12 years.
Yeah,
Nick
Kittle
Bosa's not. Kittle's not.
Yeah.
McCaffrey's certainly not. Ayuk's probably not. So now you have to draft that next core. It's always been about the draft. It's always going to be about the draft in terms of how the 49ers are building. They have their big pieces locked up right now under big money deals. And when Purdy's contract gets really, really expensive against the cap, some of those deals start to come off the books. And ideally, you'd have rookie contracts in there filling those gaps. So pretty team-friendly deal from what I understand.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, that's it's sort of a, earn it deal.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah, he's getting paid well.
Well, didn't he get like $100 million up front too?
Yes, but again, from what I understand, and again, I'm not an agent.
Yeah.
But from what I understand and reading from people who are smarter than me, the $100 million is the only like guarantee.
Okay.
Like I forget the exact word for it, but that's a guarantee. Then there's like practical guarantees, then there's injury guarantees, and he's got like 185 guaranteed for injury, I think.
Okay.
So the $100 million is the only absolute guarantee.
Okay. Like after taxes, he just put like 60 million in his bank account. I'll take it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would not. I wouldn't hate that.
Yeah, you just became like
Did
generationally wealthy.
Did you see the photos with his parents? And they got him like a cake from Costco. It says "Congrats, Brock." Like he graduated from high school. There's pictures of them holding the sheet cake. Like, all right, man, hell yeah!
I know he's like,
shout out. Never lose that.
I want to buy a bass boat, but my wife isn't really happy about that. And it's like, bro, you just go buy the bass boat.
Yeah, like drop in the bucket.
You just go.
Hey,
buy another house to store it at. Buy a lake somewhere. She'll be fine. Just like get her to the lake. That's fine.
Bass boats are one of the things that, there's that Arrested Development quote where I think it's Lucille says, "It's a banana, Michael. What could it cost? $10?" Because she's so rich, she's just out of touch with what things cost.
Yeah,
that's me the other way with bass boats. Bass boats feel like such a rich person thing. I don't know if a bass boat costs $10,000 or $100,000. I have no idea how much a boat costs.
There are varying degrees of bass boats.
Okay.
You can get in the door for 12 to 15.
Great.
But you could also spend 100,000, 150,000.
I'm guessing Brock Purdy would get one of those.
Okay, but still
a drop in the bucket.
Nothing. Yeah.
Man,
Yeah, that's awesome.
Brock, if you want to pay off my house instead, let me know. 916-909-1320. Give us a call.
There you go.
I know he listens. All right. We'll get into the Kings offseason discussion next. For real. We got to go over point guard trades. And then we're going to get into shooting guards, which the Kings may or may not need.
Yep.
We'll talk about all that. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Matson. Joe Brazil at the home studio. We're the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Scooter. Yeah, the golden muscle thing is wild. I don't take my big boat. Actually, we didn't take
Can
any
you
of our
briefly explain golden mussels?
Okay, so there's a new invasive mussel species that
MUSS. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, that can attach itself. It's not just attach itself to like the side of your boat, but it can get in like your intake and stuff. And then if you go from one lake to another lake, you can drop that invasive species into the new lake.
It's like COVID shells.
Yeah, and basically it can kill a lake in a couple of years.
Man.
Like just make it completely, like it will take over completely the whole lake and kill everything.
That's crazy.
And so now what they do is there are two stations, one at Lake Berryessa and one in Lake Tahoe. Tahoe has had this thing for a couple of years. Well, for more than that, for at least a decade, where if you're going to put a boat in Lake Tahoe, you have to drop by. It's a cleaning station where they use a pressure washer with 165-degree water. And they wash your entire boat, like all your cup holders, like every single inch underneath your boat. Then they hook up the water to your motor. They flush your engine.
Are they? Sorry, you say they washed a couple of. Are these golden mussels like microscopic?
Well, I think,
or are they like? Because when I think mussels, I think of like what you order at a restaurant.
Yeah, actually, I took a picture because there is a lot of confusion about this.
Stephen Castaneda asks, "Are they edible?"
No, I don't think they're edible because I love mussels. This is somebody's hand, so that's what they look like right now.
I don't know where to look. Let me. Oh, they're tiny.
Yeah, well, but then they can get bigger, and then they, again, they'll make a beach. Like you can't walk out on the beach without cutting your feet. They'll just take over. So it's a big thing right now. And NID, the Nevada Irrigation System, they shut down all lakes in like Northern California. They said, well, you have to quarantine for, like, our lake is 30 days for a pontoon boat or 60 days for a speedboat or bass boat.
Wow.
So you can't lake hop.
Sure, that makes sense.
So if you pull your lake off your boat off a lake and you go through a checkpoint to leave the lake, they'll put a plastic tag or a metal tag that hooks. You have a hook underneath your boat that you hook to reel in your trailer.
Mm-hmm.
They'll hook that, and if you snap that, your boat's quarantined. If that little tag is broken when you go back, you can't use it anywhere else. So and then you got to go pay to have it washed again. And the lines for that are like, man, you got to get up at like 3:00 in the morning on a Saturday, drive to Tahoe, and sit there in line for 6 hours or 8 hours to get your boat washed.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's been a thing. Like on my lake, it's been a thing forever, but we don't take our boats off the lake. So yeah, Folsom is a mess. So people are gonna be angry all summer long. You're gonna hear about this nonstop. It's been heading this way for like 10, 15 years at least. Oh, that's a bummer, Scooter. People are cutting tags just to be jerks.
That sucks.
And just
why do people suck, bro? Leave people's stuff alone.
I agree. And boats are expensive. I removed the whole front end off my pontoon boat this week to have it all reupholstered. I'll just make this blanket. They're not a sponsor.
40 seconds.
Do not buy a boat at Bass Pro. Do not buy a Sun Tracker. Their warranty is trash the day you buy it. So I had my seats go bad. like start getting sunspots and then just completely all the seams popping and falling apart at like 3 years, and it has a 10-year warranty, and they wouldn't warranty them at all. So, but I love my boat. I love having boats.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
So I'm locked into the chatty house.
Yeah.
I got a lot of interesting stuff happening in the chatty house today where I have to turn the comments off for a little bit. Not turn them off. That's not what I'm doing. I'm closing them on my screen.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/ESPN1320 if anybody wants to jump in there. No, we're talking about like invasive mussel species.
Yeah, the golden mussel is a big thing here in Northern California.
Yeah, and boat costs and boat tags and quarantine. I was just learning a lot.
Yeah.
From you in the chatty house there. So I have to put it away. I can't, or else I'm going to sit here and we're going to talk about boats for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
Boats, they're expensive. They are
they're money pits.
Shout
out to Pawn Stars.
Yeah.
Rick would never buy a boat.
That's fine,
because
but
boats are money pits.
But if you live on a lake, you want to be on the lake. You don't want to like going to the beach is fine and stuff, but being on the lake is just different.
Right. If you're a pawn shop owner, don't buy a boat.
Oh no. No.
Learned everything I know about owning a pawn shop from that dude Rick on Pawn Stars.
That's right.
Shout out. All right. We were talking yesterday. We were getting into this Kings offseason conversation, and we started with point guards, and we're going to go shooting guards, then we'll go wings, and then we'll go bigs. I was going to do small forwards and power forwards, but it feels like those two positions have a lot of switchability, and there's just different things you might need out of a power forward or out of a center versus out of a small forward. So we're just going to go positionless.
Okay. And I also think
call it wings and bigs.
I bring this up all the time, but I also think that the Kings have the luxury of having a player like Keegan Murray. They can play the 3 or the 4. So if we sit here and say, hey, you got to go get a 4 or you got to go get a 3.
Yeah, you need wings.
You just need another Keegan Murray. Just go find another version of Keegan Murray.
Yeah. All right. So we'll get into that. We'll get into that over the next couple of days. We talked about point guards yesterday. We went through a bunch of the free agent options, some of the in-house options with Malik Monk and Devin Carter. What about trade options? So we have written down here Trae Young and LaMelo Ball and John Morant.
Yep.
We've talked about those guys a lot on this station, so I'm going to leave them out of the discussion for now. But they're very much on the table, at least for me, if we're talking trades.
Yeah, like look,
I'm just going to put them to the side.
If Atlanta says, "Hey, we're gonna move on Trae Young or LaMelo Ball or John Morant with Memphis," like if those teams say, "Hey, we're gonna start taking bids," like you can't walk into next season with the 25th best point guard in the NBA and think that you're going to be highly successful. You're gonna be a 35 to 45 win team at best. Like this is a guard driven league.
I think you're right. Let me ask you this. I was thinking about this on the way in. I know that you've been anti. I deleted some of the free agent. Oh no, I didn't. A guy like Tyus Jones, and you've said, man, you need to get a better point guard, which I don't hate the take, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. But if your offense is going to look more like it did in the 22-23 season, where it was a lot of Domantas Sabonis, and it was a lot of feed Domantas Sabonis in the high post and let him work, and you're going to have all these actions, and you're going to have dribble handoffs, and he's going to be this distributor who's averaging all of a sudden 8-9 assists a game. I feel like in that sense, having a point guard, like I'm just going to pick Tyus Jones, because to me, Tyus Jones is like good, not great point guard. Fine point, like he's fine.
Yeah.
You need a guy who can bring the ball across and initiate the offense, and then at least be a threat as a shooter and as a cutter.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I think you can get that out of Tyus Jones or out of Dennis Schroeder, where all of a sudden you don't have this like super inspiring point guard, but it's just, man, hey, that's a guy who can do the stuff the Kings offense needs them to do.
Okay, I get that. But here's the problem. And this isn't about Tyus Jones, because I've always liked Tyus Jones.
Yeah. They're just avatars for veteran okay point guard.
I get it, but I think here's the problem. Like the Kings, 48, 46, 40 wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're heading the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea should not be at this moment to plateau, to stop the decline. The idea should be to do one of two things: either jump back up and start being a competitor, or give in and say, okay, we're shot for 2 years. Let's drop back down. Let's accumulate another 2 or 3 first-round picks. So instead of 9 first-round picks over the next 7 years, we've got 13 or 12 first-round picks over the next 7 years. So let's reset, because where the Kings are right now at 40 wins, it's the worst place to be in the NBA.
Yep.
Because you're not good enough.
You're mediocre and flatlining.
Yeah. Well, that, and you're mediocre, flatlining, and players have a shelf life. They get older and they lose, so you're depreciating.
Yeah.
Basically. And that's where you have to look at, your players are, in a sense, they're depreciating assets in that situation, and you've got to be super cautious. What you don't want to be is who the Kings were in the 90s, where every single year they're the 7th pick in the draft.
Brutal.
Because the 7th pick in the draft, whether it's Lionel Simmons or Walt Williams or I think Brian Grant was number 8, Bobby Hurley was number 7, Jason Williams was number 7. Like, you can find a great player at that point, but it's really difficult.
Yeah.
You either need to be really bad and be in the top 4, or you need to be really good and not worry about draft picks.
Yeah, right.
Like, to get caught in the middle. And what my fear is that signing a league average to below league average point guard just to get by is just going to perpetuate the cycle of being stuck at really bad and mid until your players are too old, and then you're going to have to reset.
Okay, I get that. I think in my version of this, or what I had in my head, is you're talking about taking a big swing, and I don't think there's a free agent point guard that qualifies as a big swing.
No.
I'm just looking here real quick, making sure I'm not missing anybody.
No, if you want to be flashy and go say, "Oh, we got Russell Westbrook," it's like
but like a big, like, long term Trae Young type of player who's in his what's Trae Young now? 27?
26, 27.
Who matches your timeline with Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, et cetera, et cetera. In my version of this, the Kings are signing, let's just say, the 2 Joneses, Tyus and Trae Jones.
Yep.
They bring them both in. Like, hey, here's 2 point guards. We got them now. It's because they're using the assets that they would use in a Trae Young trade or a John Morant trade or a LaMelo trade to go take a big swing at the wing position or one of the wing spots.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you have to do.
Like, that's in my mind how this is working. It's not Tyus Jones. That's the splash. It's like, no, Tyus Jones is supplementing additional moves that we haven't talked about yet. That at least that's where my head is at.
I agree with you. If not, you're doing death by mid-level.
Yes,
you're doing death by mid-level exception.
And if there's no trade out there where the Kings glut of first round picks and DeMar DeRozan's contract or Zach LaVine's contract or whoever, if that's not getting you anything on the wing market, then pivot and go get, because you don't want to go, oh, well, we explored wings, couldn't find anybody. Anyways, here's Trae and Tyus Jones. They're brothers. Oh, maybe we'll go get Chris Murray next. Like, that would suck. That you cannot live with.
Yeah, I think what you're trying to say is kind of what I was saying yesterday. Like, you need a $35 to $45 million player, and you need a 14 to $16 million player. And I don't care which position they're at. You need a point guard and you need a small forward, or you need a forward.
Yeah.
And I think, in all honesty, like, the trade market is going to be more flush with high-end point guards, and the free agent market, or the secondary trade market, where you're trading a mid-level exception and a first-round pick to go get a player, or you're trading the Kevin Huerter contract, his traded player exception and a first round pick to go get a player. Like, I think it's easier to get a $16 million or $15 million wing that can, fill a lot of what you need.
Sure.
Than it is like this team has got to find a point guard. And so you're right. It's either or. Either you got to get the forward that you need and spend the 30 plus million, or you've got to get a really, really good point guard.
Yeah.
I just think that NBA, the modern NBA, while it's run by, while every team has all these wings that, that the Kings don't have, it is run still by guards. It's a guards league. And it's why Tyrese Haliburton, and it's why Jalen Brunson, and it's why Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and it's why Anthony Edwards are the 4 best players left in the playoffs.
Sure.
It's a guard league.
Yeah, you have to be able to handle the basketball.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I do think if you make a big splash for, let's just say, Trae Young, and you unload some first round picks and contracts, and wow, look, it's Trae Young. That's great. That can't be all. Like, it can't be, look at this big splash. Wow, awesome. Front office, great.
No,
there has to be supplemental moves. And so for me, I don't hate the idea of going big and trying to go after a wing. If, just throwing an example out there, if Boston goes, yeah, hey, we're pulling the plug on the Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum thing, and we're going to trade Jaylen Brown now, great. Go try that. Way rather that than go try and get Trae Young.
Yeah.
Or John Moran or whoever. But we'll talk more about forward options here in the next couple of days. Let's talk shooting guards.
Okay.
Because that's a fascinating position for the Kings.
It is. It's the most crazy position.
Well,
yeah.
They are in a very weird spot as shooting guard, and I want to talk about it. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're back in a second here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear. Nice, dude. All right. Chatty gang, we back. Well, they're in a weird spot, though, because I don't think tanking is super easy because they have too many players who are good. They just are the right good players. Oof. No, but I will. I will cheer anything, bro. What is this? Oh, yeah, we didn't talk about this. Whoops. Rustdog, I'm going to save that. I'm going to save that. From where is the key? I've had it from Wingstop. It was good. It was strong, especially if you're looking for like a spicy, kind of that like Asian flavor. Really good. Yeah, he was. Actually, I think technically he's probably at the Mystics game, but Acrisure does have some wings. They sure do. Bro, a good lemon pepper wing is, yeah. Which one? Then don't they have several different kind of Asian fusion type of flavors? When they were the sponsor on a show I used to be on, I had tried all their flavors at one point. Hey, he's on our list. Yeah, Fire Wings is strong. They have that at B-Dubs, I think. They have the Asian thing. Hey, facts. Yep. Not talking about that with you guys. It's ridiculous. Gavin from the wake up call?
Yeah. Talking about pets.
10 seconds. Might have been Scooter. All right, here we go. It's the second hour. Everybody lock in. Hour number 2. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Somehow we got on talking about chicken wings in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320.
Ooh.
And the chatty house has turned it into a conversation of debauchery.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Because it's a chatty house.
Yes.
We're
talking wet versus dry rubs.
I had a really, really good.
Someone just said Caribbean jerk, which is crazy.
Cajun dry rub wings last night.
Mm.
Yeah, they were absolutely spectacular. And you got to do the whole, I don't know, break the wing.
Yeah.
And then slide one of the two bones out, and then you can.
Jesse, are you listening to this?
Eat your wings like a lollipop. Am I being flagged?
My goodness, sir.
Seriously.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil at the home studio. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is The Insiders. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. And then we'll take you up to 4 o'clock. Here on ESPN. Yeah, here it is. Yep. Yeah.
I've been flagged multiple times.
A personal foul. I didn't even know Jesse was paying attention.
That's funny.
That's awesome. Jesse Tapia, producer for D-Lo and KC. And again, D-Lo and KC coming up at noon right here on ESPN 1320. We did not. I know we said we were going to talk about shooting guards, but we didn't finish talking about point guards yet.
Yeah.
Because there were other point guards we were going to trade. So let's remove the big names we were talking about.
Okay.
Trae Young, LaMelo Ball, John Morant. I think this time last year, I would have been in on the Jamal Murray idea.
Okay.
I don't think Denver's going to move him, but let's just talk hypotheticals. Jamal Murray's contract extension doesn't kick in until next season.
Oh, no.
And he's like 50 plus million every year for the next 4 years, starting next season. And I don't want this. This fits a little bit into the Brock Purdy conversation.
Okay.
Because Jamal Murray, to me, his value is maximized. I think he could be that level of player, that $50 million a year type of player, alongside Nikola Jokic and alongside Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown and whoever else they bring in this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jamal Murray has a ton of value as a shot maker, especially in the postseason. Has that pick and roll with Nikola Jokic, just a really effective player for Denver.
Yes.
I don't think that you get Jamal Murray on the Kings, and maybe it works out with Domantas Sabonis. Maybe he has the same kind of success with him that he has with Jokic. But I think he would have to carry much more of the offensive onus than he does in Denver. And I don't know that that's maximizing Jamal Murray. Like, it feels like he's right at the top of his bell curve right now as a player, where his usage rate and his production match. And I believe that if you start adding more to Jamal Murray's plate, you're going to start seeing diminishing returns.
Yeah, I agree. The other problem,
maybe I'm wrong.
So I bring this up all the time, like how I think, all of them, like whether it's Trae Young, LaMelo Ball, or John Morant, like I don't think you can have them in the same starting backcourt as Zach LaVine, right? I've said that like a bunch of times. Jamal Murray, I can't put in the same starting backcourt with Zach LaVine, but for a completely different reason. I don't want two guys that make a ton of money who both have had blown ACLs. I don't like that's a lot of money to invest in players with major injury history.
Yeah, for sure.
And so, like, whether you
in my brain, you're swapping them.
Yeah, but you would have to.
Yeah, the contracts work. Yeah.
Yeah. So we do also have just to sidetrack us for 2 seconds. We do have some breaking news.
Real quick before your breaking news, I want to make it really clear to anybody listening. We're throwing out hypotheticals. We're not like, hey, this is a thing that both teams would do.
No,
we're just yapping. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with you. The NBA has released its all defensive first team and second team.
Ooh, okay.
Honors.
Can I guess?
Yeah, let's see. What's your first team?
First team, Evan Mobley.
Yep.
If the DPOY wasn't first team, Draymond Green.
Yes.
Okay, number 2, we've got Dyson Daniels.
Boom.
Number 3. Ooh, it was Mobley, Draymond, Daniels. Did Alex Caruso make first team?
He did not make first or second.
Oh, wow. All right. Jaren Jackson?
No, second team.
I'm missing some obvious ones.
Best defensive team in the league.
Oklahoma City.
Okay. Who's going to make it from there?
Oh, Lou Dort.
Lou Dort. Okay.
And Jaden McDaniels?
No.
Is it a big?
Nope. It's
not a big.
It's an up and coming out of King.
Oh, Amen
Thompson.
Of course.
Second team.
Did Asor make second team?
He did not.
Second
team is Ivica Zubats.
Oh, very good. Yeah.
Jalen Williams, Jaren Jackson, Rudy Gobert.
Sure.
And Tamani Kamara.
Ooh, good for Tamani Kamara. I got to give my buddy Jordan Ham, who has covered Arizona sports for over a decade now, as long as I've known him. AZ Sports 360, I believe, is the website. When the Suns traded Kamara, he was like, "This is a bigger deal to me than DeAndre Ayton leaving." Like Tamani Kamara can play. He was a big Tamani Kamara guy, so I've kind of followed him vaguely. Yeah, awesome player.
He's a guy
who they just found. They just got him in a trade. They just went, hey, here's this guy that's just not playing that much. We'll take him.
25 years old. He's 6'8", 220. We'll list him as a power forward, but he can play the 2-3-4. He's a guy, in all honesty, I would offer up a first round pick for. He's
except he's probably part of whatever core Portland's trying to build.
Maybe.
I would assume.
Maybe, but at 25, maybe not, because they do have a bunch of younger guys.
At 25, he's super old.
Yeah, but like
so crazy.
If you're a team that's building, though, would you listen if the Kings said, hey, so Kamara, just so people know, he's under contract this year at $2.2 million, this coming year at $2.2 million, and then has a team option at $2.4 million for the next year.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're the Kings and you say, hey, we'll give you a future first round pick. Like, I don't care which future first round pick, but we'll give you a future first round pick for Kamara. They'd be like, they've got to at least listen and go.
I think they'd listen.
Yeah. They'd be like, hey, we might cash in.
You got an all defense guy who improved a ton this year.
Yeah. Shot 37.5 from 3, averaged 5.8 rebounds per game. You put him on the front line with Keegan. See, this
it'd be awesome.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, there are ways to build this thing out without like mortgaging your entire future. And
this is where let's say the Kings call the Blazers and the Kings go, yeah, hey, we'll give you this protected 2027 first.
Mm-hmm.
The Blazers go, we need 2 unprotected. That's the starting point. And the Kings go, too rich. Okay, Tamani Kamara off the table.
Yep.
what the Kings need to be doing here, and this is going to be tough. I'm not saying this is easy, but let's say they make a different trade.
Mhm.
Let's say they trade for Cam Johnson. Is there another player who's just buried on Brooklyn's bench that you go a Kessler Edwards type?
Yeah.
Where you're like, hey, throw him in the deal and let's see if we can make something of it. Because that's what Portland did with Tomani Kamara.
Yep.
They went, oh, hey, we kind of like his skill set. Let's get him in the building and see what happens. That if you can go get Tomani Kamara, awesome. But I think the more realistic option is in a different trade, trying to just, hey, let's rope in this end of the bench, 6'8", awesome defender in college who hasn't been able to find minutes in the NBA.
Yeah.
Let's just he's 24, bring him in there. That's I think one of the things they're going to have to do. And again, that's tough because it's deep scouting. It's knowing who's on other rosters. It requires the other team to just be like, yeah, have them. That's where I think you're going to find a Tomani Kamara type of dude.
Yeah. I mean, I would still chase Tomani Kamara.
Yeah, chase anybody.
Player.
Chase anybody.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that's one of those guys. So we got sidetracked on our point guard conversation, but it's because we had a little bit of breaking
news. All NBA
and,
teams come out tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be interesting.
Do we think Domas makes it?
I'm gonna say no, but
I don't think he does.
Especially with
the Kings only winning 40
right
games is tough.
Yeah, Zubac's being on here. I think it's gonna be tough.
Based on listening to different voters and hearing how they go about their process, it's really, really difficult to be on a team that won 40 games and get into that conversation because, like, who are the good teams is almost always the first thing people look at.
Yeah, I honestly think that if he makes it, it's because there are so many players who are ineligible this year.
Yeah.
So,
well, it is like the numbers are still pretty good.
No, his numbers numbers are great.
Yeah,
I totally agree. But the 40 win mark is bad.
Right. It might just disqualify him for. People.
Yeah. So you're gonna look around. I mean, I don't think like the All-Star voting and All NBA are totally different things.
Right.
Yeah, like Şengün, I do not believe is All NBA. I do not think he'll make All NBA at all. Yeah.
Couple other options here. Jrue Holiday. The prohibitive thing with Jrue Holiday is he looked older this year.
Yeah, he looked 35, which is what he is, and his contract goes until he's like 38 or 39.
Yeah.
Like
he's expensive.
And it's really expensive. Like I love Jrue Holiday as a player, but there comes a point where again you're talking about a guy who won 2 championships now and who's been a leader and all that stuff, but how much more would you want to? Do you want to start over again?
Jrue Holiday is currently 34. He turns 35 in June.
Okay.
He's 2 months older than I am, and I'm talking about how old he is. Great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Love sports. So next year is his age 35 season at 32.4, then 34.8, and then he has a $37.2 million player option in his age 37 season. Breaking news, he's picking that up. So this contract, and then you just kind of look at his production this year and his body of work, and he wasn't bad. He's not a bad player, but he's just very clearly not peak Jrue Holiday anymore. If you're taking on that contract, it's because you're getting something with it. Like we want that contract and a pick, and you're going to take salary back.
No, I get you. That would be a situation where, again, like you could do that deal using DeMar DeRozan's contract and a handful of other different types of contracts, and that would save the Celtics so much money down the road. Because again, DeMar's contract's at $10 million next year.
They're way into the second apron.
Well, yeah, and that means and they're a repeat offender. So that means that if you're going to save them $25 million in salary next season, that's going to equate to like probably close to $80 million in luxury tax,
which may be their goal. They got a new owner. That owner might just be trying to shed salary. But again, if I'm taking back Jrue Holiday, which peak Jrue Holiday perfect player.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Perfect. Like there's a reason he wanted in multiple spots.
When he went to
but
Portland,
he's not peak Jrue Holiday anymore.
Yeah, when he went to Portland, that was the moment to go get him.
Yeah.
When he went to Portland before he went and won championships with a championship with the Celtics. I also I'll keep saying this. If you're gonna trade with the Celtics, I want Derek White. I don't want Jrue Holiday. And I know people are like, oh, they're not gonna give him up. It's like, yeah, but it depends if their owner says we have to cut because I don't want to pay a $300 million tax bill again.
Yeah, I get my I guess issue on the Derek White thing is every single team is going to want Derek White.
Of course. It's going to cost to get him.
I don't think it's yes. I saw somebody yesterday, I think Al on Twitter put out a DeMar DeRozan for Derek White straight across swap. And I don't think DeMar DeRozan is going to do it. I think there are going to be teams who will give up younger players, multiple draft picks.
Yeah, well, you're giving up at least 2 first-round picks in that trade.
Yeah.
But I do think
I don't know that DeMar DeRozan fits at the Celtics. They shoot a lot of threes, and he does not. But anyway, that's a separate thing.
But we always talk about.
But Derek White is, if we're listing these guys in order, he is number one for me.
Yeah, all of the players that don't fit alongside Zach LaVine, Derek White fits.
Yes,
he can play the one. He can manage a team, but he also plays incredible defense and would just give you like a ton. He brings so much to the table. So yeah, I'm a Derek White fan at this point. I think he's learned and he's grown and he's gotten way better.
Awesome player.
Yeah.
Really, really good player. I would happily take Derek White on the Kings. Okay. I have one more guy I want to talk about just because he's interesting to me. Okay. We'll tell you who that is next, and then we'll get into shooting guards, I promise. I swear we're going to talk about the shooting guard situation on the Kings roster. I promise. We're going to do it. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil at the home studio. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
I think I can throw one in at you, too. Man, Dyson Daniels, such a stud. Averaged 3 steals per game. That is just unheard of. It's crazy good. What's going on, Chatty House? Loki Trickster, I think Nembhard would be a good fit for the Kings at point guard too. He's a guy who might be able to grow into, who might be way better than what he's allowed to be right now. But I also worry that there's kind of like a ceiling there, and it might just be kind of like everybody else, a little bit mid, like a lot of the other guys we talked about. I didn't see a breakdown of voting. Let me see. Sent an attachment. Oh,
a lot of people pulled up for that Mojo's trivia, Kings trivia last night. Holy smokes!
Really? Okay. Interesting. The Kings did not receive a single vote for amongst their players for NBA All Defensive Team. So Keon Ellis, Keegan Murray did not receive a vote.
I'm so hyped for Odyssey team trivia at Mojo's in a couple weeks. Actually, it's probably a few weeks.
Yeah. Just a ton of people there?
There were a lot of people at the Kings one last night.
All right.
But I know John wants to go.
All right.
You're a trivia guy. I love trivia.
Mm-hmm.
I get Jesse, Joe. He's going to blast out an email to the whole office.
Oh, All
Hey,
right.
trivia night at Mojo's. Pull up.
See, it's on Thursday nights.
I think that's typically when they do it.
Although tonight is Thursday.
Wait, what's this? Are you talking smack about me?
No. We were talking about concerts. You're going to see. Oh. Did I call them Stray Kids?
That's a group I like.
Okay. Oh, maybe that's not what I said last night. Maybe that's what I said. I don't know. Sean was talking about going to the Kendrick Lamar concert, and I told him that you were going to concerts.
Stray Kids, then Kendrick. Shout out Stray Kids.
But I probably didn't say Stray Kids.
I'm a Han bias. Stray Cats is also a band. Very different.
That's
Very
what
different.
I said. That's what I said.
That is not a type of music your boy listens to.
No, but it became a funny thing because. All right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Stray Kids. Stray
Kids.
Cats is like a what? I don't even know what kind of music
I know. Stray Cats is like a 70s band. Yeah. 70s, 80s. It's funny though because when I said that, both Kyle and Brendan said, Kyle seems like somebody.
Sean and Brendan.
Sean and Brendan said Kyle seems like someone that would like cats, and
I do.
So straight. So
I do.
So they're like, that makes sense. It's my bad.
No, it's fine. It's I understand that in
it was super
U.S.
late.
pop culture,
Yeah.
that K-pop is still pretty on the fringe. It's fine. I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Yeah.
So here you talk about Stray Kids on the Kings pod. I'm like, what do you got to say, man? Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Well, Sean was well. First of all, Sean's going to Bottle Rock this weekend,
Which I'm jealous.
Well,
Love Bottle
but
Rock.
he's always gone.
Right.
Yeah.
Sean's a big live music guy.
Yeah, he's
Sean Cunningham, KCRA3, also co-host of the Kings Beat podcast.
Yeah, he's like a lifer there. Like,
Yeah.
he's like the norm of like he walks in there like, Sean. Shout out George Wentz, who
That's
passed
tight.
away this week.
R.I.P.
Yep.
All right. Last point guard idea for the Kings. How's Colin Sexton grab you?
It's just tough. Like my biggest
I can't tell if he's been a victim of circumstance in his career or if it's like him.
Yeah, because he's never, ever won at all.
Never been on any kind of real big stage.
And I'm going to throw in another player that's a lot like him, and that's Anthony Simon. And like he might be available as well. And so like there is this other layer of point guards that might actually be like where the Kings like kind of focus.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the one other that we didn't add to the free agent or the trade options, and he's kind of a free agent trade option, and that's Josh Giddey. I don't think the Bulls are going to trade Josh Giddey. I think they're going to match any offer for Josh Giddey, and I think he will be a Bull moving forward. But he's also another player that you have to at least look at and say, okay, would he make sense?
Yeah, would look at it for sure. The Colin Sexton thing is really interesting. He is 26 until January of next year.
Okay.
So he'll be 26 for about half of next season. Next season is also the last year on his contract, and it's at $19.1 million. So you'd be getting a 26-year-old point guard, former lottery pick, for $19.1 million for a year. And potentially more than that if he plays well, and you can probably get him on an extension that's not crazy.
This is where, like, again, it's tough because
it is.
We talk all the time about getting to 35 million or 40 million or 45 million for a trade, but getting to 19 million is kind of a more difficult path.
In no man's land.
And like I kind of look at him in the same way that I look at Malik Monk. I just don't think he's as good as Malik Monk.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think he can score for sure. He doesn't play any defense. His shooting percentages are better than Monk's for sure. But he's not the assist man that Malik is. Like Malik, you tried to put him at point guard and it didn't really work out, but like he still averaged well over 5 assists per game this season. And he averages with the Kings over 5 assists a game like every year.
Yeah.
So whether Colin Sexton can be that guy, I don't know. He's a 4.9 last year. But I'm really concerned just about, paying for a guy or going out and getting a guy who plays for perennial losers.
Yeah, and that's fair.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of looking at this, I wanted to look at the per 100 stuff. Malik over the last 3 years, 8.3, 9.6, 8.6. And what is Sexton?
Per 36, is that assists?
Per 100.
Oh, per
Yeah,
100.
assists per 100 possessions, sorry. 5.8, 8.9, 7.2.
Yeah.
That's not...
And the other guy, like,
not great.
Realistically, Anthony Simon, he's a lot like Colin Sexton. He's not a big assist guy, although he's had 5.5 and 4.8 assists in the last 2 years. But he's also a guy who's averaged 22.6, 21.1. Shot around 38% from three. Like his shooting percentages overall are lower. I just think he's going to be. There's a possibility he'll be available. He's at $25.8 million that he makes this year that he just made. He's got 1 year left at 27.6. So he might be a player that makes some sense. But again, I'm not making a move with a team like Portland unless, let's just hypothetically, if I'm looking at Simonton, I'm looking at Kamara, and you can kind of fit in, like a Devin Carter, DeMar DeRozan, and then Kings giving first round picks. That might be a way where you could fill 2 of those openings on your roster in one swing.
Sure. I'm not ready to commit to a Colin Sexton take yet because I'm looking at his per 100 stats over the last 3 years, and they're really interesting.
Yeah.
32 points, 4.6 boards, 7.6 assists, shooting 48.8% from the field and 39.8% from three.
Okay.
That's interesting. I'm not ready to have a firm take yet on Colin Sexton.
Well, yeah.
Put a pin in that.
I would say I'm not ready to have a firm take on.
I'm going to ask some questions.
Okay.
I'm going to go ask around.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk to my people.
Simon's, I'm a little concerned, doesn't play defense, but he's only 25. He's almost 26.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think they're kind of in the same boat of players that it's like, if you can't get a big swing, these are players that I would at least test the waters on.
Yeah, for sure. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil from the home studio today. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program. Let's talk shooting guards. Talked a lot about point guards. They even need if we're doing this positionally, and since we've separated out point guard, we're not going to separate out small forward versus power forward. We're just going to do wings and bigs. But since we separated out point guard, I felt the need to talk about the other guard spot, the shooting guard. Where the Kings, with in-house options at point guard, it's like, man, Malik Monk is probably your best option. And then it's like Devin Carter,
Keon Ellis, dribble.
Which, sure, sort of. Zach LaVine can bring the ball up the floor. So big time question marks. In-house options at shooting guard, you've got Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keon Ellis, Devin Carter as that non-ball handling guard. I think they have a lot of players at that spot.
Yeah, they do, and they have a couple of players who can act as secondary ball handlers, and even primary ball handlers with the second unit. Right, so
that's where Malik should fit.
Yeah, and I also thought Zach LaVine throughout his career has proven that he can pass. He just doesn't. It's not always his thing.
He's not looking to pass necessarily.
Yeah. And I think he's actually a very competent passer. He even I think he had a 10 assist game after he got traded to the Kings. He's a guy that for his career is, averages 4 assists per game.
Sure.
So I'm okay with him being like a secondary playmaker. But when I look at the shooting guard position, I said this to you earlier. I think you could trade Zach LaVine and not acquire another shooting guard and still be okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I also want to talk about trading Zach LaVine here for a second, because I think we've been operating like that's just an untradeable deal. And it's just, man, what a just huge contract. But given the amount of games he played last year and given the efficiency that he scored with last year,
Yeah.
I don't know that teams are knocking down the door to get Zach LaVine necessarily, but there was a market for him at the last trade deadline. And I think given how he played in Sacramento, if there's a team that's just needs some scoring, needs some shot creation, needs some shooting, and Zach LaVine is there and available, I don't think it's this impossible, man, you've got to attach 4 first just to get out from underneath it type of deal. And the Kings may not want to. They may see Zach LaVine as a piece of their future. But I was just thinking about that. I think I was actually listening to you on D-Lo and KC, and I just was like, man, I don't know that the LaVine contract is as untradeable as it felt like a couple of years ago.
Well, I don't think it's as untradeable if there's a way for you to get into if you go big game hunting.
Yeah.
Right. So if you get into like the LaMelo or Trey or again, John Morant sweepstakes. Well, yeah, the Giannis sweep. No, I'm not going to say. But if you were to go like chase one of those players, first of all, I don't think any of those players work with Zach in the backcourt.
Yeah.
But like financially, their contracts would match up pretty close, and it would be an easier just like, hey, let's make a trade. And that's where I look like if Keon Ellis is your starting shooting guard for the next 5 years, I don't think you're a bad team. Like, I don't think he makes you a bad team. I think he can average 10 to 12 points a game as like an off-ball 3-and-D, like excellent defender playing 30-plus minutes a night. I think the Kings are better when Keon Ellis plays 30 to 35 minutes a night. I do. So if Zach LaVine were to either move to the small forward spot or no longer be there, I think you're okay at the position, especially when you've got Malik Monk, who is going to play 26 to 28 minutes a game off the bench, and when you've got Devin Carter that, can at least play 15 minutes a night and maybe more in some situations. So I think that it's a really strange situation to be in, but I also know that the NBA doesn't value shooting guards like they do other positions.
Right.
So, we're talking about Cam Thomas earlier. Cam Thomas,
what a legend,
isn't going to get, he might get paid by Brooklyn, but I don't think so.
He's a restricted free agent. I don't think there's going to be a ton of teams trying to max out Cam Thomas.
No. And that's the thing.
Awesome,
you look at him and you're like, hey, he should be able to make more money than this, but like shooting guards are that's why you don't trade a point guard for a shooting guard, especially when you already have a whole roster full of shooting guards.
And this is where we were looking at trade options. This might actually be advantageous for the Kings if they are looking to get off DeMar DeRozan's deal. If they are looking to get off of Zach LaVine's deal. There's not a ton of guys that fill the roles that those guys fill just in the trade market. He's not in players that I perceive to be potentially available. Like one guy that jumps out is like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Not doing anything for anyone.
No.
2 guard, play some defense. I know he didn't have a great year in Orlando, but that's the type of, I threw Derek White on there, like, cause he can play that role, but there's not a lot of, as you go down the list of teams, there's either like dime a dozen type of guys, or there's guys that, you know what, they're probably just not letting go of him. Andrew Nembhard. The Pacers are probably not trading Andrew Nembhard.
Yeah, I don't think they have to.
No.
So if you don't have to, you're not going to.
Right.
You can see the
would love to have him.
Yeah.
But probably not available.
No, I mean, you can see the emergence of a guy like Nesmith and say, okay, like I kind of like the idea of a Haliburton Nesmith backcourt. Maybe that creates a spot where you could get Nembhard, but like at the same time, I don't think so. Like that team is built to, like, they're affordable pieces. Like they've done a good job, a lot like OKC, of locking up some of their players long term to like reasonable contracts. We talked about Nesmith, $11 million a year for like the next 3 years. That's really nice. So, yeah.
I want to look at Nembhard's contract real quick.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Let's see. 3-year, $58 million extension with the Pacers. So he's 18-1, 19-5, 20.9. And he's a free agent at age 29.
Okay.
Man.
That's interesting. That's almost identical to the George Hill contract that Scott Perry signed. I think it was 3-year, $57 million deal, 19 a year.
Just found this guy in the second round. Jeez Louise, man.
Well, I mean, he's a Gonzaga guy. I mean, like everybody knew who he was. He just but they do a good job of not only finding guys, but then developing guys and giving guys opportunities. I mean, again, Neesmith got an opportunity. Like Rick Carlisle's done an excellent job there of developing talent. And like, look, we keep talking about Tyrese Haliburton like it was a foregone conclusion that he was going to be this player in Sacramento if you wouldn't have traded him.
Sure.
There's nothing that says that would happen.
Yeah.
There's just not.
Good point.
In his second season, he's still averaging 14 points a game when they traded him.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like I hate to be like brutally honest, but like instability in an organization allows young players to slip through the cracks.
Yeah,
and to
not miss out crucial years of development.
Yeah, it allows them to not reach their potential when you keep switching coaches, and every single coach that you have has a different idea of who you are as a player.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a good way to grow up in the NBA. It's a good way to get yourself bumped out of the NBA and lose your spot to one of the 31st round picks that are coming in each year.
Yep.
It's really tough.
Man. All right, I'm going to throw some free agent names at you.
Yep.
Some of these are going to be more uninteresting than others.
Okay.
Ty Jerome, talked about him yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, like if you were to lose
I'm out.
Malik Monk, okay. But, you know, if you were to trade Malik Monk, then Ty Jerome, I'd be like, okay, I'll at least listen. Okay.
Bruce Brown.
I love Bruce Brown. He's got injury issues. He's not a great shooter and stuff like that. But
yeah,
I would still probably take. I mean, I
would
take
a little
Bruce
undersized,
Brown.
But can defend up.
Yeah, he can defend the 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm. Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I don't know that Minnesota's going to let him go, but man, you talk about a shooting guard that can defend his ass off 1 through 3, can knock down a corner 3.
Mm-hmm.
He's the perfect avatar for the player that I'm like, man, the Kings need like 2 more of those guys.
Yeah.
And he's an unrestricted free agent.
Yeah. Kind of in the same vein as Keon Ellis, right?
Yeah.
Like different style, but like sort of in the same type.
A little bigger.
Yeah. And like, would I like to have him on the Kings? Sure. I'd also point out like Minnesota's like well over they're going to be in some trouble this year, especially with Julius Randle having
free agent.
Yeah, he has a player option at $31 million, and then Naz Reid has a player option at $15 million. So I wouldn't be totally shocked to see Nickeil Alexander-Walker gone, especially when you consider that they traded all kinds of assets last year for Rob Dillingham.
Yeah.
And so maybe they think he can step in and kind of fill that void. And they've got Dante DiVincenzo for more minutes. Yeah, it's going to be tough.
It's a good point. Tim Hardaway Jr. do anything for you?
Nope.
Yeah, no, I'm out. Karis LeVert do anything for you?
No.
Nah. A big Karis LeVert guy, but no. Matisse Thybulle has an $11.6 million player option. He's going to pick that up because that's what do you think? Probably 4 times what he'd get on the open market?
Yeah.
That's $11.6 million for Matisse Thybulle. It's crazy.
Now, see, that's a deal where if you're going to take on, if you could get Kamara, you could say, hey, we'll take Thybulle's last year.
Salary, yeah.
And you like free you guys up of that salary.
Yeah.
Give you the Kevin Huerter trade exception or whatever.
And maybe run into a good defender who can knock down a 3, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. But like injury woes and everything
hasn't worked
else.
for anybody else, but
Just
maybe it'll work for us.
But having depth, hiding on your bench that actually plays elite defense,
yes,
would be really nice to have because the Kings just haven't been able to find any.
If he's your 13th guy and you're getting cooked by, I don't know, Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, hey, Matisse, go try and defend
something.
him. Yeah.
Go do something there.
If you're gonna give me Markelle Fultz minutes, you can give me Matisse Thybulle minutes.
Yes.
Amir Coffey? Question mark?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Like Amir Coffey, I'm taking Amir Coffey, especially if you were to lose a guy like Jake LaRavia.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think he's a better
same vein.
Yeah, like same quality of player.
We got to step aside on the radio side and pay some bills. I got 3 more players I want to run through with you, and we will probably do that with one of D'Lo or Casey, whichever one is in for the handoff. That's coming up next right here on ESPN 1320. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear. Because people delude themselves into thinking it'll work for them. I think for me, like you say, without a trade, who cares about a shooting guard? I would agree. The reason a lot of these guys were like saying no to or not interested in is because of that. Like the Kings don't need him, but Nickeil Alexander-Walker would fill a need as a quote-unquote shooting guard where I feel like he could play the 3. So it's technically, you're adding a shooting guard, but you're adding defense and 3-point shooting. Bruce Brown, you're adding a pesky defender, but I just don't. Probably a couple years too late on that train.
Yeah. And it's tough. I mean, he's a lot like your guy, Gary Payton II. A little bit bigger, but, same style of player.
Yeah.
And, if you're going to do that, you might as well see if you can get Isaac Okoro out of Cleveland, just because he's that style of player, just way younger.
Malik Monk for Grant or Simons at the money, or could they acquire? I'm out on Jeremy Grant.
Yeah, Jeremy Grant's contract is so bloated.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's 35 and 37. It gets a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm not trading Malik unless just to fully answer your question here, Russ. I'm not trading Malik unless you're getting like a really good wing back or a really good point guard back.
Okay, so Jeremy Grant, 32, 34, and player option at 36.4 in the 27-28 season.
Man, he just turned 31.
And he's 31. Yeah. And he hasn't, he just doesn't rebound at all. I don't hate him. I know Sean is way down on him, like in our discussions on the pod.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate him. The contract is so extreme. There was a time where it's like, okay, like if you were going to give up a contract like Harrison Barnes' contract for him, but then he just got so much money. I was checking Isaac Okoro. Isaac Okoro shot 37.1% from 3 this year.
Hey, it's Damian Marling.
He's just kind of hanging out.
We have 1 minute.
1 minute.
No, none this week.
Let me see. Yeah, see, they gave Isaac Okoro he's under contract for 11 and 11.8 over the next 2 years. I'd make them give me something along with him.
$30 seconds.
What's happening, Drew Down?
Drew Down. We got the Loonies.
Shock G. E-Fode. I don't know why any station, including ours, plays any version except for that remix.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Remix is so much better.
So good. There we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I'm Kyle. That's James. Joe Brazil from the home studio today. It is 11:44. You know what that means.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's D-Lo, Damian Barling.
There he is, Damian Barling, everybody. Oh, my God, I got to turn that down. Here we go. It's my first time running a board, it turns out.
Good, man.
I forgot to make it live this morning.
It was. I used to have a note card when we started KSFM that literally said "Go live."
I need that.
Like, go live. Turn the board on, dummy. We were going. In fact, it was this week. Thankfully, it doesn't matter when you're on an intro because the music runs anyways.
Yeah.
So the way it works, if you don't set the board the right way, you could talk, but no one could hear you.
Right. That's
And
what we
so-
were doing.
So I was like, hey, let's hype up the Keisha Cole tickets right here. Put the headphones on, look up, green. Needs to be red for you to go.
Right.
I was like, like immediately I'm like, yeah, never mind. We have like 2 seconds. I was like, never mind. Like I didn't set the board live. No one would hear anything we say.
Perfect.
It's great. Like it's a great way to keep the station on the air and make sure everything is
Yeah.
functional. But if you don't remember to do it, like,
Yep.
Yeah.
Just dead air for us.
yeah,
It's fine.
no, it happens,
We had a great
man.
time with YouTube. YouTube could hear us at least.
Yeah.
I bet. How long till you noticed?
Pretty early in the show.
Oh,
Early enough.
pretty
Jonathan-
early in the show, or like
well,
early in the break?
er-
Like when you started the show,
yeah,
like
we started the show. We were probably Jonathan came.
45
I saw Jonathan. I didn't see him come all the way from the engineering room, but I saw him just out of the corner of my eye through the second window there,
yeah.
and it was like, oh, whoops, because I knew why
You
he
didn't
was
see
hustling.
the
to
big
start.
yellow thing?
No, I don't pay attention to that.
Oh man. That
You want me
thing
to-
lives.
you want me to-
No, that thing lives in my head. Like I can catch. Oh, Ken Anthony's off air again. God damn it! And I get anxiety. Well, no, it is. Well, what you want me to do? Like every once in a while, he didn't do anything. It's just every once in a while, like because it's very glaring and it gives me anxiety because I know it's not us, but I can still see it.
Oh,
And the
Sure.
amount of times that Jonathan has poked his head around that corner and I've had to just put my hand up like Buddy Hield. My bad.
Yep.
Don't walk down here. I got it. That was me.
At least I got to it before Charlie came down,
Okay.
because that's when I know I really messed up. If it's Charlie's the one coming down here,
Yeah.
that's when it's like, oh man,
the second you see him,
yes,
Well,
I knew
like the
exactly
panic.
what it.
Charlie's
here's-
not exactly hustling from his.
That's what I'm saying. It
position
means like
either,
that means
yeah.
it's been like
Yeah.
it's been a while,
It's been embarrassingly.
because Charlie he's working, he's doing his stuff,
Mhm.
but then he also like, okay, I'm gonna let them figure this out.
Mhm.
Like they'll figure. So for him to like finally make his way, but anyways, I told James and Jonathan when I left the room to pick up our paper rundowns that we have,
Mhm.
because
Which
we
is
live in the
amazing.
1990s.
Yeah.
So I said, hey, don't let me forget to make the board live. So this is their fault.
Oh, well,
Is
Yeah,
how I'm viewing
that's
this.
fair. Have you ever not made the board live?
That happens if Joe is out
Okay, I got you.
for 3 days. I will do it once, at
but
least.
only once.
Got it.
At least.
Got it.
Got
Got it.
Here's the thing: is it's usually the first day. Nope, got it right yesterday.
Okay,
Did not get it right today.
got it.
Unbelievable.
Understood.
Anyways, heck of a game last night. We're putting a pin in the
That's
shooting guard
amazing.
conversation. We'll continue that with the Kings tomorrow.
Okay.
Uh,
I'll tune in.
It's fun when there's a sports thing that happens and it just transcends the fandom of that sport.
Sure.
Where that comeback and Tyrese Haliburton shot is just not an NBA moment, like a sports moment.
Yeah.
That's really cool to
Oh,
see
it
those
was.
live.
It was. That was awesome. That
Was-
was so great.
Was there any doubt when he stepped back that shot was going in? I was so sure he was going to make
Oh,
it.
when it flew 10 feet in the air.
I thought it
Well,
was
I
out.
don't-
That I thought it was like, I missed. And then he just drops it.
No, I know what he's gonna do it again.
Yes.
Like, that's like it's the exact same play.
Exact same.
My favorite part about this is 3 something left, 3:45, something like that.
Mhm.
And we're sitting down, we're gonna eat dinner, and it's like, I know you don't want to watch this. I just when we get to
Mhm.
2 minutes, like it's like a 15-point game. When it gets to
Yeah.
2 minutes, we'll
Cut it
we'll
off.
watch whatever. And she's like, no, it's fine.
Mhm.
I was like, well, I mean, it's a blowout. It doesn't matter. And then I think at 2 minutes, it's like, oh, all right. It's like, I think it was at like 9, and it was like, oh, we'll just finish it out. Like whatever.
Yeah.
Like they're
But you have to
kinda-
tell,
One-
like, if they're new to sports, you have to tell them.
Okay.
Just so you know, this 2 minutes is going to take 18 minutes.
So what's fun is she was like asking a bunch of questions. Like, okay, why are
This
they
is
fouling?
so funny. I had the exact same experience.
Okay, so
This is great.
yeah. Why are they fouling? What's the strategy here?
Yes.
Who are we rooting for? What do we want to happen? Like,
Were
this
you
is all
listening to
going
the
on.
start of our show?
No,
Okay. So you're not doing a bit.
no, I'm dead
This is
serious. This
actually
is
what-
exactly what
This
happened.
is so funny. This is verbatim what happened in my house.
Yeah, no, this is exactly what happened. And she's like, how, so okay, so she didn't say OG. So they're shooting the free throws. What happens next? It was like, well, if he misses one, they're gonna. If he misses one,
they gotta
we're
go.
going.
Yeah.
If he makes both of them, they're probably gonna foul again because it's a strategy. They're up 3. You can only shoot 2 free throws. It's a brilliant strategy. People hate it, but it's the move. So he misses, and it's like, oh, okay, they've got a shot. And I said they're going to go for the win. And Tyrese drives in, loses the ball, dribbles back out, shot goes up, hits the rim, and there's this, oh!
That's exactly what we had.
Yes.
It was like this.
The best part, that wasn't me. And there's
Sprout went crazy, huh?
There's this very much, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And so, immediately now, whoa, it's a 2. It's not over. They said it was a 2. And shout out, I think it was Ben Taylor.
Yeah.
Just immediately. He's like, it's like,
yeah.
He
was on it.
He like, there was no call for it. He was like, it's a 2.
Yep.
Just, and of course, no one saw that live, but, and then the true MVP is TNT.
Yes.
Because you go back and you watch that playthrough when the score switches to 125 and Ben Taylor's talking about, hey, it's a 2, everybody back. They don't run the stupid ass replay. They go to the still frame.
Yes.
Immediately, the still frame is up. Ty's toe is on the line. And it's like, oh my God, he's doing the full celebration. And at that point, I was a Pacers fan.
Yes.
I needed the Pacers to win that game because I thought if the Knicks won, that moment would be lost.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I needed the Pacers to win that game because I wanted that moment to live forever.
The one thing that I was with you, but the opportunity for a Knicks player to do that to the Pacers in overtime was also up there for me. I feel like that would have just turned the world on its axis.
Yeah, man. What a
Man.
I'll say, and we're gonna talk a lot about this in the first hour. Shout out to Ty. Like I knew Ty was a good player. I always thought Ty was a great player. I did not think Ty was a guy who could be a villain at Madison Square Garden.
Yes.
I did not think he had that. That's a different.
Yes.
And I also didn't think he would be the guy who will take Giannis one-on-one in 2 different situations to win a series against the Milwaukee Bucks. And now on the road, losing control of the ball, recognizing I don't have a clean shot. I'm going to do exactly what I did last time. And dribble behind the 3-point line, try to win this game 1. And, it's the old Kevin Durant Brooklyn line. If his shoe is half a size smaller, the game ends in regulation. But I was really happy the Pacers won that because I wanted that moment.
I think it'll be remembered just for the shot, not even for what happened.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
You won't even remember, it's that tie game winner. It's like, well,
and
it wasn't a game winner, but
didn't the Pacers immediately go down 5? In overtime?
Did they get down by as many as 5?
Maybe it wasn't 5, but I felt like they got down at the beginning of overtime, and then all of a sudden, bop, it was back.
They're really, really hard team to beat, man.
They have done so much right.
Yes.
Since that Tyrese Haliburton, Domantas Sabonis trade, and they went all in with Pascal Siakam as their move and their duo. And they've done a brilliant job of finding guys to surround those two. And for Nesmith to be the catalyst to what they did in that fourth quarter it's just phenomenal. I
had literally the exact same situation, same conversation through that game. And I kept going, okay, well, at some point they're going to miss a shot. Because if the Pacers missed one shot down the stretch, it was done. And Nesmith hits the first one, and then the second one. It's like, all right, well, he's not going to make a third one. Well, he made a third one. God, we got to keep the game on. Like, all right, well, they got the free throws. All right, well, he can't. They're not going to make another one. Oh my God, he made another one. It's like it was never a point that you could just go, all right, that's it.
We were really eager to fire the John Hamm show.
Mad Men?
Not that one.
No,
Neighbors.
Your Friends and Neighbors.
That one. We were ready to fire that up. It's like, let's wait. Let's just finish dinner. Let's just wait, and then we'll go. But then all of a sudden, it's like 15, 12, 9, It's 5.
Like, dang, he misses a free throw here. This gets such a. Oh, he missed the first one.
Like, oh, we have something here.
Yeah, man.
So fun. So fun.
Man. Moral of the story, don't turn off a Pacers game.
Do not.
Just don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Dogs. What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and Casey?
There's going to be a lot of this. Obviously, we'll talk a lot about Ty as well. We'll revisit a conversation that James and KC had yesterday in the 3 o'clock hour about big money players and big money players for the Sacramento Kings versus, depth and Matt George in the final hour of the show. So
can't wait. Should be a good one. D-Lo and KC coming up next for James Ham and Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We are back tomorrow on this radio station at 10 a.m. ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. I say Jiffy Lube. Shout out to Jiffy Lube. Drink water. Be nice people. It's me. It's me. I had to launch the break. Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. Good show today.
Bye, friends.
Take care.
Out of nowhere.
what's up, Scooter? What's up, Chris? Scout, what's up, man? Nah, Vegas would be one more, baby. It's Vegas right here.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? Hey! Whose show is it? It's Jesse Tapia's show. Huh? Yeah, we ain't gonna start the show like we did yesterday.
All good. Man, that was yesterday. I felt like 3 days ago.
Nah,
that was yesterday.
That was yesterday. That was yesterday. Man, it's boy. Hey, man, I hate to do this again. I need to talk to you. All right, man, come on in. Let's talk. Let's talk. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
Worst slums of Sacramento.
Here on this Thursday, May 22nd edition of D-Lo and KC. 84 degrees outside. Shams Charania had just announced that the Denver Nuggets and interim head coach David Adelman have agreed to remove the interim tag. David Adelman has his first head coaching job in the NBA. Son, of course, of Rick Adelman. Did a hell of a job, I thought, after Michael Malone's firing. ESPN analyst Michael Malone.
Yeah.
Thought he did a hell of a job after Michael Malone's firing, and looks like he's going to stick around, be the Denver Nuggets' next head coach.
Good for him, man. He deserves that. He did do a good job.
Oh, but they didn't do a coaching search. God. Well, I guess it's their meddling owner again stepping in. Why don't they tell Stan Kroenke to stay out of basketball business?
Well, hold on, though. I don't think they have a GM. So the coach is being forced on the new GM.
Oh, here we go.
Nobody in the NBA does that.
Great. Screwed. Hashtag 5180.
Hashtag Nugs.
What man? What's the number?
5280.
Yeah, get him again. Get him.
No, we're not throwing a flag. It's just it's a warning.
It's a warning.
It's a delay game warning right there. You know what you're doing.
It's the umpire pointing at the benches.
Yeah. Don't touch the basketball after it goes in the hoop. All right, just run back down the court.
I want a clean game. That's what we want.
Nugs.
He's testing the official, boy. He's testing the official. Hey, let me talk to my producer here real quick. You just relax with your sweatsuit on and your Cincinnati Reds hat. Hey, I'm beginning.
You're gonna say something.
No. I'm beginning to think your boy across from me,
yes,
is attempting to understate his fandom a little bit. Now, I'm gonna tell you why. What's his thing when his team loses? Man, I ain't.
He doesn't watch anything. Yeah, kind of avoids it. Yeah.
You go look at that. You go look at that little sheet we put together. You, me, I don't know. I'm thinking my man might have stayed away from the TV last night. He might not want to. I think he might have turned the TV off.
Did you turn the TV
as Kendrick
off?
Lamar said.
So
I'm gonna keep it real. Like, I was kind of hip to that when he was posting videos after they won, I think, in the first round. Like, he had baby Ryan with him and all that.
Yeah,
I didn't forget.
So a little 5 boroughs drink.
Yeah.
It's my new drink called the 5 boroughs.
Harlem Splash.
He over here making a Manhattan or not a Manhattan, a martini with a little Harlem shake. I thought, hey, my boy works a little later than we do. I checked 10, nothing.
Hey, so
11. Oh man, I think he's upset.
So I'm gonna keep it a stack with all my people.
Okay.
Keep it a stack with all my people. Number one, I get in there about 8:30, 8:45 or so.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all did a fantastic job. It was all there. Right? So That was this morning. Last night, go over there. I'm watching the game with Cheryl in El Grove. She just threw my kid out the car at his practice to get back to the house to watch the game.
Cheryl's defense, she looked distraught when it was over.
Hey, look. I'm not. Look, this isn't going to help my cause with you guys.
Oh, okay.
I was kind of tight.
Okay, wait.
I was kind of tight after that game.
Okay,
I was kind of tight.
Right.
You see her looking distraught?
No,
you see her looking upset?
No. Admit you're a Knicks fan.
I'm not, because
God damn it! Just say it.
It's not the same, because I did go. I was watching post game. I was watching sports, so
I believe you.
It's not the same.
All right,
but I'm not gonna lie to you.
All right.
I was a little tight.
He sent one text to the group thread last night. One.
I was a little tight. I'm not even gonna lie to you. And
I can't even read it. I can't even read the text he sent. It's true.
You see the video of my mom just laid out on the couch looking distressed. We didn't, no lie. I'm not, like I said, I got to tell the truth to my people. We didn't speak for about 7 minutes. We sat in that living room and we did not speak a word for about 7 minutes. I was tight last night.
Hey.
I was a little tight. Look, I was to the point where I had to question myself, like, am I a Knicks fan?
Yeah, you
I
are.
need to question myself.
It's okay to
I
be
was pissed.
It's okay to be a
I
Knicks
was
fan.
pissed.
That's all right. That's all
but I
right.
went back and now how I know it's not the same is I was watching post game. I went back and watched the end of the fourth quarter. Like I was watching sports. I watched this morning. I was tapped in. So it's not the same, but I was tight. I'm not gonna lie. And my mom, she was upset.
Your mom is hilarious.
She was really upset.
Your mom is hilarious. So all right, we keep it in a stack. Everybody knows this. I was just telling it to the insiders. You were in a meeting, so I'm gonna share this with you.
Okay.
We're watching the game, and game's winding down and kind of settling in, and it's like, hey, let's we'll get to the 2-minute mark. It's a blowout. We'll put on something else. She's like, no, it's fine. Just let it go. Like, we're just eating dinner, talking, and it's like, oh, leads down to 12. 9. Oh, single digits. Like, okay. Like, oh man, they chipped away at this lead. So we're sitting here, and Katie's asking, like, so why are they fouling? What's this? Why tell me how this works? And I'm just telling her it's to kind of prolong the game. This is what you do. So they foul. OG goes to the line. It's like, what do we want to happen here? I was like, well, we don't have an interest. We don't care. And if he makes both of these, the Knicks are going to foul again, and it's just going to elongate the game. But they're just hoping someone misses is basically what it boils down to. But if he misses, the Knicks are going to have to play them. So OG misses. Ty gets. I'm like, okay, they're going to try to win this game. Ty dribbles in. The play transpires as it does. He dribbles in, loses control of the ball, dribbles back out. Shot goes up, and there is just a reaction from both of us, like just. Oh! And I need to tell you, my brother, it was at that moment. Once you saw the 125. I'm showing love. I've never shown love to an official before. Ben Taylor immediately shot goes up. He's got 2 down.
Wish you would have done something during the goaltend.
He was like, "Well, what goaltend? It was 2 down." He was just like, "It's a 2-pointer." And when everyone's running on the court, he was like, "Hey, that's 2." Yeah. He saw it immediately. Shout out to TNT for getting the still shot. Like, they didn't run the replay, slow it down. They put the frame up. It was the Zapruder film. His foot was right there on the thing, and it was like, it's 125. So what happened? Well, they got to play 5 more minutes. It was at that moment I became a Pacers fan.
Oh, what the hell?
Set the pace.
It was
what the Haliburton?
Pacers. What is it? Yes, sirs.
Oh, geez.
It was at that moment, because I'm gonna tell you why. It doesn't mean I'm rooting for them to win the series. Doesn't mean I'm rooting for them to win the championship. It means I was rooting for them to win that game, because I was fearful if the Knicks won, that moment would die. And James said this a second ago, and he's 100% right. What happened in overtime doesn't matter. The Pacers won. That clip of Tyrese seeking out Spike Lee, doing the Reggie Miller joint, that's going to live forever.
Oh, for sure.
Forget the fact it was an incredible overtime. Forget the fact that the Pacers had to battle back. Forget the fact everything that happened in that overtime. That's the play that's going to be remembered forever. And if the Knicks had pulled it off on their home floor, I felt it would have died, and I didn't want that to happen. I wanted that moment to live forever. They could win the next 4. I don't care. I needed the Pacers to win that game.
Well, I'm glad you got what you wanted.
I did. It's a beautiful thing having a rooting interest in sports and it goes your way.
I did.
Not familiar with this at all.
This is just...
That's because you're a Knicks fan. It's okay.
Yeah, just admit it already. You have 2 teams.
Just say it.
We won't even joke about the Lakers stuff.
Knicks.
Whatever.
I like the Knicks. I know. I'm not denying that. I'm just telling you it's not the same.
Okay.
I'm telling you it's not the same.
I'll tell you what. We're going on 5 years. You know where I'm going.
I think I do.
You know where I'm going.
Okay, Lake Show. The hell?
I'll delete that off the board.
Yep.
If you just admit you're a Knicks fan.
I'm not a Knicks fan. I can't say that. That's
that
disrespectful
will
to
never
the real Knicks fans.
That will never play again if you admit you're a Knicks fan.
That's disrespectful to the real Knicks
I was literally
fans.
thinking the same thing.
I can't do that. It's disrespectful to them. I don't live and die
You could be a
with the
casual
Knicks the
Knicks
way I
fan.
do the Kings.
You could be Ben Stiller.
That's called it. What? I think he's a true Knicks fan. Don't do that.
All right, I guess.
Don't do that.
Shout out Night at the Museum.
Yeah. Where was Marky Mark at when they were losing?
Oh, that's
He don't
not.
show up
No,
no
that's
more.
not.
Where
No.
was Big Poppy? Big Poppy was there when they was winning. He ain't there when they lose.
Hey, our celebrity fans are kind of bad. Can I interest you in a Donnie Wahlberg?
Huh? Your kids on the block? Huh?
I just can't. I'm not. I can't. I want to see him win. I'm always rooting for him, except when they play the Kings.
I'll never play it again.
This is like trying to get Hulk Hogan to admit he took steroids.
If I was,
This is our Arsenio Hall show over here.
if I was in, yeah, I don't know. Like if I lived in New York, would I go to the parade?
Stop! What are you doing?
Yeah.
You're saying it right now. You're a Knicks fan who lives in Sacramento. That's it. You're a Knicks and Kings fan who lives in Sacramento. You just said if it
Drew
was
Down is a Cowboys fan in the Bay. It's fine.
Yeah,
Just admit
I
it.
love the Kings. I don't love the Knicks.
yeah, you don't love them, the Kings any less.
No, but that's what I'm saying. There's a difference. I love the Kings.
Do you love Ryan less than Reese?
No, I love them both. So if I were to love
Yeah, that's
the Knicks
right.
the same that I love the
I
Kings,
think you
I would
do.
say no. Those are my dogs. I don't love them the same.
I don't think that's true.
But I was pissed off last night. I was upset last night.
You're not a fan and you were upset. Look, I
can
gave him,
imagine.
hey, let the record show. I gave this man the ultimate out and he didn't take it. So when the Knicks win the championship and he comes in here in his fresh Knicks jersey
Yep.
and the hat
Get the mellow
and the
chain.
long chain
Get
and
the
some
mellow.
Timberlands. Yeah, we're gonna remember.
It's gonna be
I'll get the
insane.
mellow
Game
joint.
6. Wait, what's he doing? Is that KC next to Carmelo Anthony and Stephon Marbury?
They were all there last night. They were all there. How'd
okay.
they lose that damn game?
We'll come back.
That's the Celtics.
I want to talk about Tyrese, obviously, because Tyrese used to be a Sacramento King. I want to talk about what you just said too. Because as tough as it may be for you today, you were right.
Well,
Tip of the hat.
which
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
doesn't matter. I was right.
We're just getting started. I'm going to have fun today. I can't speak for my partner, but I'm going to have a good time today. Stealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I saw a few. Yeah, Knicks were the better team for damn near all that game. Like, they just choked. They'll be better. Oh, you poor kids.
It doesn't matter. They lost the game. It doesn't matter. This is a series.
I remember when I was sending those tweets last week.
This is a series. Now I'll save it for the air, but series might be over.
What series?
I'll talk about it. Oh, all right. It was a 1-point game.
Oh, wow.
With 20 seconds
Wow.
left. They're about to inbound.
Wow.
I'm like, hey, what's going on? Can you hear me? Nobody's answering. That was a tense moment.
That's your son.
He couldn't hear me. He wasn't answering. So I'm like, yo, hello, what's up? What's up? Nobody, yo, what's up? What's up?
Can I some perspective? Reese has called during our shows before.
Hello, Father. It's me, Reese.
I got it. That's good.
Well, hold on. Speaking of fathers, Mr. Tapia wants to tweet me after the game. The hell was that all about?
Did he really?
Yeah.
Hey, shout
Talking
out
about
Bobby
Pacers
Bagley.
and
I am not
fire.
responsible for anything my father
Hey.
tweets.
Hey,
Leave me
Hey.
Pacers in 5.
Mm.
Oh, brother. I got harassed like I was a Knicks fan last night.
Well, Sacktown Tony makes a good point. Casey loves the Knicks more than his kids.
What?
Well, at least
What?
one of them.
What do you want? Brunson's at the line.
Dad, I got hit in the face with a baseball again. God damn. Well, you know what to do. We just went through it last week. Take an Uber to the doctor. I'll meet you there.
That's what his grandmother would have done.
Mommy, Grandma, the car's still moving. Reese, go. Knicks are playing. What jersey did Cheryl have on?
Brunson.
Oh, so that's a new jersey.
Yeah, she got it when one of the times
When she went
to the Garden. She used to have.
Oh, yeah, she's got season tickets.
She used to have a spree. This is one of the times me and Cheryl can bond over sports. Because typically she's got this Warriors crap going on.
Well, she's a 49er fan, though.
Yeah. I had to bring her over.
And a Tank fan.
Well, yeah.
A huge Tank fan.
Yeah. She loves Tank. She was pissed off at Tank in the last fight. Well, she'll turn on you quick. She still loves you, but she'll let you know. Hey, that wasn't good enough. She can't stand pods.
Oh, well. No.
Funny story on my KC's baby shower by the lake. I meet Cheryl, that girl, for the first time there. And she's like, "Oh, hey, Jesse, blah, blah, blah. You could be one of my sons, too." Talking about like how D'Lo, joined the family.
Mm-hmm.
And then D'Lo goes, he's a Celtics fan. That was that.
I did.
She looked at you crazy.
What a
Yeah,
little
no, we
bitch.
started talking
I
smack after
absolutely
that.
did do that.
That is probably where my hate for the Celtics comes from.
That makes sense.
That was one of the first things
Cheryl?
I remembered. It was Robert Parrish. It was like one of them Celtics Lakers finals. Just, can't stand that stupid Robert Parrish. I hate the Celtics. She didn't even like the Lakers. She just hated the Celtics. And that's one of the first things I remember.
Damn, poor Reese going through it.
Oh, man. Wow.
Oh, that's a true story. That's a true story.
You guys are a terrible family. Except for Jazz, of course.
She don't like any basketball team. So she just like D'Lo here in the postseason, just enjoying the vibes.
That's it. It's a great way to live.
Damn.
Great way to live. You want to elaborate? KC said during the commercial, or maybe it was before the commercial.
That was during the commercial.
You said the series is over.
I didn't say that.
No?
No, I said the series could be over.
Okay, talk to me.
This is a loss that, in the words of Suge Knight and
oh God,
and
we're
Straight
quoting
Outta
Suge
Compton.
Knight. This is bad.
and Suge Knight and Straight Outta Compton, this is a loss that can change you.
Mm.
They didn't just lose that game.
The Nuggets, the DeMar DeRozan game.
Yeah.
You said that day or the next day.
Yeah. This was more than a loss. Potentially. We'll see. We don't know.
Mm.
They may come out in games 2, 3 and be just fine. But potentially, this is a devastating loss. Devastating loss for the Knicks. And we'll see. We'll see how tough they are. I think they're tougher than a $2 stake. They're going to have to be tougher than a $2 stake to bounce back and get control of the series again, because it was an all-time NBA playoff game. It was an all-time choke job. That can change you. That could change everything. Pacers could win this in 5 or 6, and we look back at game 1 and potentially say they never recovered.
That's fair.
So
I think I think at this point of the season, that's a little reach. It's a little bit of a reach. You can't, you're in the conference finals. Like, you have to be able to recover from stuff like that. Like, you have to. I don't think you get here if you can't recover from stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing that happened yesterday. I mean, they had a stretch, like they've been on the other end of that. They were on the other end of that against Boston several times, where they're the ones down. and they make the run. Now it's not quite as dramatic as being down, in 14 or whatever it does. What are the numbers? Jesse got us some numbers here. A 14 up 14 with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in the playoffs. Teams were 977 and 0.
Oh.
Teams up 9 with 60 seconds left were 1,414 and 0. I get it. Can't, though. It's conference finals. You've got to, easy for me to say I wasn't out there. You got to shake it off. You're going to have a court full of Knicks legends and celebrities and A-listers and all of that stuff again in game 2. You played a magnificent basketball game yesterday. You got to be able to, you have to put this behind you.
For sure.
And I'm absolutely of the belief that they are.
If you want to be, what you say you are, what I think they can be, absolutely. Absolutely, you have to be able to shake it off. But sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can't, and I don't know if that's what I'll put it to you like this. I still believe they're going to win the series. I still believe in who the Knicks are, same way I did 2 days ago. But it did enter the back of my mind where this one could change you. The way they lost could change you. This happens all the time too, what I'm about to say. But did you see now the footage of the guys arguing on the bench circulated?
Yep.
We hadn't seen that. We hadn't seen that from the Knicks tape. We ain't seen that from Knicks set, all year.
That's 2 nicknames.
Knicks set is the new one.
Okay.
Knicks tape was in the building last night with J.R. Smith, Carmelo, and Amari. They were in the building. So I don't know. Then the funny thing about that clip, so I went back and watched this. I told you I was able to do that. Went back and watched. Look, man, hey, loss is on everybody. But OG Anunoby, the final minute he had, oh my gosh, he was awful. Absolutely awful. I remember they were up maybe 14, 2:30 to go, whatever the time stamp is or whatever. And Stan Van Gundy was 100% right. He said at that moment, he said, look, it's something to the effect of like, it's almost a math equation now. Like, don't turn the ball over. Don't give up threes. You'll win this game. There's just not enough time. Like if you're the Pacers and you're going to win, you have to steal possessions. You have to hit threes. And as long as the Knicks aren't giving you that, they'll win the game.
Jalen absolutely just stood up and told Cat to shut the F up.
Cat and OG going back.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Watch him. Jalen's trying to calm OG down, and Brunson gets up and says something to the like enough. Like he's trying to calm OG down. He's sitting right next to OG. They keep going at it. He gets up and he tells Cat enough. Yo, that's it.
He's trying to get everybody calm.
Nah, he's trying to. I mean, there's 34 seconds left when this is being filmed with the F5. Yeah, like they got a little shaky there.
OG, once again, you win as a team, you lose as a team. It's not his fault. He was awful. I mean, damn near every time Neesmith needed a three, OG was involved. Some of it, on some respects, there's got to be a certain level of awareness. In another hand, he was pulling up from deep a couple times. But you have to understand, how many times have I said this during a Kings game? They're up late. No threes. That's the only way you can really lose this game, is if you give up a barrage of three-pointers. If you get up tight and you either let them go by you in for a layup, or you even foul, bump them trying to get close and all this other stuff, cool. Like, you can live with that. The reason why they were able to come back from down 9 with under a minute was because of the three-pointers.
7 of them.
if the
Seven
look,
threes in the fourth quarter.
if we'll do a little bit of math, we don't do math much here, but we'll do a little bit of math. They're down 9 with under a minute to go. If you don't allow them to shoot threes and they blow by you and make layups, how many points is that? That's 6. They can't catch up.
Mm-hmm.
And OG, time and time again, screen set, he's just in drop coverage or whatever. He was awful. He missed a free throw. Cat missed a free throw.
Mm-hmm.
That was awful.
They missed 4 free throws in that fourth quarter. But so did the Pacers.
Mm.
The difference is what you just said is that 3 ball. They were 7 of 12 from 3 in that quarter. Nesmith was 6 of 7. And man, he was 6 of 7. Man, what a quarter. What a stretch for Nesmith. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that was unreal.
20 points in the 8 minutes and 53 seconds he played in that quarter.
That was unreal to see, man. Salute to him though. He's turned his career around from a slow start in Boston as a rookie, and we talked about him a lot yesterday and what he brings to the table. And
yep,
he was defending full court with those guys, and he was phenomenal to close that game out. I mean, hitting, and this is the other part where I can't necessarily get on OG or some of these other guys, because even though there's a level of awareness they should have had in playing up or whatever, he had some tough threes. He had some tough threes. He had some deep threes. Like it was some shot making going on.
He did some work to create space for himself too.
Yeah.
It's not like they were playing back on him. Like he did some things to create space.
Yeah, he was fantastic, and even knocking down the shot. Like it's one thing to be able to get it off. He made every 3 he had to hit in that final 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's the league. That's the NBA sometimes. So, like you mentioned, the Knicks, if they're going to be who people like myself think they are, they're going to have to bounce back.
Well, there's nothing to me. I mean, there's nothing in that game that makes me think that they're not. Like that was maybe that game got like some people's attention is in regards to the Pacers. The Knicks were fantastic in that game. Had a pretty rough final, 3 minutes or whatever. But like even in overtime, like that was a fight. It's just Indiana won this fight. This is a a battle and a war scenario, right? All right, Pacers got the first one. Give me 6 more of these.
Hell yeah.
Give me 6 more of these. I'll take them every time. But the thing that you look at is, can the Knicks survive games like that into game 6 and into game 7 with the way that they with the way that they play, with the minutes that they play?
I definitely think they can. I know that's been a big talk when people talk about this series, especially last night. They were talking about it a lot on Inside the NBA. I thought the Knicks handled it perfectly fine. The pressure early in the game, the Pacers were doing what they do. They're picking up full court, trying to wear them down that way. As the game went along, they stopped that. Like the Knicks kind of worked them out of that. And while Indiana is a better defensive team than they were a year ago, they still, like if you're the Knicks and you're patient, like you can get what you want. Like you can get what you need. Cat, he had a big time game. I'm not going to say he's going to average 30 plus in this series, but he's going to be able to get what he wants a lot of the times. He's going to be able to do what he needs to do. So I thought they were doing a good job as the game went along of backing the Pacers off of them and keeping them from being able to guard them full court and go up and down the court and all this other stuff. And the Knicks were kind of picking them apart. So I think Brunson's, the Bridges, all those guys, I think they're built for this. They're built for getting up and down the floor, playing these 40-minute games. I don't think that's going to be, in theory, people are right. I think with this particular Knicks team, I don't think that's going to be an issue. I think they'll be able to do whatever they need to get a win in the way of conditioning and all this other stuff.
Well, let's do a wellness check. Cheryl in Elk Grove.
Oh man. Oh
Hey,
man.
what's going on, D-Lo and KC?
You sound chipper today. You don't exactly sound like those Instagram images showed us yesterday.
Oh my God, is that on Instagram? Look, let me say this. I heard what KC was saying, and what I'm gonna say is something is going on with Brunson. I've made a call. He's getting into too much foul trouble, and that is disrupting the game. That's disrupting the game. And he fouled out on the other series, and he's just not used to fouling out. And that messes everything up. They were falling all on the ground the last 2 minutes like they were crazy. They didn't want to foul. Cat was kind of getting in foul trouble. I think he had 5 fouls by the time it ended. But, they're going to have to just go ahead and do some aggressive defense, knock them out first. If you're going to get a foul, knock them down. Make the foul count. So, I think that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to be a little more aggressive on the defensive side. And then, offense, we got it. All five of them, the starting 5 can hit a 3.
Mom, I know you're
we don't necessarily need that.
Well, I know you're a big proponent of getting that technical, getting that hard foul out the way. Who should deliver the foul and who should be fouled? Like who on Indiana needs to get that foul?
I want to say Cat should deliver the foul.
Carl Anthony Towns? That man's not tough enough to deliver a hard foul, Cheryl in Elk Grove.
He can. And I think he should. If he doesn't, since Jalen's trying to get into foul trouble all of a sudden, then he might be the one. Or Bridges. One of those guys there. Somebody's got to do it. And then what was the second part of your question?
Who should it be that should get Haliburton? Is that who should be, as you would like to say, knock their ass to the ground? It should be Haliburton?
No, I would have said Haliburton, but I'm kind of saying, what's the guy's name? The one that kind of broke the record, did the 6-3.
Neesmith. They need to knock Neesmith to the ground.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have, because he's gotten his confidence up, and we got to knock him down.
Hey,
confidence down.
Cheryl, is Kenny a Knicks fan?
I worry about that. I don't know that he is. He's a true Kings fan. He was saying he was trying to come to the Knicks. But
wait, I didn't say I was trying to come to the Knicks. I said I got love for the Knicks. I'm rooting for the Knicks. What are you talking about?
The Knicks was going to win. He was trying to say the Knicks were going to win, but I'm not convinced of that because he kind of went over with the other team.
When?
He's tried.
When did that happen?
It's on this series. He's tried to start talking about.
That's cap. I just showed respect. She doesn't like when anybody shows respect to the other team.
She has provided us with several years of content in this single phone call. We love you, Cheryl. You sound chipper, so I'm glad you're doing okay after that loss.
I'm trying to get ready for this OKC game, and I'm trying to get Ant-Man through that.
Can you walk me through this real quick? What do you do to get ready for a basketball game that's 5.5 hours away?
Well, I'm getting ready to stop working in about an hour.
Okay.
Get my shower, get my appropriate T-shirts on.
Of course.
Get my blankets.
Yep.
And then get tuned in on all the pre-shows.
Do you have a Oklahoma City blanket or?
Well, she going for Minnesota.
No, I'm wearing regular blankets now.
Regular blankets.
Knicks come on.
Okay.
Yeah, when Knicks come on, then I have Knicks paraphernalia in Golden State.
All right, that wearing stuff gotta go.
That's because you're a Knicks season ticket holder. So, we love you, Cheryl. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom.
Yeah, well, hopefully, we'll have something to say on Monday. Or are you guys on Monday or
we are not?
Holiday?
No, we are not. Kenny said he was going to grill for you on Monday.
Oh, okay.
That's what he told me.
What are you doing, D-Lo? You grilling?
I'm cooking on Sunday.
Oh, so I'll just come out there on
Sunday. Yeah, come over.
Come over. I'm gonna have my Knicks gear. I'll have my Knicks gear on.
That's fine. Both of you can wear your Knicks jerseys over.
Well, thank you guys, and
okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
Go New York. Go New York. Go.
Yeah,
Boy, listen to
we're
this
doing
family right here.
Yeah,
Huh?
she's bounced back. She's bounced back.
No. Don't.
I don't know about your boy,
don't
bro.
blow past what
Yeah.
it. Don't act like what just happened didn't
What just
happen.
happened?
Your mom said she thinks you're a Knicks fan.
Mom
She
and
didn't
son
say
watching
that.
the Knicks games.
Yes, she did.
I'm not a Knicks fan. I support the Knicks. We was rocking. I was going up there. I was like, yo, Brunson, get out. I'm rooting for him, but I'm not a Knicks fan. Come on.
If they win the title, we'll be like, Dad, we did it.
No, it's no. There's no we.
Mhm.
There's no we. That's why I say there's no we. I can't be a fan.
You know,
and there is
I
a
don't
we-
speak French now.
And there is a we
know?
if there's a Kings. You speak French if it's the Kings.
Yes,
Just checking.
yes.
I don't know if you're one of those. Yeah, it's not we they play, not us.
I know it's we.
Yeah.
It's the whole damn
I'm getting yelled
picture
at by
of
my
it all.
significant other because I spent 130 on this Mitchell Ness. It's definitely we.
Yeah, it's we.
hold on.
I put enough sweat equity into this situation in the last 40 years. Yeah, it's me. It's we. Hell, it might be me. I won. I won the title.
No, let's take a look at what's happening last night. Eli Manning's horseshoe is now with the goddamn Indiana Pacers. Are you kidding me?
I don't know.
Why
fan
are
of
you
it.
running that play in that moment? Just inbound the ball, have Jalen go get the ball. Running goddamn flex for no reason.
That was ridiculous.
Final tweet of the
That
night.
pissed me off.
Unbelievable. What does this sound like to you?
It sounds like me after the Celtics lost to the Knicks. Why are you pulling up from 3 every time? Wow, did we really choke?
And Eli Manning took a shot. Eli
Well, yeah,
Manning's just minding his
The
business.
luckiest damn player maybe ever has given his horseshoe to the Indiana Pacers. Pacers are a good team, just like Eli was a good quarterback. But damn, you get every break, you get every fortune all the time. This is ridiculous. Look, I'm gonna tell you like this. There might not have been a more angry moment I had last night than when they were down 1. Jalen inbounds the ball to Cat. Cat gets it to Bridges. Bridges swings it to OG. And I see everything that's going on. I see Jalen coming down on the baseline. I said, I know he ain't going to make this 40-foot pass to Jalen Brunson.
You seem upset.
No, because that was stupid. That was just damn stupid. Tips, what are you doing? Big Brunson, what are you doing? Who called that play? Why are we running this intricate offense with under 20 seconds to go? Get the ball in bounds, get it back to Jalen, get the hell out of the way. And OG again, in the middle of all this nonsense and in the middle of all this failure last night. OG from damn near half court all the way to the corner wants to make a pass. Yeah, of course it's going to get deflected. That one pissed me off.
Well, you certainly seem upset.
It pissed me off. I was mad in the moment. What the hell is that? That was just stupid. That was just dumb. And the reason why it was dumb is because you were trying to get the ball to Jalen Brunson. Why not just get him the ball?
Mm-hmm.
Even if you want to run that little 5 pass, move the ball around, all this, fine. Once OG gets it, it should be a dribble handoff. Why are we passing 30 feet away? Stupid.
You good?
I'm all right. Like I said, I can't lie to my people. I was tight last night. I was tight.
Yeah, I just feel like you're trying to be truthful in one sense while continuing to lie in the other sense.
What'd I lie about?
Well, I think you're a Knicks fan, and you just don't want to admit it, and I don't know why.
I like the Knicks.
Are you afraid because of how much you made fun of Ramsey for having all these teams?
Well, I could never have that many teams.
Well, no one can. Ramsey's a fan of half the league.
One team is fine. One other team is fine. That's this guy. I think there's less teams in the league that he's not a fan of.
That's probably accurate. That's probably accurate.
I don't want to disrespect the real Knicks fans. Because they
do the Pacers get any credit for what happened yesterday?
Yeah, the Pacers are tougher than a $2 steak. They keep playing. They keep playing.
Yeah.
They keep playing,
Yeah,
man. Salute
they
to
play.
them.
They. What do they say? Run through the whistle. Play through the whistle.
It doesn't
Yeah, they
matter
do
time or
that.
score. They keep playing, and sometimes when you do that, good things happen for you. So they get credit for that. One thing before, because I do want to give them credit and Haliburton and all this other stuff. One other moment of
Now,
that.
we got to talk about Tyrese.
Yeah, one other moment of that finish that it's not why you lost. Things happen or whatever, but it was pretty frustrating. There's somebody who wanted the Knicks to win.
Mhm.
Was in overtime. The non-goaltend that would have put them up 6.
Mhm.
They swing it back down the floor.
Mhm.
Nembhard hits the corner 3. Now it's a 1-point game. It happens with referees, like, or whatever. I thought that was close enough where I don't know. You would be stopping a fast break, so there's that aspect to it. But it swung the game. They make that layup, or they count it the way it should have been. It's a 6-point game at that point, and you get to play defense, like you get to set your defense. Meanwhile, they don't call it. You lose 2 points. You don't set your defense. You give up an open 3, and it's a 1-point game. And I think that started the whole back and forth for pretty much the rest of the game. Like Knicks would score, Pacers score. They'd be up 1. They'd be up 1. All this other stuff. That was a big moment. That was a big moment right there.
I'm not excusing it. That you missed calls all throughout the game. That was a crucial one. They missed a foul in the fourth quarter too. I'm sorry, it was in overtime.
Obi Toppin joint.
Yeah.
Should've been an and one.
Again, it doesn't. It's just the game, right?
It
And
happens.
as much as I'll give credit to the officials for being on top of that Tyrese play. You had the goaltending play. You had the missed foul call. There's probably a dozen plus other moments that happened through the course of the first 3 quarters they missed.
I thought the OG play, I thought that was a foul. I could have liked the one where they reviewed Siakam, and I thought that was a foul. But that was close too. That could have went either way. I understand why it wasn't a foul. I understand why they felt it was incidental, because he didn't have control or he got the ball first or whatever. But I thought that was a foul.
Oh, they're showing KD shot. KD shot was the first thing I thought of last night. The first thing I thought of.
I saw that one in D'Lo's palatial living room.
Bro, I was in the Thomas. That couldn't have been a smaller living room. Well, I want to talk about Tyrese when we get back. We've talked a lot about the New York Knicks to start this show. I want to talk a little bit about Tyrese Haliburton, because Tyrese is every bit as good as we thought he was, but in a much different way than I imagined he'd be. And I'll explain. We'll explain when Dylan and Casey return here. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play. With 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games, Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino here on ESPN 1320.
Oh, stop it. I do not have a John Starks poster. Although I would get a John Starks jersey. And I hated John Starks in the early 90s. I couldn't stand him. He was messing with my boy Mike. But I respect it now.
John Starks has like one of those like annoying faces.
He made Jordan snap. John Starks, that was crazy when I forgot which Pacers series it was, but when he just lost it and like pushed Reggie Miller and got thrown out of that game. It was like game 6 or something like that. I was like, that was in real time. Or if that was in like today's era. Oh man. Thank you, Will. You're correct. The Pistons game, I was pissed off. Trying to think what games was I really, really pissed off with the Kings. The Pistons game, they got Mike Brown fired. I think the Raptors game kind of pissed me off. Let's see. While we have a second, let's go through their schedule. Pistons games for sure. Pistons game, I was at my wit's end. I was like, somebody's got to go. This pisses me off. The Pacers game, I was kind of pissed off too. The one where we thought Mike was getting fired. Raptors game in Toronto. That was frustrating. Clippers game, Kawhi hits the shot. That one kind of pissed me off. Oh, the Pelicans game where CJ went crazy before the All-Star break. That pissed me off.
CJ went crazy a couple times.
Oh,
Was that the one Trista was here for? Was that the game we were watching in McLean?
yeah. Oh, the Chicago game. How could I forget? It happens a few times. Washington. How could I forget? What happened opening night? I don't think I was pissed off opening night, Zay. I was just like, oh, man.
What was opening night?
They lost to Minnesota at home by 2. Spurs at home. That was frustrating. Malik's first game he started.
Mm-hmm.
Kings had some bad ones. Oh, no, I was hot. The Denver game. That started the 5-game.
Yeah.
Losing
That was the
streak.
DeMar play, right?
Yeah, where
that
he
was that
fumbles
game.
the ball.
Yeah.
That one pissed me off.
Do we have the conference finals tonight?
Yeah, we have every game of the conference finals and the NBA finals, I'm assuming.
Excellent.
Starting to throw some shorts on YouTube, so make sure you guys check those out if you see them.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, sir.
Is that the program?
Yeah, one of them.
Okay. I noticed some stuff was getting posted. I was like,
Yeah, it was me last night. I was messing with it.
oh, very nice.
If you can, whenever you make them, shoot them to me. So I said, whenever you make them, shoot them to me, man. So I put them on my IG or my stories or something like that too. Oh, you don't need to cut that one. No, it's good.
Yeah,
It's
no,
good.
cut.
It's good.
Yeah.
No, it's good.
I got to see what works. I got to get the Knicks fan one out there. Yeah, Zay, but we're just messing with it right now. See what works.
That's good stuff, man. Feel like we got some people on our side right now.
Yeah. Just talking to our mans over there, like.
Oh yeah, he definitely.
Yeah. He sees some of the stuff too. He's like, yeah, we gotta.
Mm-hmm.
There's some things we gotta rearrange around.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Couple of quick notes before we get back to the game last night. Talk about Tyrese Haliburton. We were pretty shocked after the show ended yesterday to see that Jim Irsay passed away.
Yeah, man.
56 years old, 65, excuse me. Very prominent in the spotlight, doesn't really shy away from anything. Tributes rolled in from Tony Dungy, Peyton Manning, virtually everybody. He was certainly for a variety of different reasons. Jim Irsay was certainly a character in the NFL, who, by all appearances, he lived.
Lived a life.
He lived. But yeah, Jim Irsay passed away yesterday at 65.
Did you see it was either yesterday morning, maybe the night before. I think it was the morning, but he had like tweeted out about the Pacers, like, let's go do this for Indiana and all this other stuff. So I don't know. It's really an assumption, but it didn't seem like he was on his last breath yesterday.
Yeah, might have been something sudden.
Yeah, and that's just sad. They're in Indianapolis, that my ears tapped into the streets there a little bit. Another sign that I'm not a fan. Like, Kings lose, I'm not listening to Indianapolis. I'm not tapped
he's
in.
pointing
I'm
out
not
signs.
tapped into the ops.
He's,
like,
he's pointing out signs. See, guys, I'm not a fan.
I like the Knicks though. I got love for the Knicks. I got love. I want to see them win every time they don't play the Kings.
Is there something? Is it different to love somebody and have love for somebody?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I see you win.
I think so as well.
I'm not. Yesterday had me pissed off though. Yesterday was the maddest I've ever been as a Knicks supporter. I've never been that upset.
And what does that look like? Like, what is that? Like, how?
I'll tell you, we didn't talk for 7 minutes. Me and Cheryl Elgrove sat in that chair and just sat there.
See, but are you like just sighing the rest of the night, like, Knicks lost, like just all sad, or you got over it after that?
Maybe a handful of times last night, I can't believe they lost that game. Just washing the dishes. I can't believe they lost that game. Can't believe that happened. It's just frustrating. But I say that to say the people in Indianapolis attribute Tyrese shot to Irsay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tyrese shot saying, hey, that was a little Irsay bounce for him right there. Yeah.
There you go. Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about Tyrese's shot. When Tyrese was a Sacramento King, man, we knew he was good and we knew his future was bright. I think at the time the Domas trade happened, I don't think either one of us thought Tyrese could be the one and a guy to lead a team to the playoffs, through the playoffs. He would be a great, to stick with the theme, the great number 2 guy. He'd be a great, piece. He'd be a great, second man on a team making a run. This postseason and last year's postseason didn't do anything to change my mind. It's like, Ty's really good. Like, I don't know if this pairing of Siakam and Ty is gonna. I feel like the Eastern Conference Finals is the absolute best case scenario for that basketball team. But they did a couple of things in the offseason. Like, okay, like maybe with some time together, a little more seasoning. Yeah, I think this team could be better. I wondered how far down the pecking order they would fall once the New York Knicks made their acquisition. I don't think I banked on the Milwaukee Bucks falling the way that they did. But one thing that is clear to me in this postseason is Ty is a leader. Like Tyrese Haliburton, like his celebration from, a previous series, he's got onions. He is absolutely unafraid of taking that shot. I thought it was hilarious last night in the post game. Ty said, my team wants me taking those shots. The coaches want me taking those shots. People want me taking those shots. We couldn't get Tyrese to take shots in Sacramento. And whether if that was the makeup with De'Aaron, the makeup of the squad, or what he was being asked to do or whatever, it was just like Mr. Haliburton told us directly. I've been telling Ty for years to shoot. He's not going to. Rick Carlisle got through to him because he'll shoot the ball for Rick Carlisle. And now he's evolved. Like, I never envisioned a scenario where Tyrese Haliburton could be the villain at Madison Square Garden. I did not see that. Could Ty be the guy? Could Ty hit a big bucket? Sure. Could he be the villain at Madison Square Garden? I did not see that. Would he hit what he thought was a game-winning shot, seek out Spike Lee with Reggie Miller in attendance and give that iconic New York choke sign? Never envisioned Tyrese could do that. And he did. And for me, Tyrese has had the biggest postseason of the young stars in the league. And he is cementing, meaning he is in the process of, he is cementing himself as one of the league's biggest stars.
He's you said it perfectly, elevated and boosted his profile to a whole nother level already in this postseason. And he may be going to the NBA Finals. He may win an NBA championship and there's still more for him to achieve. But I'm the same way. Like, I thought he was a really good ball player, hell of a point guard, hell of a find by Monty McNair when he came here to Sacramento. Once, I started to see him play a little bit more. But he's exceeded what I thought he could be. I thought he could be like a fringe. The hell is this? Why? What was the category?
Conference finals buzzer beaters.
All right, bro.
You almost can't watch TV if you're a Kings fan during the conference finals.
Gosh. Well, you can't do. I'll talk about that in just a second. Remind me of that. You
Okay.
can't do damn near anything in moments like this. But Tyrese he's a hell of a ball player. And I thought maybe, I didn't think he would ever be like an all-star guy, an all-star level guy. He's been that. And you talk about a guy that finishes games off, that puts teams away.
Mm-hmm.
He's added again to that field goal percentage this year of shots with under 20 seconds to go or whatever. He's like a 12 of 13, in those moments this year. Unbelievably clutch.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was going to be a good ball player. He's exceeded my expectations for what I thought he could be, man. He's the heart and soul, the straw that stirs the drink of the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah.
You can bring in better players, more talented players, or whatever, more of a number one, or if you think Siakam's, whatever, you can bring that in. They go as Tyrese Haliburton goes. He's the straw that stirs the drink there.
This is a throwback here, but does he have the belt in the NBA? Is he the guy right now?
Does he have what belt?
Just he's the guy.
What, he got the European belt?
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm
Don't do
asking.
that.
He got the 24/7?
Don't do
What you
that.
talking about?
I think you're
do
being
that.
disrespectful, by the way.
I think you're being extremely.
Yeah.
Does he have the belt?
It's a fair question.
Yeah. Wait.
You could
Whoa.
say
He's
no,
a
it's a fair
24/7
question.
European champion. No,
You put that man in the category of Crash Holly.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Does he have the belt?
Who does?
Off the top of my head, SGA.
Oh, see,
I'd even put Brunson out ahead of Halliburton.
That's what he wanted right there. He
no.
wanted to get that Brunson
I
out
put
there.
Brunson ahead. Well, don't get it twisted.
That's right.
Jalen Brunson had 43 last night.
And
Who's the
lost.
star right
Okay,
now?
lost.
Who's the
He
man right
lost.
now,
No
though?
doubt. No doubt, but don't get it twisted. Man had 43.
I didn't got
Not like he didn't
twisted.
show up.
I got nothing twisted, Stephen A. Like I'm covering this game just fine.
Soren in the chat area says, "Come on, Jesse." Maybe it was a crazy question.
No,
I
it's a
guess.
perfectly fair
He
question.
ain't got the belt.
It's perfectly
it is
fair.
not perfect.
He ain't the goddamn European champion.
I think he's got
He's not the
retired.
British Bulldog.
Jokic retired.
Jokic is out the playoffs
Jokic
right
ain't
now.
playing.
Who has a belt for who's left in the playoffs? We talking about the whole league.
Well, Tatum had mine, but had to give it up, of course. So
He lost his smile.
yeah.
Yeah,
So we'll be back when he's back.
he lost his smile.
I feel like he does, to be honest.
Hallie is he's fantastic, man. He's fantastic.
Is that Jalen calling? Do you want to take that? Is it
No.
if it's Reese, you might want to pick up. You've been ignoring the kid now for 24 hours.
Hold on. Let's see what's going on. I'll turn it down a little bit.
Hey.
That was the wife. She thought she was called Reese. You should have seen her face when she saw me pick up. She's like, whoa. But no, Halliburton. Oh, come on, man. Like, I don't want to shade him. He's
You already did.
Yeah.
well, he's not. He doesn't have no damn belt. We're not gonna go there. But he's been fantastic.
Maybe I'm
He's been
misreading. I don't know. Maybe I'm misreading it though.
He's had a hell of a postseason. If we handed the belt to a player left in the playoffs, I might go Jalen. I might go Jalen over. Truthfully, I might go Jalen 1. I might go Hallie 2, SGA 3.
I'll put it to you like this. It might be hanging in the rafters right now, and somebody better go get
Good.
it.
It's TNA again.
Somebody better go get it.
Everybody
Jalen or
get a-
Ty. It's there.
We got a ladder match.
Who won it?
What about your boy?
Who?
Your boy.
Ant.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound like a homer. Ant
Too late.
is the star.
I don't think he
Ant
has
is
right
the
now.
star. He
Does not have the belt.
Yeah.
No. He's fourth in the conversation right now. Of the young stars, he's fourth. He's fourth.
I think that's
He's
fair.
fourth,
yeah.
bro.
And No, Ant.
He's fourth.
Well, okay, we're just talking about like performance and
Talking about playoffs.
All
and
of
stuff,
it.
Yeah.
then
Give
Ant
me
got
that.
it. Ant is the star.
No, he's not.
He absolutely
He
is the star.
absolutely is not.
Ant's the star.
No, but
He
based
got
on
it
what?
off everything, off viral clips before yesterday. Obviously, Haliburton got the moment yesterday. That almost transcended
He
basketball.
beat Milwaukee.
Man, wasn't nobody tripping off that. What do we see more about that game? The dad.
Well, that's not
That-
Ty's fault.
I'm not saying it is, but people remember that more than the shot.
No, again, that's not Ty's fault.
Ant got the clips. Ant has moments.
What clip?
He's got viral clips talking to the Lakers, sending LeBron and them home, talking to them, talking about Rudy. They better apologize to Rudy and all this other stuff. He talking after hitting the half.
So he's cutting promo. Oh, that's right. KC does it.
Now
That's
makes
right.
sense.
That's it.
No, because I asked you. I said, "What is it? Is it just like performance?"
I said it's everything. Give
So
me
if it's
everything.
everything, he's got more of that.
No, he does. He's not the man right now.
First of all, he averages
He's-
probably like 25 points a game for the playoffs.
Okay,
like
one again. How is that better than Jalen Brunson?
I'm not. I think it's Jalen, then Ant. I think they're
Ant's
above.
fourth. Ant's
Ain't
fourth.
hardly.
Again,
fourth.
everyone's
And-
got
and
their
it's
own
fourth.
criteria for the belt
Ain't
Ant's
too.
fourth.
Ain't-
Jalen's one, Ty's two. I'll do respect to the MVP. He's three, and then it's Ant.
I would say SGA's probably fourth.
Maybe I would. You know what? I won't even argue. Jalen, Ty, Ant, SGA.
And on top of that, like we talking about everything, Ant beat the Lakers and the Warriors.
No,
it does. No, it does.
No, it
How many
doesn't.
eyes?
It
How
doesn't.
many eyes are on those games compared to Cleveland and Milwaukee?
And that's fine. Did anyone think the Lakers or
But that doesn't matter. How many eyes? He had the Sunday prime time.
Steph wasn't even playing in half those games.
He had the Saturday and Sunday primetime game twice and went crazy. We talked like he beat two of this is part of the reason.
Draymond Green.
That's fine. It don't matter. I bet you those are two of the highest rated games of it. Look, I saw something yesterday where yesterday's game was one of the lowest, and we think that's not yesterday, the day before yesterday, one of the lowest rated games, and we think that's a great basketball game. That's great, but ain't nobody tapping in like that.
OKC.
Yeah, Minnesota. The ratings dipped for that one. Lakers, regardless if it's Lakers Warriors.
No one cares about that team.
It's Lakers Warriors. He got that. And in those primetime moments on that Sunday game where they came back in Minnesota, he had 43. On the Saturday game, he went crazy at the end of that game and had to dunk over Kaminga or Looney.
It's Larry Holmes beating Muhammad Ali. Man, stop.
It might be. But a lot of people remember that as opposed to Evander Holyfield beating Riddick Bowe in the first one because Muhammad Ali. You watching Muhammad Ali, regardless if it's the old. I'm not telling you that this is prime LeBron, prime Lakers, prime Warriors. I'm telling you it's the Lakers and the Warriors. And he was on the stage to be. That's part of the reason why Jalen is doing what he's doing. If Jalen was doing this for Milwaukee, it wouldn't be the same as doing it in the Garden.
I agree.
So that's all I'm saying. Ant has been on bigger platforms.
Jalen's averaging like 30 points a game.
He's got the total package with it going on.
That's why Jalen's won.
I ain't saying he's not one. I'm saying
you just said
no, because when you broke it down, I said Jalen probably won, but I got Ant as 2.
Ant's 3. SGA can have the MVP. He's Tim Duncan 2.0 at this point.
We need to get
with
SGA
a better
out.
wardrobe.
We need to get SGA out of OKC.
Oh God, get him out of there. Get him out of there. 43 for Jalen yesterday. 35 for Cat. That's another thing I'd worry about if I were the Knicks. You get 35 from Cat and can't win. That's tough.
Yeah, but
I don't know if you're getting that again.
He might not get 35, but Cat going to average about 22 for the series.
Is that going to be enough?
Maybe. We'll see. I think it is. I think it will be. The one thing that I would be a little concerned about maybe is like the production you got from guys like Campaign. Campaign, I think, might have had 7 or 8 points. You were able to play him extended minutes in that game 1, and that was a lot of found money. Because typically it's like Campaign gets you 2 minutes so Jalen can get a Gatorade, and then he's back in there. Well, I'll see for sure how many minutes he played yesterday, but I don't know if that's repeatable. I don't know if you're going to get that type of performance, which means more wear and tear on those guys. And And just his points. He had 9. No, McBride had 9. Payne only had 6. He played 10 minutes. He's been able to play like 5 minutes in the previous series.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's repeatable. But Cat, he's not gonna get 35 every night. But I think Cat is gonna have a good series. Cat had more funnies out there last night too.
Yes, he did.
Cat,
yes, he
they're
did.
moving up. Did you want to talk about who's the funniest in the league? It might be
He's
Cat.
moving up there. I don't know.
Corniest in the league.
Well, could be that too. Let's see what Leezy talking about. 916-909-1320. Elk Grove Kia talking about. Man, them Kias, they keep dropping Kias that are fire. They got a new like Tesla-like sports car that's coming out in 2026. Oh my God, man. Kias, they when it comes to the EV, they might be next. Like Lucid, they're doing their thing. That's more like a luxury car, but for like affordable EVs, like Kia's the one.
Look, the EV6 was the first one I looked at. Now, this was 3 years ago, so maybe they got to figure out the price a little bit. They got to figure out the price.
I think
if they did, then that's
I think
great.
they did.
Because when I went to go get the EV6, I can't do this.
What was it when you went to look at it?
Like $75,000.
Well, I know you got to get the top of the line version. I think the price is a little bit different because they got an EV. They got the 9 now, and then they got this new one, which I think the 9 comes out in 2026. But they got this new sports car coming out. That it's a you if you look it up, you'll see what I mean. I forget what it's called, but you'll look at it and you'll see the resemblance to a Tesla, and it's like it's got all the Kia's doing it like for real.
Yeah.
Let's get Leezy in here. That was completely unpaid. We didn't get a penny for that. That's a shoot.
That was kind of crazy.
I was looking. No, that's a shoot. I was looking at Kias this morning.
Yeah.
And it was like, ooh, man, that could be the move.
They're doing some stuff. They've been doing some things. Yeah,
it could be the move. Leezy, what's happening, man?
Yo, what's up, D'Lo and KC? I got a little distracted there about the Kia talk. I want an EV car too, so I might have to investigate in that.
Let's go.
I figured you guys might be more like Lucid or Rivian guys, but
well,
it's all good.
It is. Yeah, dang.
The Lucid, I've been looking at that Lucid for a minute. I'm not sure when that move's gonna happen, but
yeah, they clean, but that's a different lifestyle I can only dream of. Hey, I just wanted to call in, guys. Just wanted to bring it full circle. You were talking, D'Lo, you were talking a little bit earlier about Tyrese being passive while he was here, which is totally fine. I'm not even gonna get into that, but I was gonna bring it full circle to today. Do you think a guy like Keegan, who's also been passive while he's here, do you think he'd be different and a change of scenery if he got on a different team? And this was my bigger question. Do you think the Kings have a problem with developing talent here? It doesn't seem to matter if it's Tyrese, Keegan, Davion, maybe even Carter. Do you think there could be an issue here with them, the lack of developing talent, or maybe even picking the wrong people?
Wow, there's two different questions. I do think there has been an issue in developing talent here. There's obviously an issue in picking the wrong people. I don't think there was an issue with Tyrese. I don't think this is a shortcoming of anything the Sacramento Kings were doing. They had an influx at that position. They had the highest quality players they had on their roster essentially played the same position. And you had the opportunity to balance your roster a little bit, and the decision was made to move. Whether the decision was made by the Sacramento Kings or the decision was made by the Indiana Pacers, that's something that's going to be debated till the end of time, apparently, because we've all heard things differently. James Ham has heard one thing. You and I have heard something completely different. It all doesn't matter now. It happened years ago. I don't think that was a indictment of Tyrese and what they feared his development would be. I think it's the exact opposite. They thought he was their biggest trade asset. They thought Domas was the complement to De'Aaron Fox, and they thought they could use one of their young point guards, who were the two best players on the team, to balance the roster out. Yeah. And there's multiple ways you could feel about it. You could feel like they traded the wrong point guard. You could feel however you want to about it. The fact of the matter is this. The Pacers are where they are, not necessarily because of the Tyrese Haliburton trade, but because of everything they did after the Tyrese Haliburton trade. The Kings are where they are because of everything they did after the Domantas Sabonis trade. not because of Domantas Sabonis.
Mhm.
And that's why Monty McNair's not here anymore. Maybe that's why Mike Brown's not here anymore. Maybe that's why De'Aaron Fox isn't here anymore. Like, I don't have any sort of feelings watching Tyrese Haliburton because he was a former King. The Kings, the Pacers, like, you're seeing, you know, the clips of the Pacers and the Knicks from 2 decades ago, because the Pacers build championship caliber rosters. That's why you know they had the championship quality, but you had like the Lance Stevenson group and Victor Oladipo. Like, they have through the you know last 20 plus years of their franchise, they have built quality basketball teams. The Kings have done it once. Like, Reggie is the most beloved Indiana Pacer, so they go back to that Reggie stuff, and then they go back to that stuff all of the time. But it's not like the only high quality version of the Pacers that exist. Mention the Victor Oladipo, Lance Stevenson version. Like, they have guys there. We've got one general manager in this franchise's history has built a sustainable contender. There have been one group of players to varying degrees that were built into a sustainable contender. That's it. One. And looking at the Domas Ty trade, it's like, yeah, you could be upset if you want to, but just remember, if you're upset about the Tyrese trade and, oh, we'd be so much better if Tyrese was here, remember, you would need them to do something that they didn't do. They acquired Domas. They knew that was the move and didn't follow it up by saying, oh, I wish Tyrese, man, we blew it. They set us back decades. No, but if Tyrese was here. You're asking them to do something they didn't do. You're thinking because Tyrese is here, they're going to build upon this. They didn't do it with Domas. They didn't do it with Domas and De'Aaron. They didn't build past that first playoff year, which I think the Pacers missed that year the Kings went. They didn't continue to build. The Pacers did, and that's why they're here.
You said a lot there, a lot of great stuff. So I want to talk about some of that when we come back.
All right, Steeler and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
This is hold on one second, guys. This is we'll just do this here for the stream. But I was just curious. I'm not proving a point, just or not trying to prove a point. Just curious. The playoff numbers for our 4 guys.
Okay.
Anthony Edwards, 25.7 points, 8.1 rebounds, 5.6 assists, shooting 44% from the field, splits of 44, 38, and 73. You got to be better from the line lately. Tyrese, 18.7, 9.5 assists, 5.4 rebounds, 48, 33, 78. 78% from the free throw. What's up with my guys at the free throw line? Jalen Brunson, 29.9, 7.5 assists, 3.7 rebounds, 45, 35, 82 splits, and SGA 29.2, 6.6 assists, 5.8 rebounds, 46, 27, 84 splits. This is just numbers wise. There's other things that play into it because of the moments Tyrese has had moments, multiple moments in this playoffs. Numbers wise, he's been the worst.
Oh, I had no doubt about that. I had no doubt. I
That's
think that
only-
game he hit the three. I think he had 14 in that game.
Which one? Which one?
The Bucks
Oh,
one. The run back. The that was the Bucks, right?
the Cavs. The Cavs joint.
Where he ran. That was
Got
the Cavs.
got the missed.
Oh,
free
that's
throw
right.
and
Yeah,
came
yeah.
back.
The Bucks was the
Layup.
yeah. Two. Yeah, I think he had 14 in that game.
He's got the moments, man. The moment. He's moments wise, he's owned this playoffs. He's got 3 of them. He got the layups against the Bucks. He got the Cavs, and now this iconic one that's gonna live forever.
Mm-hmm.
Forever.
What?
Did you see that text we got?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I was texting with him this morning. Did you see was it 26 or 26? 42. WrestleMania 42. It's not in New Orleans anymore.
What happened? What?
Well, they're getting money in the bank. They're going to get Mania goes to New Orleans all the time. They're going to get it. He sent me a tweet. Meltzer.
12 years though.
Was that the last
here.
one? Was 30 the last one?
Yeah.
You sure? What was
Pretty
the one?
sure.
Which? Well, maybe it was.
Could be wrong.
Meltzer said there was big news coming in regards to this, and the speculation is that it's London, that we're finally getting an overseas WrestleMania.
All right. Look, it don't matter to me. I ain't in it no more.
It's better London than Saudi Arabia. So,
Well, they always gonna go to Saudi.
well, yeah, just don't take WrestleMania there.
I think this will be the first year they're not there. I thought I saw
First year they're
not there in like 5 years or something like that, or they don't have a
first
show.
year they're not where?
Are they in Saudi Arabia this year?
Yeah, I think
Yeah?
so. I
Okay.
think so.
Maybe I misread. Maybe it's 2026. They don't
Because I
have
think
anything planned.
Cena's got something there.
Yeah, maybe it's 2026 though.
Oh, wait. I think were they just there? Because I think Punk was just there.
They just were there for something.
I don't know, man. I don't be watching no
Yeah, I
more.
was about to say like they can do
Do
what they
whatever
do.
you want.
I ain't watching. I'm not a big fan of the overseas WrestleMania. I think it'll be cool. Like
It won't change anything for us anymore. Like it'll just air on at 10 o'clock in the morning or whatever.
that will be trash. That'll be trash.
WrestleMania pre-show starts at 6 a.m. Pancakes and body slams.
WrestleMania hasn't been good in years, to be honest.
I think the last
Like,
good
you can pick out matches like Cody Rhodes, Roman, when everyone came out. That was awesome. Like that was great. But like there hasn't been a good WrestleMania in a while.
they had that was good. The one in Tampa was actually okay. Or maybe I just remember the Bianca Mercedes Moné
Mhm.
Sasha Banks
Mhm.
moment. Like
Mhm.
that was dope.
Well, that was that was a COVID mania, right?
Yeah. But it's tough, man. Ever since they went to 2 days, like I think it's tough to have a good mania. 2 days is too much. And obviously, like as you guys know me, that's way too much wrestling. Not enough talking.
Not enough talking. Kenny demands more promos.
Jeremiah says 34 was in New Orleans.
Okay, that's what that's what I thought. I thought they were there a little bit more recently than 30, but it's wild. They were in New Orleans 4 years apart.
Yeah. You think they'll ever come back to Santa Clara? I didn't think the Super Bowl would ever come back, and they did. So
I don't know, man. With SoFi, Allegiant, all in the kind of proximity. I don't know why you do that. I mean, you have, I guess in that case, you have San Francisco. You can utilize the Chase Center. You could utilize the Oakland Arena if you wanted to. Yeah, it probably could. Well,
didn't they get upset with the sunlight?
They don't like outdoor WrestleManias on the West Coast
because of the sun.
Because of the sun. There's only so like they had to put you got to put the Undertaker match as late as possible because you want to cut the lights out. I remember and Undertaker did come out like it was still kind of sunny, and then when the match ended, I think it was Bray Wyatt. It was like a little bit darker, but it's like, oh yeah, the Undertaker in the middle of the day.
Well, he's gone now.
Doesn't hit. Well, other people come out with. Who
come out with the lights? Trying to think. Seriously, trying to think. Might work.
How can you burn it down if it's if the sun is shining?
Yeah,
Seth and Randy Orton did hit the dopest RKO though at
that was
Santa
fire.
Clara.
Yeah, that was fire.
I think one of them, I can't remember if it was Seth or Randy, told the story that's the only time they were able to do it. They rehearsed it over and over and over again and couldn't do it. And they were just
that's the only time they got it right.
That's the only time they were able to do it.
Wow.
And that's why if you look at Randy Orton, he jumps up and he starts he got so excited, the way Seth tells the story. He got so excited, he forgot to cover him. He was so excited that they hit the move. And I don't remember if the referee, if Seth said the referee yelled at him or he yelled at him. But then that's when he turned around and did the pin. And
that was a fire.
That's where I got my LeBron on. That's where I got my Shaq Lion. I was like, hey, I told my sister, true story. I was like, hey, watch him later tonight. I think we might see him again later. Let's get Buddha in here because I want to hear what you have to say about Tyrese Haliburton and the Kings. Let's get Buddha in here. Buddha, what's up, boy?
Yo, what's up, family? Long time no talk, man.
No, man. How you been, dog?
Shoot, I've been recovering, bro. Y'all traded my boy. I was cool with it. I was like, oh, we lost my guy. Real talk. So we trying to figure out how to replace him, though. So, like, let me give you a little call in and let me see how y'all feel about replacing him.
I feel you. Okay. What you thinking?
All right. So how you guys feel about Colin Sexton, man? Last time Colin Sexton was a league guard, he averaged 24 points. He wasn't a winner when he was with Cleveland, but Fox wasn't either until he got a player like Sabonis. So I'm thinking Colin Sexton, he's a aggressive scorer and he's a assist guy, but it's not to the point where it's like a Tyrese Haliburton. It's like a Shea. It's like a Kyrie. It's like a Fox, basically. You know, it's like he's going to get the bucket for you. So you think he would fit with the roster we got? Because I really feel like he would. Him, Zach, and then you got Keegan. And then, be honest, I really want John Collins in the trade, too. We would have to give up DeMar and Val, but you will be able to get back two pieces that you actually want. And then maybe you have to give up Dev, too, for another, a Tyson piece for the Jazz to make the move. But I don't know. I feel like these guys is really the guys that can turn this up.
Okay. All right, Buddha. We're going to answer that in a second. Did you see the videos of brothers calling their friends to say goodnight?
I heard about it. I haven't seen
They are comedy. But I bring it up because they all sound like Buddha. Like you got to see these videos. I guess they was going crazy on TikTok where they're like it's a brother on the phone. He's like, hey KC, what's up, boy? Nah, man, you good? Yeah, nah, I'm just calling to say goodnight, man, bro. And then to hear the responses on the other line, like, what, bro? What you talking about? I was just calling to say sweet dreams, man. It's hilarious, but everybody on those videos sounds like Buddha.
I saw I don't know. I saw like the caption or something like that, but I think they were like. It was a thread maybe I saw on Twitter, and I didn't
from Complex that not DJ the magazine.
Maybe I didn't.
They posted
a
bunch of them.
Go through it, but
now you got to watch them. They are hilarious. I'd play them, but you can't. Most of them you can't.
Understandable.
It's like legends. You can't play them. You like Colin Sexton?
I do.
Yeah.
I do like Colin Sexton. He's a little smaller of a guard. I don't know how much of a playmaker he is. He's a little bit more of a scoring type guard than a playmaking type guard. But he's tough. He's tenacious. I like the idea of Colin Sexton. If you told me right now, none of the other stuff works out, but they come out of this offseason with Colin Sexton as their starting point guard, I'd be excited about that.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a little bit of an underrated player, and I love his competitiveness. I love when he gets after it on the defensive end. And now he's a little older as well, and I think he understands the point guard position and understands the NBA a little bit better than he did maybe when he came into the league. So I like Colin Sexton. That's a good call by Buddha. I'd be down with that.
Yeah, so do I. Let's see what Mitch is talking about.
Oh, my man's.
916-909-1320. What's up, Mitch?
Very funny. How you doing, D'Lo? Casey, what's happening, guys?
Good, man. How you doing, Mitch?
Doing pretty good. Retirement. Someone's retiring after 45 years at FedEx, and he did his last 33 years in Trenton, New Jersey, which is the opposite of Beverly Hills. If you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
I was ready to quit 3 years because I was in part of Trenton for a couple of days, and I thought, kind of was misled. But looking back, it wasn't so bad. It was days. It's a lot of historical part with Trenton. But anyway, first of all, I don't see why Cleveland didn't keep Sexton. But did you see Garland? He's terrible. I mean, and he definitely looks like a short, below 6'2". That's like a perfect king. But I want to say, Haliburton didn't really choke. That was a Hail Mary. That was a Hail Mary pass, that last shot. A little luck. It's better to be lucky than good, right?
Very fair. I don't think he choked, but he was lucky. It's okay.
Colin Sexton plays for the Jazz.
Yes.
Okay.
I missed.
He was talking about the Cavs and Darius Garland.
I think our guy Mitch just doesn't realize that Sexton has been on the Jazz, and then he meant that he doesn't think the Knicks choked. It was just a Hail Mary from Tyrese.
That wasn't a Hail Mary. It can't be a Hail Mary when you do it twice.
No, it wasn't a Hail Mary. It was just a shot.
I mean, it was, and
he got lucky on the bounce.
He got lucky on the bounce. But
it's all good. I'd love to be that lucky with a lot of things in life. Just don't apologize for that, and he won't.
No, that was vintage Mitch, that call.
Yeah, that was
the way he opened it up. I was like, wait,
yeah, that was the entire Mitch experience right there. And he was he picked up the phone laughing.
I was like,
what is Mitch laughing at?
Like, did D'Lo make a joke?
Am I funny to you? Oh, what all that was. I had a lengthy opinion on the Sacramento Kings post Tyrese Haliburton, and you wanted to respond to that.
No, there was nothing in there that I disagreed with or wanted to challenge at all or anything. Just
the point was, for those who were just tuning in, I didn't think, like, if you're upset watching Tyrese Haliburton, I certainly understand that. I don't think things would be any different if Tyrese Haliburton was in Sacramento, because Indiana did everything they needed to do to get in the position that they are after they traded for Tyrese. The Sacramento Kings have not done the same since trading for Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah,
and I think that's the big difference between the two teams.
I agree. There was two things that I think about with that Pacers team and with Tyrese Haliburton. One of the things that they did, and this goes to everybody involved, I think a lot of these people aren't here anymore, but the Pacers, after not making the playoffs the first full year Tyrese was there, they leaned into their strengths. Rick Carlisle and them leaned into their strengths. They committed to a style of play that suited their roster and their best player, or one of their best players, in Tyrese Haliburton, and they leaned into that. They said, we're going to get up and down the floor. We're going to score 125 points a night. That's what we're going to do. And the Kings did some version of that. They did some version of that in the Beam Team year. But then they come back And here's where I don't think people were on the same page. I think Monty wanted to keep that going. Mike Brown wanted to turn them into something they weren't. And he wanted to take what was working and either move on from players that wouldn't be able to play the way that he wanted to see or he believed was a championship style of basketball, or he just tried to turn the whole team into something different. And I'm not saying he's wrong in his thought process, because I believe in defense. I believe that you have to defend at a certain level. But I don't want to put it all on him. That's why I'm hesitant. But he stripped away what made them special, the superpower, so to speak. Indiana hasn't done that. They continue to do what they want to do. And Rick Carlisle was like, hey, we want to do what we want to do, but we got to learn how to defend. So they added to that, and they started to bring some more people in. They started to buy in to a level of defense that they had to play, but he didn't change who they were. And that's one of the major differences between the two franchises in that time. They also started to build the roster and embrace. Once again, Monty, we can debate whether or not this guy was good or not, or whatever was going on, but Monty got this guy, Sasha, to continue to be this dynamic offense that can shoot from all over the place. Mike Brown don't play him. Don't even think he can play in the league. Maybe he can't play in the league. Mike Brown could be right. I'm not here to argue whether he's right or wrong. But there was a style that Monty was trying to continue with that Mike Brown was like, nah, this ain't how this is what we need to do. Kevin Huerter was still there. All right, let's keep this thing going with Kevin Huerter. I don't know if we can win like that. Let's get Duarte in here. We need a more defensive-minded type guy instead of continue to lean into what made you successful and special the year before. The players had a problem with that early in that season. They start, why are we getting away from things that made us successful? The Pacers, I don't know the Pacers like I know the Kings, but it seems like they never went away from what made them special. They just tried to add to it, and they tried to get better in situations where they weren't good, like the defensive end and stuff like that, but never forgetting who they were, never forgetting what made them special. And I think that's one of the differences between the two before you even get into development and all this other stuff. We have people almost having a power struggle for how they wanted to go about this team and go about this game. And this has nothing to do with the owner, because I know they always want to talk about the owner. These were the people that everybody was fighting for. Let them do basketball things. These two were fighting for a way to play the game. They got nothing to do with Vivek. The other aspect, and this may have something to do with Vivek, and I don't know the dynamics exactly, so I may be a little off. But it feels like in Indiana, in Indianapolis, they can move along at whatever pace they need to move along at as a franchise and organization. There isn't any, it doesn't feel like there's any pressure outwardly to do whatever. A lot of that is earned because they have been successful in the past. So people give them leeway and give them grace for patience. I know a lot of people feel otherwise, like, oh no, this is just a great basketball city and we support the Kings, and all of that is true. We've been doing this show for 5 years, so I've got a 5-year firsthand count of the Kings fan base and doing it on that level. You were doing it for a little longer than that. Would you say that this fan base in this city will just let the Kings go along, and if you're building, you're building, if you're whatever, just whatever, it's all good? Or is there more of an intense pressure to be successful one way or another than people recognize? Because I feel like
I feel like everyone recognizes it, though. And I'll answer your question. The answer is yes. Like there is, but it's the 17 years of ineptitude that have caused that. It's like, hey, man, I want to eat. We're starving. We've watched franchises win, tear down, rebuild, and win again all while we're missing the playoffs. Like, we're just finding new ways to be punchlines, all the way to the point where we've got, a fan courtside puking. We move that out. We feel like we get some stability with Mike Brown and Beam Team and all of that. And then no. Mike, I think you're 100% spot on in this aspect of the final year and 30 games or whatever it was of Mike Brown doesn't get discussed enough. Mike Brown did not want to play the same way he played the year before. And without a drastic change maybe not drastic, without a complementary change to his roster, he tried to play an entirely different way. And there was resistance from the jump. And that aspect of all of this doesn't get discussed enough. Mike Brown is a great coach. He is not innocent, so to speak, in the downturn that this team took over the last 2 years. You have, and neither's Monty, but it cost both of them their job. You built a team that could essentially play one way. Effing play it. You don't have a choice. Play it. Mike didn't want to do that. Mike wanted, see what Chris Duarte can do. Oh, we're going to put Kevin back in. Like, I don't know what Mike was doing in that moment. All I know is when Kevin spoke, he did not look like a man who was told, hey, this is a one-game thing. We just want to see what Duarte looks like. Mm-hmm. And then Duarte gets hurt. You shot Kevin Huerter's confidence to hell. And that's no excuse. Like, bro, regroup. But at the same time, like, his hands aren't clean in this. Mm-hmm. And neither is Monty's.
Neither is Vivek.
And that's the thing, that what you just said right there was 100% right. The two sides weren't in sync with what they wanted to do. And it creates that thing where it's like, you asked, could this fan base, hey, if we're building, like, hey, this ain't the year, it's cool. Like, I think with Indiana, at least the recent version of Indiana, they acquired Tyrese, and that season goes the way that it does. It's like, it's cool because we've got our future. Mm-hmm. We've got our future piece here. And the Kings don't have that. Mm-hmm. It feels like the Kings are constantly chasing their tail for now, rather than, all right, we're moving off of this for the future. We're chasing our tail for right now. I like Zach LaVine a lot more than other people. Not as much as you, but a lot more than other people do. But I feel like Zach LaVine is an example of chasing your tail. Not knowing what the trade offers, conversations, or anything were for De'Aaron Fox, I feel like when Fox didn't want to be here, when those conversations were had, the Kings had one thing in mind. This is our opportunity to acquire Zach LaVine. We're going to do it.
Mm. And I think there are a lot of people, I shouldn't say some people, who will just give whatever grace, be like, it's okay, it's whatever. I'm one of them. I don't want to say I don't care what they do, but if they decided to strip things down and rebuild, or just strip it down and just go through the draft, do the Utah, I'm going to the games.
Yeah.
As a media member, and I'll buy tickets. Like, I'll take the family to the game. I love the Kings. I love the NBA. I'm going. I don't care if they decide they want to be good and they want to compete. I'm not gonna be mad at that either. I'm gonna go to the games. I'm gonna support. I'm gonna be locked in. And I think a lot of people are like that as well. But like I always say, I always ask somebody when they call in and they say they just need to strip it all down, all this other stuff. I ask them. I say, you gonna buy tickets to those games? They say I'm a season ticket member or whatever, and the way it is, I'm gonna get rid of my ticket. I say, if they just strip everything down, you gonna still keep your season tickets? Mm-hmm. They always tell me no. Mm-hmm. I was like, no, I'm not gonna do it. Well, mm-hmm. All right, well
now what?
Now what are we doing?
Yeah,
because you guys are speaking with your dollar that you're not even gonna support it if they strip everything down. And I'm not saying anybody's wrong for feeling that way. I just feel like maybe in other places, like in OKC, they can do that because, yeah, it's the only game in town, but ain't nobody really tripping. Like they'd be tripping here if things didn't go well, or if they were a 17-win team or something like that. I think there's a little bit more pressure to win in this city than people realize or give it credit for right now. And I know why. It's because we haven't won in forever. I get it. I understand it. But there is pressure. It's not just all hunky-dory like, oh, we're just here. We're the Kings. Like, nah, you got to win. And that's what I think they try to balance with that organization right now.
Let's see what TC's talking about. 916-909-1320. TC, what up, boy?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, man? How you doing, TC?
Hey, just vibing. Hey, so I got a couple points I got at the homie Jesse, right? So, they good. Let's start with OG, right? Hey, kind of, Kenny, I'm kind of with you. You kind of feel it. Hey, nothing against OG, but you know how you can see stuff from afar before it happened? I wanted OG bad. But for one, dude can't shoot, and he be making a bunch of bonehead plays, like them guarding the three-pointers. Like, dude is cool, but I'm like, man, would he really would have helped us? I'm kind of feeling you, Kenny, when he was saying that, bro. Earlier in the year, man, when he was like, man,
I think I don't know.
I don't think that's what Kenny said.
We'll let you finish, TC, because I think you got another point. But he definitely would have helped us. That would have been a move. At the time, the only thing that I was thinking about was giving up Keegan Murray in a trade. And I just wasn't crazy about that idea coming off the rookie year that he had. And that was my reservation. But OG, the player, I think he definitely would have helped out and would have been helpful if you were able to get him and keep a Keegan Murray. That would have been perfect.
Go ahead, TC.
Sure. I get it. And then also the DeRozan, I think, are we not saying, we are, but are we kind of overvaluing DeRozan, like his trade value a little bit? Like I came up with this and I said, what if Houston was like, give us Dylan and Cam Whitmore, right? Straight up for DeRozan. And a lot of people are like, oh, that's not enough. And I said, how that's not enough? You get Dylan and Cam Whitmore for DeRozan? I'm signing up for that in a heartbeat. Thoughts on that, fellas?
Yeah, that's more than enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if someone says it's not, yeah, they might be bugging a little bit. With all due respect, that's more than enough. That's probably I think that's a deal you'd absolutely want.
It's a job well done.
Yeah, that's a round of applause around in the war room of the front office.
Jumping up like Nico did in the lottery room.
Goddamn Nico, man.
He acting all surprised. He knew what it was.
He knew. He knew. 916-909-1320. You want to get in on the conversation? We'll come back. There is much more to talk about. We'll have some fun with Bump It or Dump It as well.
I want to talk another aspect to this Tyrese thing that you kind of touched on. I said, remind me. I remembered it. I'll just be honest. It kind of pisses me off.
And what's one thing you don't want to do?
You don't want to piss me off. Don't piss me off.
You've been pissed off all day because your Knicks lost. We'll come back. It's Steeler and KC.
My boys,
on
my
ESPN
cousins.
1320.
Appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you. Let me see if I can. Because it didn't do my video. But we can talk about it. We can talk about it if I just find. It shouldn't be too hard, but let's see. Shouldn't be that difficult, I should say.
I think I'm gonna hit the A's games this weekend.
Huh?
I think I'm gonna hit the A's games this weekend.
Hey, the Phillies are in town, huh?
Yeah, I think tomorrow I might just pull up solo after work, go chill, watch baseball, and Sunday I might go with my dad.
Some good stuff. That's some good stuff. Well, let's get kicking it with KC up real quick, man. Hold on. All right. Kicking it with KC. You already know what it is, man. Shout out to Jordan Brand. You know the vibes. Shout out to Dope Ones. Big up. Shout out Colosimoss. And this Saturday, we got one of them ones. Woo! Ooh, the Air Jordan 4 white cement, the classic, the all-timer, releasing again this Saturday all over the country, all over the place. And I remember in 2012, I think when they came out before, I missed on this one, and I was mad. This was a tough one to get. This is an iconic shoe. This is an iconic shoe. Some people, I've talked to some people who look at this shoe and say it's their favorite Jordan, hand down. Worst case scenario, it's top 5. It's a fantastic shoe, man. I love the spackled cement that they have on there. I love the red Air Jordan logo on the tongue. That's underrated because usually they try to match up the colors or whatever with the rest of the shoe. I've seen on some of the retros, it's like black or something like that. Nah. Keep me the red Air Jordan logo on the tongue. Love that one. Obviously, you got the Nike Air on the back. That's iconic as well. I don't know if I know it's not my favorite shoe. It's not like my number one, but it might be top 5. This is clean. This is fire right here. Available this Saturday. Go check out my people over at Phenom in Doco. Also, the Elk Grove location is back up as well. Go holler at them. Shout out to my man Hong. Shout out to my man Kenny and the crew over there. Air Jordan 4 white cement drops on Saturday. That's kicking it with KC. You know, Stephen Brown, I saw some trend. I don't know if it was on TikTok or whatever, where they be talking about trying to clown the people that keep the tag on the show. Like, what you talking about? First of all, I don't give a damn what you're talking about, young fella. Second of all, that's fire. That's fire keeping the tag on it.
They don't let those Gen Zers talk to us millennials like that.
Little young punks.
What's next? Gen Beta gonna start talking crazy?
Teach a man how to squabble.
I don't know why this message made me laugh. Wilson says, shout out to Kyle Batson. I just ran into the store 20 minutes ago. These guys are real chatty house, not just talking heads.
I love that he's got some ramen as
who's got
whatchamacallit? The comment. Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson. Shout out Wilson. He's pretty
shout
underrated
out Wilson.
in the chatty house.
That's that real ramen, not top.
Who is the most underrated member of the chatty house? That's a good one.
I don't know most underrated.
Miss
Wilson's always
McTinn
got
is
some
in there.
sneaky funny things in there sometimes.
Miss McTinn is in there.
Yeah.
Now that I see her pop up on the screen.
Uh-oh. I just got something from Jasmine. What is it?
What? What's that? What is
what? What? You nervous?
What the hell is it? I don't even know what it is. What is it?
I just got sent something from Jazz. What are you worked up about? Is Kenny running around the house with Cheryl talking about, I'm a Knicks fan. I can't believe this.
That's not what.
That's what the video
that
is.
never even happened.
No,
Kenny caught on the
did.
ring camera again.
Yeah, the damn ring. Oh my God. Kenny versus what was it? A bat? What was it?
Oh,
was
yeah.
a
It was
squirrel.
squirrel.
Oh, a
squirrel.
squirrel.
Yeah.
Oh,
Squirrel,
the squirrel you killed.
I didn't kill him. He was alive. I didn't kill him. When I got rid of him out of the garage, he was alive still. So I don't know. I don't know what happened after that, but I ain't got nothing to do with
Rocky, that's what it is, Spectre. Rocky.
Casey broke its legs and then sent it out to die after that.
I don't know nothing about that. He was alive when I had him. That's all it is. I just let him.
As far
out.
as Kenny knows, he's still alive with just
He
broken
could
legs.
be. He could be. I sent him off into the wild. Hey, can I get some air horns real quick? Get some air horns.
Yeah,
just real quick, man. Hey, air horns for James Golston Williams. He was born last night. That is the son of my brother, Aceberg Slim. His first boy, his first kid, baby boy, James Golston Williams. 9 pounds, 10 ounces, man.
Ace Bird.
Yes, sir, man.
Congrats,
So,
bro.
as he tweeted out last night, the bloodline continues. All right, this gonna be Jacob Fatu right here. James gonna be Jacob Fatu right here, man. The bloodline continues. Salute to my brother, man. He's in the club now. He's in the club. Big ups to him.
What has you so pissed off? Well, sorry. Sorry. What else has you so pissed off?
That was tight. That was hot. So we've talked about this before. And look, everybody, do what you do. Do what you do. I'm not being the police here. I'm not being the police. I'm just speaking about my experience and what I roll my eyes at and kind of get pissed off at.
Okay.
We had this experience before. Remember when we were doing the show and the first time, actually it was both times, but the first time Luka was making his run, Kings fans just every time, oh, I should have been a King. Could have had him here. I'm so happy. I can't believe we messed this up. It's like, all right, man, like, I get it. Like, they could have drafted Luka. Like, yes, we get it. Every game, I just want to enjoy the good things the man is doing out here. I want to watch the basketball game.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Well, now we've got the same thing with Tyrese Haliburton.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yes, he was with the Kings. They traded him. He's playing great. We get it. Like, can we just watch the basketball game? Can we just watch the basketball game? Look, man, everybody vent the way you need to. Express yourself the way you need to in a healthy manner, in a safe manner. So I get it. But I got control. I don't need to see that no more on the timeline. It's not even, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not even like anything that's clever at this point. All right, man. We all know.
So is this
we all know. It's pisses me off. It was heavy last night.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. You don't have to check.
No,
I did,
and that's what I didn't do.
I just wanted to text y'all. Yeah.
Well, text
instead of running to Twitter, I just text y'all. Yeah. Well, my text wasn't about him being a King. It was like, Hallie's him. Like, he's the truth.
Tyrese is low-key like one of my new favorite players. I think.
Yeah, I think me too. Like, in that Bucks series, when he went at Giannis twice, I was like, man, I was wrong. Like, he might be a killer. Like, I've talked about, like, can Minnesota, do they have that killer instinct? I've talked about, do teams, players have a killer instinct? Like, I did not at all think Ty was an assassin. Yeah, that man is. He absolutely is. And that's what my text has nothing to do. Like, I won't, unless it's for show purposes and like content. Like, Ty's a pacer. He doesn't really have nothing to do with Sacramento no more.
No, and that's
unless he gets to the finals, and just prepare for that, Kings fans, because that's gonna suck. You're not gonna enjoy that at all. If you're in your feelings a little bit about Tyrese and the Pacers go to the finals, those video packages leading into the games, oh, you're gonna be miserable.
And even with that, like, me personally, just me, I'm not oblivious to the fact that he was a King and they were here and all this other stuff, but I can watch Tyrese, or I want to watch Tyrese Haliburton and just watch him play basketball. And if he does something great, be happy or in awe that he did something great as a basketball player. It doesn't have to be, for me, under the lens of he used to be a Sacramento King.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, he's a ball player. Like, he's hooping. He's doing great things for the Pacers. I like seeing that for him because I like Tyrese Haliburton. And I think it's dope.
Mm-hmm.
They don't, at this point, for me, they don't have to be related. It doesn't have to be, he's doing great things, and can you believe the Kings got rid of him?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's old news for me. Like, that's way old news. And I know that's just me. That's just the way I look at it. Some people are still upset about that. But I was like, they're not even related no more to me. Because then you get into the whole nuance thing of whether you have the question mark of the Kings developing people, like we talked about earlier, putting a roster around, being in the Western Conference. Like, it's not a specific, if Tyrese Haliburton was here, then the Kings definitely would be in the conference finals. Like, that's
no.
We don't even maybe that's why I don't get so upset, because there's so many different variables that go into it. Yeah, I would have liked to have him here and see what he could do, but it's not if he was here, we'd be in the conference finals and he'd be doing this in the conference finals. Like, that's not there's no way to know that, and that's not even the exact correlation that should be made. So what's the point of me getting all tripped out because he used to be on the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah, and that was kind of the whole crux of what I was laying out a few minutes ago, was you can't change that single variable and think the equation is the same.
Mm-hmm.
The Pacers have done so much since the Tyrese Haliburton trade, and the Sacramento Kings have not. Ty could still be here, and the Sacramento Kings would be in the same position. Mm-hmm. The difference would be, maybe you feel a little bit better about your future, but you're still going to be frustrated because you're not where you want to be. I don't know. I posed the question, would Ty and Domas work together in Sacramento if the trade had been for De'Aaron? Some people think so, some people don't, and that's what if scenarios. I think the part that stings the most, if the Kings had gone to the first round of the playoffs, again, say they lose in the play-in last year, but they go to the first round this year and lose, I don't know that anyone feels a certain way, because it feels like, you just a couple of things here. Mm-hmm. Wow, we'll be okay. People don't feel like that. I don't believe people feel like that right now. This is, this goes back to the big conversation we had with Matt George last week. Matt George's birthday tomorrow, by the way. He'll be with us coming up in the 3:00 hour. Like, people are the negativity, that 2 hour conversation we had out of the blue, that 2.5 hour conversation we had about the negativity that surrounds covering the Kings, being a Kings fan, being a Kings supporter, all of that stuff, because it just feels like there's nothing positive in sight. And maybe you like Zach LaVine, maybe you like DeMar DeRozan, maybe you hate both of them. De'Aaron's gone, Mike's gone, Monty's gone. Maybe you believe in Scott Perry, maybe you don't. Maybe you believe in Del Christie, maybe you don't. There's like so much unknown, so much question, so much uncertainty, that it's left people with like, God, Tyrese is 3 games away from the finals. Because you don't have anything with your own team to celebrate. You lose in the first round of the playoffs. Man, God, if we could just do this, be all right. You don't have that. Mm-hmm. The Pacers had their centerpiece to build around. The Kings, we thought they did. Like, if it was Hallie and Siakam, we thought we had De'Aaron and Domas. Mm-hmm. But the Pacers kept working to get the right guys around them. We didn't. The Kings didn't. And then you had infighting. And I don't know that it was dramatic as Michael Malone and Calvin Booth, but there was clearly a disconnect between Mike Brown and Monty McNair. And it cost both of them their jobs. And then I think Monty was doing stuff at the end of his tenure. Monty was just trying, my opinion, Monty was just trying to get through this season. You're going to fire me. I know that. I recognize that. You want Zach LaVine, bro? Fine. I'll go get Zach LaVine. And I had the thing like, do your bidding for you. I'll just quit. Then I realized he quit. He gets nothing. It's a much better event. You want Zach LaVine? Cool. You can have him, because your organization is going to go back to a joke. You're going to have to pay me for the next couple of years, and I'll just go back to Houston. I'm going to be fine. And no one's working together anymore. And it felt like what was it? All in? That was one and done. That might as well have been the contract they signed. Instead of all in, one and done. And that's what it was. Everybody was kind of done after that.
And that's where you need talent for sure. But I think one thing that people are overlooking for next season, this upcoming season, is I think, and maybe it's just some people will label it as vibes, but I think there is something to being all in or everybody, going in the same direction that can just change a locker room, change the organization just a little bit. It's not going to make them championship contenders, but if they were a playing team this year, they could get to a 7 seed or a 6 seed even by not having people quit on you halfway through the season. Everybody in that, not everybody, too many people in that building quit on that season.
Facts.
In the middle of the season.
Yeah.
So you played another 40 games or so where there was probably a situation where there were more people that quit than stayed together. So if we'll just use Domantas Sabonis as an example. If you're Domas, like it's me and Malik alone trying to do this for the team.
Mm-hmm.
Coaches didn't quit. Front office people didn't quit. There's other people on the bench who have quit. Players have checked out.
Yep.
How are we supposed to bring this thing together, unite? Zach LaVine, I'm coming here, man. Nobody even cares about what's going on right here.
Mm-hmm.
I just got here. The assistant coach didn't quit and left for Florida State. The general manager then left right. We got 20 games left.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that can take you from a 40-win season to a 55-win season, but just having a group of people connected that care about what's going on, I do believe that can take you from 40 to 45 alone. Now, if you get the right people in here, you're playing well, you got injury luck, and things worked out. Now you're talking about another couple more games. But I don't think last year gets enough credit for how difficult that was to succeed in.
Mm-hmm.
That was a very tough situation. And I think
they brought upon themselves.
They did.
Yeah.
They did, but sometimes those players didn't know.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the organization.
Yeah, the organization.
Yeah, I meant the organization.
But
Unless
I'm just saying, Zach LaVine.
No, for sure. Yeah, no,
he walked into.
I'm talking the Luke Loucks and the Wes Wilcoxes
Mm-hmm.
and even the Monty McNairs and Mike Browns and all of them.
Yeah.
Like everyone's hands are dirty in where the Sacramento Kings are. You had it wasn't until the Zach LaVine trade. It wasn't until the trade deadline was over and De'Aaron was gone and all of that was behind us, where it's like, all right, it was kind of like, all right, Doug, try to fix it. Like you're trying to stay afloat if you're Doug Christie, prior to that, because you're navigating so much nonsense. Once that's behind you, Monty can't do anything else. Vivek can't do anything else. I think Luke Louts wound up leaving after that, but like whatever, like I don't know how involved, in like all honesty, how involved any of those assistant coaches were in things in that final stretch. Like James talked so regularly about how exhausted Doug looked. There's a different reason for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Doug felt like he was still one of your favorites, a one-man wolf pack. He was out there trying. I'm not saying he didn't rely on him. Not saying it was bad blood. I'm just saying I don't know how many of those people Doug trusted.
Right.
That was Mike Brown's staff, and two of them were told to be fired, or at least one or the other be fired. One just kind of stayed here, and again, I think we know now why. He had more time left on his contract. Don't quit. Make Vivek pay you. That's ultimately what happened.
And once again, he didn't.
And Doug's just trying to survive. He's trying to tell Zach LaVine, like, DeMar, all those guys, none of this stuff matters anymore. We've got to find a way to go win games.
Mm-hmm. And to Luke Louts and Jay Triano, I'm not, when I say this, I'm not questioning their professionalism, because I think they handled themselves, at least outwardly, like professionals. They were professionals. Jay Triano was a professional. But I find out boss wanted me fired. At the very least, I'm not as invested as I was before that. at the very least, I might just show up every day and just kick my feet like I'm here. You can fire me if you want, but I'm here. I've checked in. My key card is here, but I'm not really invested. Like, you don't even want me here. But he didn't leave, so he doesn't get the moniker of quitting on the team. But emotionally, he was checked out. And I don't even say that to say they were wrong. That's a human emotion, a human situation that you're in. Somebody tell me they don't want me no more, but still want me to come to work and perform at a high rate. I might do that. I might not. I'm not blaming them for that, but those are real situations that team had to deal with for pretty much the entire season. And I wonder, I'm not telling you it's going to happen. I wonder if getting guys in here that are all on the same page and working together with a certain level of talent that I think they still do have on that roster. I wonder if that equates to some wins. I wonder.
I'm with you in that regard. And that's, it goes back to the question I always ask. Did we, overestimate or did they underachieve? And I do think did we overestimate or did they underachieve? And I think the answer is somewhere in the middle. And there's a lot of that stuff that you just laid out being like, it's you got to play through it. You got to be a professional. Imagine like just going to work and it being as messy as the Sacramento Kings were. Hell, we don't have to. we don't really have to imagine.
You want to talk about 2023 again?
Oh man. You want to relive those Monday meetings with our guy over here?
What's the scuttlebutt?
Yeah, no,
we hear it in the halls.
We're not even at the facility. What are you talking
about? We're gonna let me get a deep cut real quick. Remember when he asked us he was like, hey, I'm hearing rumblings. There's going to be some changes. And, you guys are safe, but I think there's some firings coming. The firings had happened like 5 days earlier.
Yeah, you don't say, boss.
And we're on a Zoom and we all kind of looked at each other like, yeah, well, yeah, for sure. We'll let you know. We'll let you know.
I need a cigarette.
The 5 years of this show be a great 30 for 30.
Oh man. Hey, this might be a last dance type of like 10 part.
Oh man.
What if we just completely cut off what you guys were talking about and did a sports update in the middle of the segment?
Man.
I don't think that's a good idea because it'll kind of just make what if we did that? Okay, if that's what you want.
First episode centers on the forming of the show, and Kenny and I did a practice show with Kenny sitting in his car when Vlade got fired. Vlade gets fired like 2 days before the show starts. Like, what a godsend that was. By the way, it's still COVID. We're at home.
Are we live?
I've met Kenny once, and then that. That's how the first episode concludes is, are we on? Oh,
now,
hi.
What would be better, a 30 for 30 or a winning time?
Oh, man.
Winning time would be crazy.
Winning time would be way better.
Yeah. We could really can you imagine the scene?
Winning time, they treat me like Jerry West.
Oh yeah, and imagine the scene where we walk into Tribal Chief's office that one time.
Oh my God, it'd be like Ice Cube and Straight Outta Compton.
When Complex asked me to do a Saturday show.
Oh my God, I can now pinpoint the two moments I have seen Kenny at his angriest and Jesse at his angriest. Kenny's was when Complex asked him to do a Saturday show on the wrong day. Jesse's was yesterday.
Oh yeah. Yesterday was not good.
Jesse's was 22 hours ago. The funny part is it's not. Well, it's funny now.
Yeah,
we're good. We're good. Jesse was told something yesterday morning. What, 10, 11? He's fuming. We don't get to talk because we got work to do till 4:30. Jesse is still pissed at 4:30. There was no calming over the last 6 hours.
That man was cross as two
Hey,
sticks.
it was literally like the show was the only thing. It was like, all right, just be good for the show. 4 o'clock hit. All right, it's go time again.
Jesse cut a promo on me yesterday I won't soon forget.
Legs crossed.
Jesse was CM Punk in Chicago
Legs
yesterday. Oh my God. No, scratch that. Jesse was Shawn Michaels in Canada.
No, I think you might have had it. I thought he was Bret Hart.
The anti-American
Yeah,
Bret Hart.
he was Bret Hart.
Give America an enema, you'd stick the holes right here in Pittsburgh. Oh man.
Yeah, man. But they went through a lot last year. They went through a lot. And I like you said.
Matt George said, give me the D'Lo and Casey version of Clipped.
Oh man.
Oh no. Hell no. Because they'd have the guy who played Blake Griffin play me. Hell
Still
no.
couldn't believe that was supposed to be a serious show.
Winning time got him though. Winning time got him. But yeah, like I said, I don't know. They could just be a worse team. Like I'm not disputing that, but I want to know if aware is the way, but I am wondering if a more stable environment could help a lot of these guys next year. DeMar DeRozan, yeah. DeMar DeRozan, who probably won't be here next year,
yeah,
immediately was like, yo, this is the craziest season I've ever been through.
Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan has seen it all in this league.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like, this was crazy.
That man was part of one of the biggest trades in recent league history.
Mm-hmm.
And the team he was traded from went on to win a title. And this year was still crazier.
Mm-hmm.
As someone who covers this team and is a fan, not a supporter, but a fan.
Yeah, I'm a fan too. What you talking about?
That feels terrible. Like, that feels awful. 16-year vet comes in here and goes, man, this is crazy. God. Sacramento breaks everybody.
Seriously.
Man, poor George Hill is a villain here just because he wanted to win.
I want to win basketball games. Get out there.
Whoa, oh, really, pal? You came here to win, huh?
Don't come back.
Okay. Not wrong.
Yeah. So, like I said, I'll probably be looked at as the optimist, and people got to give you the real. But I wonder if a more stable situation could help this team out a little bit. And then, like I said, if they play better, if they get a couple more people that work a little bit better, maybe that's where the improvement in the record comes from.
I think you're going to need someone better than Levine or Sabonis, I think, to be a non-playing team.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Better than those two?
Yeah.
Not even on the same level.
No, I think you need someone better.
Or
you need someone who
like
you need someone who complements them.
That might be better because you talk about better. Like I said, I know people look at them a certain way, but you're talking about like you need a top 15 to 20 player.
Do you think you could build around Domantas Sabonis?
It's difficult. It's difficult. I think when you talk about like championship, you definitely need somebody better. But to get out of the play-in, I'm not sure. I think if you get somebody that one compliments and two is on their level.
Who would be someone that compliments them in your mind? I know it's on the spot. But
See, that's tough. Yeah.
What kind of player, I guess?
Like
a point guard?
off the top of my head, if you got Jrue Holiday, can you get out of the play-in?
That's not who I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say Dylan Brooks.
Oh, Dylan Brooks.
That's what I thought.
Oh, Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks ain't as good as those two.
No. He's the more complimentary type. He's absolutely not as good as those two.
Yeah, but I was thinking like Jrue, and Jrue is probably I think Jrue is a little lower than Sabonis and Levine. But for argument's sake, same tier. He's a champion. He's a winner. He's a difference maker. If you got Jrue Holiday here as a point guard, can they get out of the play?
We'll answer that when we return on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Didn't even see the clock. That was a good call.
my absolute favorite thing about having this pool. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of things, none of which are me enjoying it because I'm here all day. But my mom texted me like 2 hours ago. She was like, "Hey, I'm just gonna come over and get in the pool. Is that okay?" Actually, she didn't say that's okay. She was like, "I'm just gonna come over and get in the pool." Oh, like excellent. My mom gets to enjoy the pool. Katie and the girls get to enjoy the pool. It's awesome.
Does Sprout like the water?
Not yet.
No.
I can't get her to get in. Sprout is so funny, and I think part of it is because Smoothie's not here. The first time she was around water was the Potomac, and Smoothie jumped in, and she just jumped in.
Yeah.
Sprout swam so far, I was scared I was going to have to jump in that nasty-ass water and go get her. But she just swam around and came back. I cannot get her to get in the pool. And we have like the little Cabo deck. So like she could like literally just put her paws in it. I can't get her to do it.
But Coco won't even walk through a puddle.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, no, I'm cool.
All right. Scooter, thankfully, we haven't seen that turkey in a while.
It is hilarious though when I gotta get him ready for a bath because he'll hide behind Crystal like, nah, you're not. I'm not. We're not doing this right now.
Oh, you got it, Johnny G. That's easy work. We do that. Do you think you'll ever get another dog? Oh man, Victor. I don't know, bro. I don't know. We just passed the anniversary of losing Smoothie. I don't know, man. I know I'm gonna have to live that pain one more time. And I was just so fucking close. I'm so close to these two dogs, to Smoothie and Sprout. I don't know, man. I can't imagine it, to be honest with you. But I do just love dogs so much, so maybe. I don't know. Norm, I didn't get to film it because of timing. I didn't do the steak. in the air fryer, but I did do some lamb chops last night. And all I basically cooked them in the air fryer, but then I seared them on the pan because I wanted that crisp. Man, it came out perfect. Just absolutely flawless. It took like 7 minutes too, 8 minutes or something like that. Just flawless. I essentially cooked it like I'd cook a filet. Oh, Johnny, did you lose a pup recently, Johnny? Oh man. Johnny, I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry, bro. I must have missed that yesterday. I'm really sorry to hear that. Man, that's tough. Huh? I think John G lost a pet yesterday. Gino, the fried chicken does not miss, bro. The fried chicken does not miss. Try the lobster bites for an appetizer. I have yet to have a bad item on that menu. It's been far too long since I've been there, but we've been trying to be good with our, dinners because we got that trip at the end of the month. But yeah, man, do the lobster bites for sure, and the fried chicken hits. You absolutely won't miss on that. And make sure you get a dessert. Oh, right on, Katrina. You all right?
I'm good. I got to tell you.
Knicks game where you torn up still?
I got to tell you a quick story. So the other day, I was the other day I did this. meet the coaches thing with Sac State, Mike Bibby, and everything downtown at the Mix. That was the first time I've ever been in the Mix.
Okay. Was
nice
was
place.
fake James Ham there?
I didn't see him.
Okay.
I didn't see him. That's a nice place.
Yeah.
That's a nice place.
Mhm.
I
I believe we're allowed.
I wish they'd let me in.
No. I
that's it.
believe we're allowed in there again. I think there was a change.
Wish they'd
You feel
let
me?
me in.
Yeah, no,
That's great.
I believe we're allowed back in there.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna
Yeah.
go up there with Jordans and and some jeans and see what happens.
What did I have on the night I went in there? I wasn't Jordans and jeans. I looked fire the night we went in there.
We'll
but
see. But no, so they had this event, and the night was winding down, and I'm leaving.
I wasn't invited to that event, by the way.
Well, it's a we cooking. No, look, we cooking. I got some things I gotta tell you.
Couldn't even deny it.
No, that's not
It
true.
was like Andy hit me up, like Andy, like our guy, Andy, or he just your guy? Oh,
he's our guy.
All right, Andy. I'm just over here.
He's our guy.
Mhm.
So I'm leaving. Night's winding down. I'm leaving, and I'm about to walk out, and I swear I hear somebody saying, "Hey, KC, hold up," and that's what I believed I heard. That's why I turned around. But somebody, "Hey, KC, hold up," and then I look back and I see the guy coming back, towards me. Where he's like, "Hold on, I want to holler at you real quick. I go, "Hey, yeah, for sure. What's up, big dog?" He said, "So y'all moved? You got a new spot now? Where's your new spot at again? You moved?" And I was like, "Huh?" And he goes, "You moved, right? You're not in the same location. You're in the same spot." I said, "You think I'm Q?"
Oh no!
He said, "The restaurant, right?" I'm not Q, big dog. I'm.
That's hilarious, man.
He said,
Man.
"Oh, my bad."
He hit you. He hit you with a y'all look alike.
That's brother.
Man.
That's brother.
Well,
and he go, my bad, man. I said, "I know what you talk about. The new location is at the Galleria, man." That's shout out to. He said, "Oh, well, you understand why I see that
now that you mention it."
I could have swore he said KC though. That's why.
He was yelling Q.
I guess.
Oh,
I still feel like I heard KC, but clearly he didn't know who I was.
Well, maybe he didn't know. Well, that's all right. Someone thought I was Dr. Luke Wood. It's fine. It's fine.
I wouldn't even have told him.
That's far off. Come on.
Should have just walked away. I wouldn't even told him where it was.
Nah, bitch, I closed it. Now what?
Yeah, you can't eat there, actually.
We don't serve your kind there.
Yeah, I was tripping. But I was like, yeah, y'all, you moved, right? You're in a little location. I said, and I was just standing there looking at him. This guy thinks I'm Q. Said, "You think I'm Q, right?
You do
chef.
look a little.
I didn't have no hat on that day either.
Oh yeah, nope, you didn't. Let's see.
I mean, I see it, but I would never confuse myself and chef.
I was gonna say too. I think I was really curious about whether or not we still worked at the old building or this one.
Like, move.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, sir?
But
yeah, that was.
I saw a good picture of him. Well,
shout out to
Q. Yeah, you don't look like.
That's
you.
what I'm saying. Like, and I had glasses on that.
What's the game that you play?
Yeah, what do you give me?
Yeah, I got 2, 3. Yeah, he was profiling.
Be your own people.
He was profiling.
Be your own people. And I've never seen Chef. You can dress, you can get down, but I've never seen him with the accessories.
I've never seen him
that I had on. I had glasses on. I had rings and all this other stuff. I've never seen it. So, yeah, I don't know.
Well, remember, someone thought Matt George was Deuce.
that did.
So, shout out to Coach Molly. She living her best life. She out at the ballpark.
Yeah, the A's game.
Yeah,
shout out A's. They win in 5-2, I think, right now. Big ups. Big ups.
We were talking about Jrue Holiday before the break.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that going?
He did elevate
we were
them.
talking about.
So Jesse had said before, for them to get out of the play-in,
Yeah.
they need somebody better than Levine and Sabonis. And I said, I don't know if you necessarily need somebody better. I think you get somebody equally talented. And you mentioned a better fit. You know what I mean? Maybe they're not better, but they're a better fit. And I said, if they got somebody like Jrue Holiday, if they got Jrue Holiday on the team, could that get them into the top 6? I think it could. You talk about Jrue Holiday to go along with Levine, Sabonis, Monk, Keegan Murray, Devin Carter coming off the bench, and what he provides, Keon Ellis. I think they could. I'm not putting them in pin, but I think that team could be a top 6 team. What you guys think though?
Yeah, I love the idea of Jrue Holiday. Absolutely. I'm assuming DeMar's gone. Yes. That's the DeMar trade.
Yeah, can we throw that yeah, I guess like Drew's,
Celtics fan, not big on this idea.
Well, after
not for DeMar, I'll tell you that much. But
after that last series, I understand.
I don't know. Like Drew's not really much offensively anymore, so he'd really be banking on his defense and playmaking. I feel like there's kind of just a glass ceiling that was Sabonis.
So this is the thing. This goes back to how all of this started, centering around Tyrese Haliburton and how you build from there, and what the Indiana Pacers did and what the Sacramento Kings didn't do. Well, and I think we talked about this yesterday with Hammer. For the love of God, will someone ask Doug what he wants? Can Doug and Scott Perry get on the same page for how they want to build this franchise moving forward, for how they want to build this roster moving forward? What do we have now? We have, Zach LaVine for this number of years. We have Domantas Sabonis for this number of years. We believe we're going to have Keegan Murray. We'll call those our centerpieces for right now. Terrific. What are their strong suits? And you run through them, and if it's offense, okay, our calling card is going to be offense. We're going to need somebody to do something for us defensively. Who is that? That's where the Jrue Holiday conversation comes in. Or, nope, all in. Okay, so we need more offensive firepower. Yeah, because that's how we're going to coach. That was, the further we get away, I feel like Mike begrudgingly coached the team. He did a lot of what Rick Carlisle did the first year of the Pacers, the Siakam Pacers, where he was like, all right, score 140. It's how we're going to win games. Score 140. Just go. I'm not going to fight you with it. And the offseason gets here, and he sits down with, I have no clue who the Pacers general manager is, but he sits down with whoever that person is. We have to be better defensively. We're talented enough we don't have to revamp our roster. We need to find a couple of guys who could do things on the defensive end, and all handle the rest. I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be Boston. I'm trying not to be 28th or 29th. Or stop me if you've heard this before, Kings fans. I just want to be average. Just be average on the defensive end. I think we have enough offensive firepower that we can keep up in this conference. That's exactly what they were. They were like 15th or 16th or something. It's exactly what they were. And that's not a revamp of the roster. That's a few additions and Rick Carlisle saying, okay, this worked. We're going to keep doing that, but we have to make a few adjustments because when we get against the big boys in the playoffs, and that's something that he had to lean on. When we get against the big boys in the playoffs, we've got to be able to stop someone, whether it's Tatum, Brown, Jrue, Jalen, Brunson, whoever. We've got to be able to stop someone. And, well, they didn't exactly do that last night. It was more of what they did on the offensive end.
They compete, though,
but their defense has gotten them to this position.
They compete on the defensive end. They compete all game long on the defensive end. They may not be the best team defensively, but, man, they get after it and they work and they compete. And I think that goes a long way with what they try to do. Also, comparing the Kings to the Pacers, excuse me, one of the things that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but outside of Buddy Hield, they didn't change players. They added, they brought guys in,
Mm-hmm.
but they didn't change. They didn't look at Rick Carlisle. Didn't look at Miles Turner
Mm-hmm.
and say Miles Turner not good enough. He's not going to get us where we need to go.
Mm-hmm.
We need to move on from him. Or he didn't look at Benedict Mathurin and say, this guy, he's just not the defensive player I want him to be. I think we should package him in a deal to move on from him. He added to what they had. Didn't look to change or replace or tinker with what was working. He took those guys for who they were, challenged them to be better versions of themselves, and looked to add to that. And that's one of the reasons why they were able to get somewhere. You know what I was thinking about the other day? Mike Brown. Mike Brown's basketball mind. He is a basketball mind, a damn good basketball mind. He's seen it all. He's going to be a coach somewhere, and maybe it'll be a better situation, and he'll be there longer, and it'll work out good. But I was thinking about this last week. We heard this. We can say it. I think we can say it.
Okay.
This guy wanted to bring Draymond Green in for $100 million.
Mm.
We laugh at that contract that the Warriors gave him.
No.
After the first year, they were telling, yo, that's serious.
Mm-hmm.
I know you guys laugh, but Mike want him bad.
Mm-hmm.
Can't tell me. I could be wrong. I'm not reporting this. I don't know the inside.
Mm-hmm.
But he was pushing to bring him in here.
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't going to be for no cheap deal. It was going to be for $100 million.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been disastrous. Disastrous.
Yeah.
So I think Mike Brown's.
Now we knew Draymond was never going to do it
Mhm.
because Steph Curry doesn't play for the Sacramento Kings.
He would have if they didn't offer him the money, he would have came to Sacramento.
I don't think that's that's not your point. I don't think he would have retired. I think they would have offered him something.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would have taken it.
Mm.
But that's not your point. Your point is, yeah, that's what he wanted to do.
Right. And that's completely changing the face of what that team was. That's my whole point. Is they played a certain way that first year,
mm-hmm.
and he just looked to completely change the face of what they were trying to do. And once again, I understand in theory what Mike Brown is saying. It makes sense. It's right. You got to be able to play a little bit of defense. But number one, don't lose who you were in the process of trying to create this different team. And number two, just use what you have, who you have, to be better at what you're doing. Like that's kind of the job. Like this is the roster. This little maybe addition here and there, but you take a Kevin Huerter, you take a Sabonis, you take a at that point Harrison Barnes, and you figure out, hey, how can we make this work? How can I get you to be the best version of yourself on the defensive end and work on team defensive concepts, as opposed to saying we just can't get nowhere with these guys on the roster. We gotta move on from these guys.
Yeah.
I thought that was the wrong approach.
I agree completely. And it's why everyone needs to be on the same page, not just Scott Perry and Doug Christie. Doug Christie's coaching staff, Mike Woodson, Bobby Jackson, Leandro Barbosa, whoever is here, Vivek Ranadive, and whoever the hell is Vivek Ranadive's circle. They all need to be on the same page. Every single one of them. I'm not of the belief that Vivek is not going to be involved or not going to have an opinion or a thought. I just need everyone to be on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
Build towards a common goal. Figure out what that goal is first,
mm-hmm.
and build towards it. And analyze this roster as in-depthly as you can. Make a decision with your coaching staff about what you want to do moving forward and how you want to coach this team moving forward, and try to build out the roster from there.
Yep, I agree.
Matt George going to join us coming up in about 45 minutes. Remember, Matt George celebrating his birthday tomorrow, so let's make sure we shower our brother with some love.
Yes, sir.
Want to do bump it or dump it?
Yeah.
Excellent. Hit the music. I don't have it.
No, what's better? Saying hit the music and not having the music, or saying hit the music like Rick Rude and actually hitting Rick Rude?
I think hitting the music would be dope.
And would
I
it
just
play,
haven't done it yet.
Would it play the whole time, or would it just be an intro thing?
We could probably fade it down.
Okay.
Yeah, let it run a little bit, then fade it
Hit
down.
the music. That was a classic, boy. Boy, Rick Rude. All right, let's.
What I'd like to have right now for all you Sacramento sweat hogs. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's see. Where do we want to go? Okay, bump it or dump it. I'll preference this by saying it's a little bit of a layered headline, but we'll see if you want to hear it or not. Simone Biles receives an honorary degree from Washington University in St. Louis.
Sure.
The
Feel
greatest
good story. Casey's Corner vibes here.
Yeah, the greatest of all time. Simone Biles delivered the keynote speech at Washington U's 164th university-wide commencement. She was also awarded an honorary Doctor of Humane Letters degree. Biles admitted during her speech that she was a little nervous, but encouraged graduates to be, quote, the best you despite the challenges. Now, the reason why I said this is layered, this is a good story. It feels good. That's great. But I wanted to ask you, where do you stand on honorary degrees?
Oh, good question. They don't bother me, but I'm not calling you doctor.
Dr. O'Neill.
I'm not.
Yeah, you
calling
can get
you
one, but don't like act like you did something for that degree.
Like I'm not calling you doctor.
Some people that went into
Absolutely
debt for
not.
that degree, like.
And if I was a doctor, I'd literally call you Dr. F you. Because that's pretty much the only thing I would be saying to you. Dr. F you.
Yeah, like whatever, you got the little envelope you want to call it, that's great, but no, that's not real.
They don't. I'm with you. They don't bother me.
I feel like my actual degree is an honorary degree.
Still counts, brother. Still counts.
I guess.
They don't bother me. It's fine, but it does feel like these people spend $20,000, $40,000, $60,000 to get their piece of paper, and you're just gonna give one to this guy, or this lady,
because you did the floor exercise, because you dunked a basketball.
Oh man! Shout out Simone Biles.
Because you created WrestleMania.
Where's this at?
Somewhere in the Northeast. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look it up now.
No, he definitely has one.
Oh man. Terrence Crawford also got an honorary degree.
Okay.
Nebraska, maybe Wichita State. I don't know. I saw that yesterday.
Vince McMahon has an honorary doctorate of humane letters from Sacred Heart University.
Sacred Heart.
Got that in 2007.
Is that in?
Was honored for his contributions to children, education, and community.
Well, at least I didn't say women.
This one is an old one. It's kind of been.
By the way, that story's just gone.
Yeah, he's good.
Oh
now.
yeah,
like,
he's fine.
Yeah,
he
he's
was.
done.
He's
just chilling.
Wasn't he at the Garden after?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm here.
Absolutely.
Out here.
I seen a picture of Brock Lesnar with long hair now, so you know what that used to mean. New haircut means they're gonna be back soon.
I was gonna say that might have been his daughter.
Oh, this was Brock. This was
Okay.
Brock. This was Brock.
All right.
His daughter's been
shot put legend.
Yeah, she's killing it.
She looks like Brock
crazy.
Lesnar.
Oh, yeah,
like
that's
I have
mini
never
Brock Lesnar.
seen oh
That's
my
his
God,
kid.
that's Brock's daughter.
That's his kid.
She absolutely does. This is a oldie, but we haven't, surprisingly, we haven't talked about this. So I want to know if you want to bump it or dump it. Michael Jordan becomes a special contributor to the NBA on NBC.
Dump it. Even David Falk is like, I'm gonna be surprised if he appears more than twice. It's just dump it. Dump it.
Okay, let's see. Rob,
And he's absolutely appearing via satellite. Like there's
Yeah.
no chance he's in an NBC studio.
Hey, you got people talking.
Cigar
though.
smoke everywhere.
Yeah. You're gonna have the iPad with him.
They were talking about on Twitter. They were talking about like Mike the first time somebody says something about his analysis, and they played the clip on Winning Time. He's like, "Well, yeah, that might be what you say because you've never won anything." That's what Mike's gonna say to these people. Rob Gronkowski slams Bill Belichick for Jordan Hudson.
Okay.
Former New England Patriots star tight end Rob Gronkowski has shifted his position on Bill Belichick's relationship with Jordan Hudson, describing the circumstances at the University of North Carolina as a continual source of distraction. This change of attitude occurs a week after Gronk first stood up for Hudson after she interrupted Bill Belichick's CBS interview, which is now notorious. Gronk said, quote, and in the back of your head too, you're just thinking to yourself, well, when you were on the Patriots, the whole goal was to eliminate all distractions that can possibly happen while you're on the team. And I don't bring those distractions to the team and in the locker room. And we're just looking down at the program in North Carolina, and it feels like it's distractions 24/7 down there. There's no football talk as well. End quote.
Mm-hmm.
So a little hypocrisy.
Yeah,
is
not
what Rob was
wrong.
talking
He's
about.
not wrong at all. Someone said it. I don't remember who. I don't remember if it was Pop. I don't remember who said it. But can you name a single player on North Carolina?
No. Mitch Trubisky. Oh, he's not there.
Nope. We went over that yesterday.
he's not there no more. Let's see. I got another one before we run out of a little time. Kevin Durant reveals how cameras prevented him from ending beef with Russell Westbrook during the All-Star game.
I saw this. Yeah, go ahead. I saw this.
Kevin Durant has opened up about his strained relationship with Russell Westbrook. Durant shared that he had hoped to use All-Star Weekend. I don't have the year in front of me. I think it was 28.
Yeah, I don't remember the year, but I remember the moment.
Yeah, I think it was the 2018 All-Star game, maybe 2019. But use All-Star Weekend as an opportunity to mend fences with Westbrook. But the presence of cameras prevented them from having a private conversation. Said, quote, I wanted to ask Russ, how's your family doing? How you feel? Like stuff that normal people talk about. But there were so many cameras watching us. What are they talking about? They're all looking at each other and they're not even saying hi. It's crazy. It just kind of makes me sick looking back on it. End quote.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
That he didn't even feel comfortable, having a normal conversation with a guy that he didn't have a problem with. He felt people were going to make it strange.
Well, I think people were going to have an opinion on it, like that it wouldn't have been genuine if the cameras were there. Like not the cameras are there and they're talking, but they're talking because the cameras are there. And I actually respect that.
Yeah.
I hope that they were able to do it at some point somewhere else. I don't know if they did or not, but I actually respect Kate. I understand that line of thinking.
Absolutely.
A couple of things I want to, we've got some time. I want to touch on before Matt George joins us. There is a change coming to the college football championship already. And my man's having a tough day. But he was right.
Well, once again,
there is something that he was right about. We'll talk about. Mandilo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
No, Mama, she gave like that at me. Did the whole lead go away for the A's? I think it did.
Quick update, by the way. We won the Mountain West. We simmed the New Mexico Bowl because I'm not playing in that crap. And we're the offensive coordinator for Tennessee now.
Oh, okay. All right.
DJ's still the quarterback, by the way.
Oh, so you should be cooking.
Yeah.
There's going to be pressure on you here. There's going to be pressure on you.
Oh, yeah. There's an Alabama, Georgia back-to-back at the end of the season. It's kind of tough.
Hey, you better dial up your best stuff.
I'm not gonna lie, we paused in the second quarter. I'm having trouble with Syracuse to start.
Oh, no. The A's have blown their 5-2 lead. They now trail 7-5. I think this is 5 runs in the 7th. Oh, brother. Well, Michigan, we gave thoughts earlier, but he wants to hear from you, Jesse.
Yeah, honestly, rest in peace. I didn't know that man, so rest in peace. Seems like he was loved by a lot.
Seriously, rest in peace. Be there with all that. Be there with all right. You know, guys, I've heard some rumblings about some news possibly coming at Sac State. We'll see. You know, we'll see what actually happens, but we might have some Sac State news popping off. You know,
Stingers up
in the next day or two, maybe today. I don't know. Business picking up though. I'll put it to you like this: if what I'm hearing actually comes down, this is what I've been asking for a while now.
Can you imagine Sac State hits NCAA the first year their stadium's ready? Make it happen.
Probably can. Yeah. They're talking about doing Vegas again for WrestleMania. Really?
Like next year?
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about? Yeah.
Peekaboo.
That's been the move. That's been the move. What you talking about, Jeremiah?
They tried telling us that Daniel Jones was going to be good because he grew a beard. And he was just his ass.
My boy Brock told him straight up, he said, I'm a top 10 quarterback. He said, I'm a top 10 quarterback.
Couple of quick things before we get back to that stellar game last night.
We don't have to get back to it.
I'd like to. Well, I think you're going to like this, to be honest. Well, we know it's tough when you're a fan, but I do want to, for those that are just tuning in, you know, the late crowd. Earlier today, Jesse and I offered Kenny the opportunity to scratch.
Okay, Lake Show.
The moment voted.
Should already be gone anyway.
The moment voted, the top moment of the first 1,000 episodes of D-Lo and KC.
Get that out of there.
Gave Kenny Caraway the opportunity.
Okay, Lake Show.
To scratch that from our board if he just admits he's a fan of the New York Knicks.
This wasn't just a scratch for a week. This was for eternity.
It's gone.
Yes.
And he still refuses to admit that he's a Knicks fan.
Well, what do you guys want me to do? You want me to perpetrate around here?
Are you Mr. America?
That's a good one. No.
Oh.
Where's that from, Kenny?
That's season 5. That was later, season 5.
You suck, bro. That's a wrestling
Yeah,
reference.
Hulk
no.
Hogan.
You don't know who Mr. America is?
No.
When Hulk Hogan came back under a mask and Vince McMahon gave him a lie detector test, he said, "Are you Hulk Hogan?" And Mr. America goes, "No." And he passed.
Vaguely.
11-year-old me was like, maybe he's
What
not.
year? What year are we talking about? Like, yeah, do it in WrestleMania.
This was like 2004.
Oh,
maybe around there, like,
yes.
After he came back originally and was yellow and red Hogan again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gone.
Mr. America.
Let's go.
I can't believe you said that was season 5 of The Office.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
But like I said, you don't want me to perpetrate. I like the Knicks. As much as I can without just saying no. I'm a fan. Like I'm gonna get me a
Were you
Carmelo
upset last
jersey.
night?
Yeah, I was upset last night. I was upset. I was pissed off last night.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why? Why?
Because I wanted the Knicks to win.
Because you're a
Why?
Knicks fan.
Like
But I root for them to win.
why the
Except that
emotion?
they're playing the Kings.
I wanted Russell Westbrook to win. He didn't, and it's fine.
Yeah, why is there emotion there for you?
I want them to win. I want to see them do well outside of when they play the Kings.
Did you used to be a Knicks fan?
Mm.
Are they like your ex or something? Your
Mm.
ex sports
No.
team? Like,
You know who the other teams were? The second team, I guess, back in the day was Philly when AI was there.
Yes, if you are ever in a trivia contest in the
Yeah.
2001 Philadelphia 76ers, come up, call Kenny Caraway.
yeah, call Kenny. Like, that's facts too, by the way. Do not call anyone but Kenny.
Like, Kenny knows
01 Sixers.
Kenny knows the Keon Ellis of that Philadelphia 76ers
Rodney
team.
Buford, Jermaine Jones, Kevin Ollie was on that squad. You know, Matt Geiger, obviously. Matt Geiger was the reason.
Dude said Matt Geiger, obviously.
Well, no. The reason why I say obviously is Matt Geiger is the reason Allen Iverson didn't get traded to the Pistons. He refused that the trade was done going into the 01 season, and Matt Geiger refused to waive his no trade clause. So that killed the deal. And then they bring him back. They have this MVP season. Larry Brown was done with AI. He said, we got to get him out of here. Done with him. Yeah, 01 Sixers and the 90, I'd say 90 to 94 Chicago Bulls. Then that's when the Kings took over.
Mm.
So
you're a pretty recent Kings fan then?
No, not that was 30 years ago. What are you talking about? They barely were in
Well, I
Sacramento.
mean, some of us are lifelong Kings fans.
Yeah, that are older than me. I was 9. 10.
Well, at least you weren't 7.
And I was there when the roof was leaking. I was like 3 or 4 at that time. I've been Kings.
You're really proud of that.
Well, I've been Kings. That's just let you know I've been Kings. I used to have a
Well,
satin
yeah, you might be
jacket.
Kings, but you're what?
The satin jacket.
The satin jacket.
Yeah.
What do you think he said?
Something else.
What? The baby blue joint.
Yeah.
I have one of those.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
You
Because
got-
we've
you
been
got-
Kings.
You got any other I'm King stories besides the roof one?
Yeah, you really have.
I was there. Well, this is a little later. Well, I was there a couple times with Mitch that I can remember. He this is topical. He hit what everybody thought was a game-tying 3-point shot. I think they were playing the Hawks. He hit a game-tying 3-point shot at the buzzer, but come to find out his foot was on the line. It was a 2, and they lost by 1. I remember that vividly. That was like 95 or so. There was new logo King, so it was like 95 or something. And then, do you know the clip where it was against Seattle, and they give an outlet pass to Jason Williams, and he does the fake behind the back layup on that left strip? I was at that game.
Okay.
I was at that game.
All right. I wasn't at none of those games. I can't even remember my first Kings game.
I was up there though. Don't get it twisted. I was by Skyline Lounge.
Yeah, I think that's where I was. I think I was way up there. I'm pretty sure Dwayne Coswell was starting at center.
Yeah, there was another time with the Royal Blue Kings. when Antoine, I just remember he was on a fast break and did a big tomahawk jam, and everybody went crazy. Antoine Carr. I don't know who they played.
I'm
or what
convinced
happened.
Antoine Carr entered the league when he was 40. Like, no one can tell me different. Like, that man entered. It's like Jerry Reynolds is younger now than when he coached the Kings.
Yeah.
Like, Jerry's hair has been that color since he was 30. That's Antoine Carr. Antoine Carr.
He was
Antoine
he was
Carr.
an OG as a rookie. What up, OG?
Yeah, pretty much.
J-Dub, get yourself straight. That was not in Seattle. Seattle was the crossover. Get your mind right. When he faked out that left shrimp, when he gave him the fake behind the back and then went in for the layup, that was at Arco. Stop playing with me. I was there. I'll find the highlight as well. Don't play with my J-Will highlights.
Wait a second. Is what Stephen Brown saying true? Stephen Brown says Kenny handed Carmichael Dave the cowbell.
How the hell would Stephen Brown know? He can't even see over the steering wheel.
Did you hold the ladder for him? That's how Sacramento Kenny is.
Kenny saved the Kings.
Kenny saved the Kings.
I was there when
they
Vivek
brought
said,
the RV to.
Well, I did see Dave in Staples Center. That's where we were at. That's where he parked the RV.
Mm-hmm.
I was there when Vivek said, "This is your team."
That was the park, right?
No, at the game. Opening night.
Oh, that's when Dave climbed the ladder.
That was the other time he climbed the ladder.
He climbed the ladder twice?
Yeah, he climbed when they thought they were
at
leaving.
the end of the yeah, that's right. That's why he brought the ladder back for the second one. I thought Vivek said that at the park.
He might have, but he definitely said it opening night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was at the park.
Where do you think that ladder is right now?
Dave's house. It's in the Save the King section. It's next to the RV.
But I've liked the Knicks for a long time. I've liked the Knicks since 2000. I mean, Marbury got there. I really liked him, but I think his was just more mid 2000s. I would say when Allen Houston hit the shot, I thought it was cool that the Knicks were making a run, and that's when I was like, that's pretty cool. I'd love to see the Kings were in the playoffs that year too, going up against the Jazz. Going into that, I think they both happened on the same day. I think both of those game fives were on the same day because I was in Las Vegas. Allen Houston hits the shot, and I saw that in Nike in Caesar's Palace. I saw that shot there, and I was like, oh man, we have to go to my cousin's house. We got to get to the house. Kings game about to start. That's when they played the Jazz in game 5. The first year they were good. So I remember going into that game, I was like, man, I hope they play in the finals, Kings and the Knicks.
Almost there, buddy. Almost there. Since we're talking about the Knicks, we could talk college football tomorrow. It's not a big deal. They're doing some reseeding stuff, which is probably the best thing for them and everybody involved.
Well, it was so flawed last year. Ohio State got the benefit of the doubt with everything. So yeah, sure, fix it.
Do you know how many games Ryan Day was suspended last year?
The Michigan game.
Hey, coach, they're fighting over there. Okay. What's going on?
What happened?
That is crazy. That might be hope for the Knicks because they look like they were dead after losing to Michigan.
Yeah, they did.
The coach looked like
Ryan Day was
DOA.
looking for jobs. Yeah, Ryan Day's agent was absolutely looking for jobs after that game.
I don't think the Knicks are in trouble or anything like that. Like, yeah, you choked. Like, we read the stat earlier, but like, I don't see they can't get the next game or anything like that. I don't think they're in trouble yet.
They could.
If you lose game 2, then yeah, like, I don't know if you're getting both in Indiana.
Season might be done. They lose game 2. I don't think they're in trouble yet either, but I can just, I'm picturing a world where we look back next Friday and it's like, yo, that game 1, they never recovered. So obviously I hope that's not
that would be I don't think this Knicks team is constructed that way. Like, if you lose, see, that's tough. Like, what does that look like? What does not recovering look like? Because if you get swept, but you lose 3 more close games, is it because of what happened in game 1?
No, not necessarily. But I look back on, and maybe it's not a recovery thing. It's just where you lost the series. I look back at game 1 of Clippers Nuggets. Clippers had that game. They should have won that game. Series is totally different if they win that game.
Mhm.
And they blew it, and they never recovered in a way to win the series. They had to essentially, you won that road game. They had to win another road game to win that series when they had everything for them right then and there. And they never did win another. Oh, they won game 2, excuse me.
Mhm.
So they had to win 2 road games to win that series.
You buy into this narrative at all? Wilson says that if you choke a lead like that, then it's going to be in your heads the next time the Pacers start storming back, kind of like the Celtics in games 1 and 2. Like once you got tired, it's like, here it goes.
It could be in your head, but you have to find a way to stop it. Like and this team is good enough to do it. I don't think this team's mental makeup is of that. And you probably can figure it out pretty quick. Like that type of thing, like rather than the result of the game, blaming it on a game that happened 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 6 days ago. Yo, you walking with your head down or your shoulders slumped. How did you sound in the post game? Like that's the type of stuff I look for. That's what you called out after the Kings Denver game. You said it the next day. I was like, nah, I think they're okay because they had just gotten back to 500, and I had said that day, whatever happens today happens. But you've gotten, you were 3 games. I think it was 3 games below. You've gotten back to sea level. You've got a week ahead of you. Just play good ball moving forward, and I think you're going to be fine. I hated the way it ended, the DeMar DeRozan fumble pass at the basket. You said the way that they left the court, it felt like this game hit different. Mike Brown never won another game as the Sacramento Kings head coach. And managed to survive one in which his team quit on their home floor against Tyrese Haliburton. That was tough.
Yeah.
We all heard the same thing that night. Waited, and then the Jaden Ivey play happens, and that becomes 5 in a row.
It could go exactly how you talked about and how Jesse's talked about. Like you look back on one game that comes to mind is the Pistons Lakers 2004 series, where they won game 1, the Pistons did. Then they had game 2, and they blow that game, and Kobe wins. And I remember at that time thinking like, man, if they lose the series, they're going to look back. They had an opportunity to put them away, and they didn't. And now they gave them a little life. It's a 1-1 series. And all the Pistons did was just say, we're better, and beat their brakes off them the next 3 games. The Knicks could look at it like what we saw, what happened to us in game 1 is historic, and it sucks. But it's damn near a once in a lifetime thing. The way things played out, it's not indicative of who we are as a team. Because if we just continue to defend like we did yesterday, continue to stay within the offense because we can score whenever we want to, we can do what we need to do against this team. Just get back to basics. Don't trip off all the stuff that happened. Get back to basics, and you can get right back into the driver's seat for this series. So. There's a level of mental toughness that's going to have to be there.
And I think they have it. Yeah, I think they have it from their coach down to their 12th player. Like, I think that they have it. I got to give you credit for something. That game last night, 2 days ago, I was really excited for both sets of conference finals. That game last night made me not give a crap about what's about to happen in 2.5 hours. I, in one fell swoop, lost all interest in the Western Conference Finals. Now, my interest was heightened on the Eastern Conference side because I like the Pacers. I like the Knicks team too, but I love the rivalry. You were right. Part of the reason for that is the Garden. And as we watch, watching with Katie, watching her get excited because what's his name? Timothy
Charlemagne.
It's not Charlemagne.
No,
it's not Charlemagne the God.
No, because I
think it's Timothy Chalamet.
So
the actor, y'all know who we're talking about. The Super
you might
Knicks
be
fan.
right, but I remember I think on Dan Levitard they kept saying Charlemagne, and I was like, this guy don't even know what he's talking about. He's talking about Charlemagne. It's called Charlemagne. Then I was like, no, this is the guy they're talking about. So maybe he was being funny.
Charlemagne. I think he was being.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Who's Timothy Charlemagne?
Well, it's not Char, it's Shala.
Oh,
but
Shala. Oh.
He was saying Shala, and I thought he was meant to say Charlemagne. I was like, I didn't see Charlemagne at the game. But no, it was the much, much more famous person.
Right. So then it's like, oh, look, there's Amari and Melo and J.R. Smith. Then there's the memes. J.R. Smith thinks he's at the Super Bowl. And then where's Spike? There's Larry David. And it's like
CeCe was Jada.
CeCe, yeah. It was like, hey, is that CeCe Sabathia right there? That is something that only the Garden can provide. And there is definitely like Tyrese's shot. This exact scenario happens in Indiana in Game 3 means far less from a memorable perspective.
Right.
He's at the Garden. He's reliving reenacting one of the most famous moments in NBA history. Admits he's on the podium saying, yeah, I was a little nervous. Like, I thought it was a 3. I had broken out that said, yeah, like I was worried we were going to lose after doing that. He's also said, I'm not going to do it again. Like, that was a one, like if it happens again in Game 2, it's like, I'm not going to do that again. And that only happens at the Garden. It does not happen anywhere else. Same series, same 2 teams, move the location to Indiana. It's not the same. And so this New York brings a lot to this series. I think there's a million basketball reasons why this series is really compelling. New York is just a nice little, for me, it's not like the main reason, but it's a nice little part of this story.
The Garden is different. The Garden is what you talk about is almost just exclusive to the Garden. Like, there are other great atmospheres, but when you talk about the atmosphere combined with the star power of, like, not just in one area, they're all around the court. These mega stars all around the court. They do a better job of that now than the Lakers games. The Lakers games, since it's been different since Jack hadn't been there, and I'm sure if they were in the conference finals, you'd get a lot of the Hollywood stars there, but the Garden is different. I think
I'm sad that I just had to look to see if Jack was still with us.
He is, right?
He is.
Yeah.
He's 88.
He ain't been to a game since Kobe.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah.
But again, he's 88.
Yeah. But that's the only thing that rivals what you get from the Garden. And I don't even know if that can match up at this point in time, this particular season. It's different, man. It's a different vibe. I even think about OKC, and maybe I'm just sounding like a hater. I think I'm not enamored with OKC's crowd and all that other stuff the way everybody is. It's loud. They got their little flag thing, whatever it is. They all wear the same shirts.
Now you just sound bitter.
I'm telling you, I think when I think something's really popping, I'll tell you, I think Minnesota's more popping than OKC. Oh, Minnesota's more movie status than OKC.
Wow.
Indiana is too. There's just something about the energy. It seems.
Maybe you hate the Midwest because like
could be
San
it.
Antonio, OKC.
What's Minnesota
Dallas
considered?
be popping though. I did say Dallas. Like Dallas crowd had a jumping.
So you don't
Houston
think OKC
does not.
No, they don't.
Houston trash. OKC it's cool. It's loud. They got the little, like I said, the little things that make noise. They're all wearing the same shirt. It's cool, but
So
it doesn't hit for me. It doesn't hit.
Do they have to be famous people there for it to?
No, because I don't know if there's a lot of famous people in Indiana, but that crowd looked like it's popping. Minnesota don't have a lot of famous people. They got A-Rod.
They got A-Rod now. And I guess Charlotte. Maybe Charlotte will go.
That's about it. I think Sacramento does that. Obviously, I'm biased, but I think Sacramento has that type of energy jumping off the screen for playoff games. Yeah. I don't think OKC is loud. Like I said, it's loud. They're wearing the same color shirts. All right. Doesn't seem like a vibe. It just seems loud. It does not seem like a vibe, like a madhouse. Like you look at it's a madhouse in Indiana. They're going crazy. Dallas, when Kyrie hit the little shot or whatever, it's a like that just looked like a madhouse. OKC just seems like noise.
I don't know that you're wrong, but it does feel like a little hater. It does feel like a little haterism. Like a little hateration is bubbling.
I don't hate OKC. I don't like OKC, but I don't hate them.
All right. But the overarching point was
I was right.
Yeah, the Garden absolutely has added something to the series.
Adam, go ahead, fix these games. Get them in the finals.
No. Careful what you wish for. Tyrese ain't going to the foul line the rest of the series.
They're not even going to call that foul that my mom called for. They just going to let him hit him.
No. Dr. David asks, who does Kenny hate more, the Midwest or Kendrick Lamar?
Yeah, that's a rip because I don't hate either one of them. No. Also, if you're paying attention, didn't I say Indianapolis and Minnesota are lit?
I was going to say, that's what I said to Jesse. Isn't Minnesota in the Midwest? Indiana's definitely in the Midwest.
Detroit was popping.
Detroit's always had a
vibe in there when they in the playoffs.
Yeah, Detroit has always had a crowd. Orlando doesn't.
Orlando wasn't vibing.
Yeah, Orlando doesn't.
Orlando wasn't popping. Miami, I give Miami a little more credit than most people do. It's cool.
You said Miami?
Yeah.
Nah, that's cap.
Miami's fair weather.
Trash. Yeah, Miami's trash.
I mean, it might, but
Miami's trash.
He's like you said, when it's popping, they're good, that's fair weather.
No, I'm just saying this is look, New Orleans is that same way. New Orleans is quote unquote fair weather, but in meaningful games, like New Orleans be popping. That crowd be I know it sounds crazy to say because they don't show up much at all during the season. But when they're there, that's a popping crowd. That crowd is lit.
That Miami traffic's real though. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, you was there.
It took me 2 hours to go 5 miles.
I believe. Oh,
that's crazy.
It was disgusting.
You could have walked.
That is crazy.
That's
I know
awful.
where it's not lit. The Chase Center.
It's definitely not lit at the Chase Center.
It was lit last night though. You see that?
I did. The Valkyries.
Whatever.
I wasn't sure that was going to happen for a while. Valkyries. Why are you mad at the Valkyries?
You know, man. I'm not. Look, I'm not.
I thought you changed
them.
your stance.
I changed my stance, but that don't mean I'm happy. I ain't talking
You've had
about
a tough day.
fouls.
You had a real bad night.
That's all my boy Deuce in there. Deuce was in the building. Atmosphere, Chase Center is electric. I wouldn't be tweeting none of that.
Also, I'm having a hard time believing it was electric at the Chase Center yesterday. We'll come back, man. Matt George joins us. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll talk basketball in general. Matt George celebrates his birthday tomorrow.
Hey.
We'll talk with Matt George next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Forgot to get Matt's middle school teacher for This Is Your Life.
The Grindhouse did look like a vibe, man. Grindhouse was popping. Well, Dr. David, you can't say I don't like the Midwest. Isn't Dallas, even though I don't like Dallas, but it'd be popping. Isn't Dallas in between those two cities? Yeah, well, I think this got something to do with it. If they were blue and gold, maybe I wouldn't be tripping as much. Now I see Joe Lake up in his little purple polo. Get the hell out of here. Rush Dog starts at 6 p.m. tomorrow, correct?
6 o'clock.
p.m.
Yep. Pull up on us, man. I think Exhibit's going to be in studio with us tomorrow at 2 during this show.
Hey.
And I'm asking him about that crazy chiropractor he went to see. You see Kyle's messages to us?
Oh, yeah.
That is hilarious. Yeah. Absolutely hilarious.
Oh, man. Stay hungry. Always stacking my loot for other rappers. Get hit like a rod. All I want to be was a jihad.
Matthew.
Hey there.
What's up, man?
Matty McQueen.
How you guys doing?
We vibing, man. We vibing. Matt George just posted on who the Kings are bringing in for pre-draft workouts. Oh, we can talk about
round 2.
Real quick, when we come right back, something real quick.
You off tomorrow, Matt?
No, today's my Monday.
Oh, man, they're making you work on your birthday? Come on, man.
I always work on my birthday. Got high school section baseball championships to cover.
I saw they had some pretty exciting games yesterday. I forgot who. I think Yuba City, or the game was in Yuba City or something. Somebody had a walk or something. Come on, A's. Don't do that. Another double play.
Are they losing?
Yeah, they're down 7-5. They gave up 5 in the 7th. Their bullpen is not good.
They refuse to win at that ballpark.
Yeah, right. Have you been out there lately? I know you were out there early on. Have you been out there lately?
No, I missed the Yankee series because that's when I was in San Francisco. And then all the last 2 days I've been off, so I haven't gotten out there for this Angels series at all. I'll probably get out there for the Phillies a little bit. I mean, as we know, baseball is different though. Like finding the story every day for baseball is tough.
Yeah.
All right, we're coming back, Matt. Welcome in. Oh, you had something real quick before we bring in Matt?
No, we're gonna bring in Matt, but I just, we've been talking about the playoffs, and with Matt here, we'll still talk NBA, but we gonna talk some Kings talk. But TNT said last night's instant classic between the Pacers and the Knicks averaged 6.6 million viewers, the most watched Eastern Conference Finals game one since 2018. Viewership peaked at 8.5 million viewers at 11 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
So those are pretty good numbers. I think the NBA.
Yeah, that says the game was getting.
Yeah,
8 o'clock. That's how the game.
The NBA hovers for the playoffs. Obviously, this is basketball, not NFL and all this other, because NFL goes crazy. But doesn't a good, not great NBA game do like 4 million or something like that?
Yeah.
So there's 6.6 and peaked at 8.5.
Yeah, that's good stuff there. We welcome in Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, anchor over at ABC 10, and birthday boy tomorrow. Air horns for our man Matt George. Yes, sir. We don't get to talk to you tomorrow, so we get to celebrate you today. So we'll start with this. Are you in your feelings after watching Tyrese Haliburton last night?
It's hard not to be. It's more just it's less at this point for me about Tyrese and more just about, God dang it, man. Like, I understand anybody who just feels like the Sacramento Kings are cursed. It's like, of course that shot goes 10 billion feet into the air, touches the top of the Empire State Building, and then drops in, and everyone in Sacramento is like, yep, God dang it. Yep, that's Tyrese Haliburton making that shot. There's only one way that was going to go in. If that was Davion Mitchell, he would have made it from half court. It's just, it doesn't matter. Like, it's hard not to feel that way about everything that the Sacramento Kings do. There's always just that element of it's going to come back and needle you a little bit. Now, I was listening to the show earlier, and I agree to some extent with Kenny of like, man, can we just enjoy what the man is doing? Because I will say this, regardless of the circumstances, the very short time that I got the opportunity to cover Tyrese here in Sacramento, he was awesome. Now, we didn't get too much face-to-face interaction because that was right towards the end of kind of the COVID time, but Tyrese was extremely charismatic, extremely approachable, amazingly likable guy, plus his WWE ties and connections. He's now a playable character, by the way, in the WWE 2K video game. So if you feel frustrated about him hitting shots, you can, I guess, beat him up in a video game if that makes you feel better. But I enjoy the drama and the game from just the basketball standpoint, but not very few people can, I guess, handle things the way KC can handle it, where you can just enjoy it for what it is and move on from it. It's very difficult to not have those feelings and those ties, especially when they're very familiar with every single playoffs. It feels like there's some unknown king or former king that is doing big things, and it just so happens that 2 or 3 of them have been doing it these playoffs with Tyrese and Davion. So it stings. It sucks. It has nothing to do with the dude. But I think Sacramento collectively groaned when that shot went in.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand, feeling some type of way watching Tyrese do what he's done in these playoffs. And you mentioned Davion. That was a crazy 3 days where, we had to think about why did we let him go, as well. So I get it.
Why we need a point guard.
Right. I get it. I don't know. I just feel like you drive yourself crazy. I always think about that stuff, and especially thinking about things that obviously we can't do anything about it because we don't own the team, but there's nothing the Kings can do about it. Like, I'm not going to be able to trade back for him. So I don't know. I try to just focus on what they can control and see if they can get that right.
See, now you sound like a therapist, and it's boring, and I don't like it.
Well, talk to him about the New York Knicks, and he'll lose that calm quality quick.
Diehard Knick fan.
That's the team he really loves right there.
Courtside with Chalamet.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
I still wouldn't know that guy if he walked in the studios right now.
weird, to be honest with you.
He's
People
like
keep
the most famous actor.
people
in
keep saying the
America.
movies that he's. I just don't watch enough movies. That's
Yeah.
all it boils down to. I do not watch enough movies.
And he's with Kylie Jenner, right?
He was at the game with
Well,
Kylie
yeah.
Jenner. I don't
And
know
I was
what
like,
they're.
who's the guy with Kylie?
Yeah.
Kylie was the star.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the minority. I'm in the minority.
Matt, what do we know about Sacramento Kings draft workouts coming up? I know you were tweeting about that not too long ago.
We got a list of prospects, and that's about the extent of it, right? Like these are guys that the Kings are going to do. They're going to do their homework. They're going to still handle the draft process like normal, whether they're looking at guys that they could potentially snag in the second round range, or I don't rule out the possibility at all of the Kings finding a guy that might be late lottery or fall out of the lottery that they feel that maybe they can contact the Brooklyn Nets, who have multiple firsts, or a team like the Orlando Magic, and maybe try and move into the first round to go out and grab a guy if he gets their attention. So, I mean, I think this is more the Kings doing due diligence than anything else. I mean, there aren't too many, unless you follow college basketball closely, which I, of course, do not. There's not going to be a lot of names that are on this list that are jump off the page guys, that are names that a lot of people are going to recognize, because those guys are obviously lottery draft picks or lottery prospects that Sacramento does not have any involvement in, because their pick went to Atlanta. So, I mean, don't come to Locked On Kings for a extensive breakdown of all of these prospects, because you're not really going to get much there. You're more just going to get the kind of blanket level, surface level of the Kings are trying to round out this roster and keep their options open. And draft night is we say every single year, like, draft night's a great night to be aggressive and make moves. And the Kings historically don't do a lot of moves on draft night. Maybe Scott Perry will be different, but I would not be surprised at all. And this is just all gut feeling. This is nothing sourced or anything like that. I would not be surprised at all if the Kings hover and are eager to try and work their way into the first round to some extent, just to get a younger prospect to start this new regime that you have for a good price tag under contractual control. And it's a roster spot that at least is confirmed and secured, while financially you're kind of on rocky surface right now.
Two of those guys I am familiar with. The guy Ziegler, point guard at Tennessee. I actually like
Dolph's
him.
brother.
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
I mean, maybe.
He's a bump taking machine.
Yeah, he may be he's more my complexion than Dolph's, but maybe.
Well, hey, Kane and Undertaker are brothers. Why can't you know?
But I like him as a basketball player. Like, he's a good little point guard. He's probably a fringe NBA guy right now because he's so short. He's like 5'9", but floor general. I like him. I don't know what it means for his pro prospects, but I like him. And then RJ Felton, I know who he is. He's a shooting guard out of East Carolina. I know him because he's Raymond Felton's cousin.
Okay.
But that's it. And that's all I know about these people. The other guys, I had the list right here. Jalon Moore at Oklahoma, not familiar. Yeah, Ben Hinshaw, not familiar. Don't know. So we'll see.
Let's put it.
Go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to say, let's put it this way. It would not be a bad start to Scott Perry's reign as the general manager in Sacramento for him to go and move into the late first round and draft a player that we're not really familiar with, and he turns out to be a really solid contributor to this team. Like that's a really strong start considering his situation. So let's hope that's what Perry's preparing for, and that's plan one.
I think I heard this correctly. I could be wrong. I think Scott Perry was the one that drafted Emmanuel Quickly to the Knicks. And he wasn't like this super prospect. He was people looked at him as an NBA player, but he was, maybe second round or something like that from what I can remember. And it's a pretty good find right there. That's a pretty good eye. So if you could find a guy like that for the Kings in the second round, or like you mentioned, Matt, maybe jumping late into the first round and find a guy that can contribute like that, that would be much needed and very welcomed here in Sacramento from Scott Perry.
Matt George, Locked On Kings, ABC 10, with us here going over some of the draft prospects that the Kings are having in for their second round of workouts. Of course, they're only drafting in the second round, so no one's quite as excited as they might usually be. And, obviously Tyrese having not just the night that he's having, Matt, but the playoffs that he's having. Indiana did a lot right after acquiring Tyrese Haliburton. And we talked extensively earlier how the Sacramento Kings did not do a lot right after acquiring Domantas Sabonis. One thing that they had with Tyrese, though, is a centerpiece. They had something like, okay, we're going to build around here, whether it's with, Neesmith, Mathurin, Top, and of course, Pascal Siakam be the other main piece. Do you think Scott Perry is this year looking for that centerpiece, or do you think he already has it?
He might be financially forced into a centerpiece. I don't know how you can look at anybody on this roster right now if you're Scott Perry and say, that's the guy I feel confident building around. Like, Domas and Levine aren't it. We already know whether it's reservations or call it what you want to call it, we already know the hesitations that he has with Zach LaVine as a winning basketball player. I think everybody is not just aware of the difficulty of a player like Domantas Sabonis, who I do love his instinct of wanting to pass first and get his teammates involved. I don't think that's a bad thing at all, but it's a bad thing to build around, especially when you just score. And everybody on the planet saw his performance in the play-in tournament because that was the only game on at the time. And that's just another example of Domas offensively not stepping up in a game where you needed him to. So I don't know how you can look at both Levine or Sabonis with any kind of confidence to build around. And then if you wanted to go like the younger route and say Keegan Murray, well, as much as I love a Keegan Murray, he's not like, he hasn't shown the offensive bag to be able to feel confident building around. You could use a season to try and give him that opportunity, but I would argue that's difficult to do when Sabonis and Levine are still here and you're trying to still be competitive. And then Keon Ellis, as great of a story as Keon Ellis is, I think everyone's realistic in the fact that Keon might be an established NBA starter and might have the games where he'll hit 4 or 5 threes and continue to shoot over 40+% from 3-point range, hopefully next season. But that's a role player, a really high-end role player, a high-end starting contributor to a good team, not the guy that you build around. So the same way, if I'm Scott Perry, I look at this roster and say everybody is available for trade if the deal is right. I'm also looking at this roster and going, nobody on this roster is secure beyond the years of their contract. Like, I think this season is going to be an evaluation period for Perry. And if you were to put this roster up and say you can pick any of these players to start your franchise with, I think there would be hesitations from almost everybody about any or all of them. I don't think the Kings have a lot of number 2 guys. They don't have a number 1. And I don't think there's much reason to believe that any of these guys will be or will suddenly become a number 1, regardless of how good their numbers were last season or how much money they're making.
The one thing I'll say about that, and once again, we're talking about championship, right? Like, there's 2 different conversations to have. If you want to be a playoff team, I think you can. There are some teams that made the playoffs where you look at them and say, they don't have a guy that I want to start my franchise with, but they're good. They're good ball players. They're able to get you in a situation where you make the playoffs. Championship team, I think you definitely need one of those guys. But I think I say that to say, like, they can have some guys that you're still trying to figure out, who you want to put around them if you want to be around them and be successful to a certain degree next year. I look at one example I have, Houston. I don't know if they got a player that you'd want to build your franchise. Like Sengun, I don't think so. Men, maybe. But they have a good collection of guys that work together with what they're able to do. Obviously, 2 seed is way higher than I'm even talking about. But being a top 6 team, I think there's enough talent on the Kings roster right now that you could add some things with it, maybe a trade for DeMar, and you can be a good team next year.
But you can't compare the Kings to the Rockets because the Rockets core is 24, 25, 26 years old. The Sacramento Kings accelerated their core to an average age of like 31. Like that's the difference. Is if you're at least if I'm going into a season with the Rockets, I might still be curious. Can Şengün be my number one? Can Amen Thompson be my number one? But you're able to ask those questions confidently when you have a young core that you still feel like time is on your side to figure that out, especially when they're coming off the season that they just had. It's a very similar way to how we felt about De'Aaron Fox maybe 2 or 3 seasons ago. There wasn't a guarantee that De'Aaron Fox was going to be a number one. I think we all felt like he had the possibility of doing it. Let's just see what he could be when he gets to the playoffs. Then he has the year of being clutch player of the year. Then he has one of the greatest offensively scoring-wise playoff debuts in NBA history at the time. And you're like, okay, there it is, right? Granted, he's a little bit older than these guys are in Houston, but it's like, okay, this is a guy that's entering his prime. That guy's now gone. And that's not to make this about De'Aaron Fox. It's just to use Fox as an example of that was a guy that you felt had the potential to be your number one that also age-wise kind of fit that timeline. Domas is entering his 30s, right? Zach LaVine, we kind of know what he is. He's in his 30s. DeMar DeRozan, who we don't expect to be on this team, is in his mid-30s. Like, we know what DeMar DeRozan is. So that's if I'm the Sacramento Kings, I'm just looking at everything and going, I don't see, and this kind of feeds into the feelings that I have about a lack of excitement for next season or a lack of optimism, is I don't see a future. I don't see a direction. I don't see a core. I see a collection of players that you might be able to win with short term. And if that's what you want, then great. If you want to try and at best be a 6 seed, then great. That's not appealing from the standpoint of someone who's looking beyond this season and ticket sales, just to me.
Do you have a wish list, I guess? Do you have like a group of players that I'd like to see the Sacramento Kings go after this player, go after that player? Have you thought that far ahead? Have you tried to construct what this new version of the Sacramento Kings might look like or could look like?
There's always been players out there that are appealing to me. For example, like if the Kings need a point guard, I know the Pacers are still playing right now. Like if you want to try and make a play for like a TJ McConnell or something like that, I'm all for the Jrue Holiday idea if that's what you want to do short term. Although I don't know why the Boston Celtics would ever do that. Like I don't know why they would take it would have to be
to get off money. That's all.
Money.
Right. So it's DeMar and Keon Ellis and draft compensation. I don't know. Like I don't know what that looks like. So maybe they want to go that route. And like I always talk myself around in circles and fall into the same problem of I don't know. I still don't know what the clear direction of this organization is. And if the direction is to continue to win, I don't buy it. Like I don't buy it. I think Scott Perry is an incredibly bright and confident basketball mind and basketball executive. I don't buy him taking over this job and going, we are in a position to win right now. You're not. Like you're in a position to tread water. So I have a hard time looking at anything this summer or having a wish list of guys that are achievable to kind of go out and get this summer, because I just think you're stuck, right? Like what I want is more vague. What I want is, one, a reason to be excited again, or two, a piece or two, or the start of something, whether it's an identity or a core or something to build towards. I want to, when we're 30 games into the season, regardless of how the record is going, I can see the steps towards something, or I can know what they're walking towards. Right now, it just feels like they're on a path where it just looks infinitely in the distance, but the distance is blurry. You don't know where you're going. You don't know where the path leads to. This is just what you have. So the most important thing for me, for the Kings to identify this summer is who they are and what they're trying to do. And Perry might not tell us outright. Doug might not tell us outright because they might still be formulating it. But anything the Kings do this summer, I feel, in the grand scheme of things, is probably going to be pretty inconsequential, unless they pull out something that either surprises me or they go like crazy, like we talked about last week, D'Lo, and say, all right, let's go all in for Trae Young and just light the world on fire and see what happens. Like those are the routes. I feel like you're either going to go nuts which I hope you don't with your draft compensation, just try for one more major swing, or you're going to just kind of tread water, not necessarily run it back, but make minor moves and get through this next year. At that point, then I can probably start building a wish list when it comes to draft prospects. And maybe when we get closer to the trade deadline, when we have a better idea of what Perry thinks about some of these players.
I think you do know the direction of this franchise. I just don't think you like it. They're going to just I think they're going to try to build on what they have.
Okay. With what?
Yeah, I that's what I mean. Like, I think this is what they're doing, and I feel like you know that. You just don't like it. Like, well, I don't.
Is that a direction or is that stubbornness? That's there's no plan there.
Or is it Mariah Carey doing the best you can with what you got? You know what I mean? Like that's what you have. People, I'm not trying to shade them. Because I like both of these guys. So I don't necessarily agree. But people always talk about the Levine contract being a bad contract. In some respects, you offer also a hamper with that Sabonis contract. That's a nasty contract too, in a lot of ways. So you can't do nothing with those guys this summer. Or, well, I shouldn't say you can't. It'd be very difficult to do something with either one of those guys this summer. So they're there, and you got to work around that a little bit. But also with them being there, those are two good basketball players. You had one, a savvy player around them, maybe another good basketball player. I don't think you're as far away from being a playoff team while you kind of reset the books a little bit in the meantime. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's inconceivable. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but say, I'll ask you again, Matt, like I asked them. You had Jrue Holiday, a defensive-minded guard to help out on the perimeter, to help out Keegan Murray and all this other stuff. And you've got those two guys. You got Malik Monk, Keon Ellis. You got Devin Carter as well. Is that like a bottom 5 team in the West, in your opinion?
No. I mean, I think you have a better chance of accomplishing, I guess, your goal, which is avoiding the play-in and being a legitimate playoff team. But again, for what? If it's just for a year and it's just for ticket sales and it's just to say, hey, we're having another minimum 2 playoff games in Sacramento, okay, I'm thinking beyond that. I don't think that's not a job well done for Doug Christie. That's not a job well done for Scott Perry. I don't think either of them. I think they would look at it in the short term and go, we made the best out of the situation, I guess. But I don't think that has much to do at all with establishing yourself and giving yourself a direction beyond that. And this is all fallout from past decisions. It has very little to do with Doug and Scott at this point. This is the position that, whether Monty was asked to or told to or decided to do it on his way out, put this organization in, for lack of a better term. So, I mean, I don't view this Kings team going all in for a 6 seed when that is their ceiling. And I don't have any reason to believe they will reach their ceiling. If we're talking statistics, you're looking at putting yourself a probability. You're looking at putting yourself in the exact same position that you're in, which is mid. And now you're going into another offseason where maybe, there's only 1 year left on the Zach LaVine deal. Okay, so now maybe you can move that a little better. It's 1 year off of Domantas Sabonis' contract. Maybe you can move that a little bit better. Now you have your draft pick, but that draft pick is probably going to be 10th, 11th, 12th. And I'm still asking the same question next summer after a year of where is your centerpiece? What are you building around? Do you think you can trade Zach LaVine on an expiring deal to get that centerpiece? Do you think you can find that centerpiece with 11th or 12th overall pick? Like, the concept of tanking doesn't sound appealing to me either, but anything sounds better than the Kings just being what they are, which is mid. And I have a hard time believing that there's much that they can do this summer to help them escape that. I just think that's what they are. That's where they're at. So the idea of making it being a 6 seed in the playoffs, unless they somehow win a playoff series, which would be fun, I don't view that as steps in the right direction. I view that as treading water.
what would a step in the right direction be for you? Like, what could the Kings do over the course of the next May, June, July, 3 to 4 months that would be like, okay, I see what we're doing here?
I think if they were the best thing that I could think that they could do is stay true to what Perry and Doug have laid out as kind of the core traits, like identity traits of how they want this team to be built, and make roster moves that make sense in that case. Even if I'm aware that the roster moves are probably not going to be big, probably not going to be significant. Like, we have fun with the idea of a Trae Young all-in crazy trade. That does not fit in at all with any of the identity traits that Doug Christie and Scott Perry have laid out. That is just a let's go crazy and one last swing to make this work. So that doesn't necessarily fill that as much as I would be intrigued by it. Same thing with like a Zion Williamson trade. Like, if you want to go crazy and try for one more thing, as long as you're not completely mortgaging your future, I guess go for it from an entertainment value standpoint. But if you're trying to set the foundation for a sustainable winner here in Sacramento with Perry and Doug at the center long term, because the best thing for everybody is for Perry and Doug to still be here 10 years from now. That's what we want, right? That's the goal. We want these guys to have many, many contracts and be here for a long time. We want Doug Christie to be the head coach of the Sacramento Kings until he doesn't want to do it anymore. Like, that's what we want. If you're starting the foundation for that, I think you are trying to turn DeMar DeRozan into players that are less exciting, one or two guys that fit that identity. And then when we get to training camp, we see, and we get to preseason, we see, even if there are going to be problems, there are going to be gaps, there are going to be struggles, we see elements of that identity. That doesn't mean that Zach LaVine can't still shoot 20 times a game and the Kings can't put up 43s and try and win basketball games. They can do that. But I want to see the team in general reflecting the traits and the identity of their coach and their front office. Because we haven't seen that really, even when the Kings were the best offense in the league 3 years ago when they made the playoffs under Mike Brown. That wasn't really the identity of Mike Brown. That was just kind of the roster, maximizing the roster that we had. And we all know how that played out. I want to see what the Rockets built in Houston by them taking the identity of Ime Udoka and really running with it. I want to see semblance of that. That is what I'm asking for. I don't know specifically player-wise what that looks like at this point, D'Lo. That's why I'm not the GM. But that's what I'm looking for. That would give me, okay, I see something here. I feel something here. Because like I told you last week, the thing I have the most confidence in this organization right now is Scott Perry and Doug Christie. They're the only thing that I'm looking at with longevity. So make that be the identity.
Yeah. Quick follow-up. Do you think the identity of a team fits the coach or fits the players?
I think it's a balance, but I think the Sacramento Kings have done a horrible job of finding and striking that balance over the last couple of seasons. Like, if we were to have a retrospective conversation about Mike Brown and he tried to not mold, but force a roster into an identity that wasn't necessarily theirs, right, and it had negative ramifications. I think that is a very fair and honest conversation. And I remember during training camp of year 2 after the playoffs, asking similar questions to Mike and having those hesitations with Mike and saying, hey, Mike, like, how much offense are you willing to sacrifice for this? Mm-hmm. And Mike gave me a very straight up answer. He said, I believe the offense was so good that if we drop off a little bit, but improve significantly defensively, it'll work out. Well, you improved a little bit, especially at the end of the season. You improved kind of a lot of it at the end of the season, but your offensive identity dropped off so hard that you didn't like that identity was gone. So it's going to be, of course, on Doug and Mike Woodson and Bobby Jackson to try and maximize the roster that they have. But that doesn't mean that Scott Perry just throws a roster out there to Doug Christie after laying out his 7 identity traits and telling us verbatim, this team needs more of this. This team needs more of this. If he doesn't do any of that and then tells Doug to do your best with this, then the Kings are working against themselves. So Perry clearly feels or says what the Kings need. Doug Christie, we know, has a history or a reputation of the type of player that the Kings need more of. So go out and get those players for him. Like, I don't want to have any semblance of doubt the way that I had with Mike Brown. I would have much preferred the Kings go out and get Mike Brown, a bunch of guys that Mike wanted, and then Mike failed, because then we would clearly go, okay, Mike, you were wrong. The fact that we can still have a conversation months, year, whatever later and say, did Mike get the players that he wanted? Or did the Kings do a good enough job getting Mike those guys? I want that doubt gone. You know Doug Christie, you know Scott Perry, they laid out the identity that they want. You don't have to completely change the roster overnight or in one summer, but go out and turn DeRozan into a couple of those guys that fit that, and let's see how they do. That's the step one. That's a building block.
Okay. Dame talked about it earlier, man, just making sure Scott Perry and Doug Christie in this aspect are on the same page. The previous regime, it didn't seem like that was the case. You know, not even saying who's right or wrong, but they just did not see building this roster the same way. You want to get your coach and your general manager in cohesion with how you want to build this roster. And I think that would be a great first step compared to what happened the last time.
Yeah, I just think the cohesion is important. And again, I'm not looking for your starting five to be five guys that perfectly fit Doug. Like, Zach LaVine's going to be here. I don't think Zach LaVine perfectly fits Doug or Perry. But if you could have a couple of guys that do to add to Keegan and Keon, who I think fit very, very well, but then you can have Zach LaVine be in the 20 to 25 point per game scorer. Okay, you've got something there like that. I'm okay with that. But building your team, going back to one of the questions you asked about Sabonis or LaVine being the core of your franchise, I guess the best way to answer that question is I look at those two players and I line them up with the traits that Perry and Doug have laid out, and I don't know if they fit enough of them for me to think that is the guy that they can confidently look at as the core of their new look Sacramento Kings. That's just where I feel this team is at.
Do you think Keegan can be better than the version that we've seen over the first 3 years of his career?
Absolutely. I just don't know if he's ever going to realize it, if he's ever going to take the opportunity to realize it. And like, it's not.
Well, hold on. Can you expand on that a little bit? Do you think he's holding himself back a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, how many times have we seen Keegan Murray have a big first quarter and then not shoot the ball for the rest of the game? Like, that happens too many times for it to just be the Kings' fault. Like, Keegan, demand the basketball, speak up. And we've heard even players, coaches, Mike Brown even like kind of messing with him, but also not, like trying to get him to open up a little bit, talk a little bit more, right? Like, I think Keegan, now you're going into year 4, like the shy rookie stuff, he doesn't have to change his personality. We know who Keegan is as a personality. He's not all of a sudden going to become loud and boisterous, but Keegan Murray should not be shy with his teammates on the basketball floor anymore. Like, I'm cooking, give me the ball, or run some plays for me, or let's get me involved here, or get me my shots, or I'm going to have the confidence to try something. Like, you're in year 4, go for it. So yes, I do think there's an element of Keegan Murray. Like, it's not DeMar DeRozan's fault because DeMar came in and took shots away from Keegan. That's not why Keegan took a step back. Now, there's only one basketball and only so many shots to go around. So it is accurate to say, I think, that if DeMar DeRozan weren't on the roster last season, that Keegan Murray probably would have shot the ball more. Doesn't mean that Keegan would have been better or the Kings would have been better. In fact, they probably would have been worse, which in this case might have been a better thing for them to be worse because they potentially would have saved the draft pick. I don't know. However you want to spin it, however you want to look at it. But I do think the Sacramento Kings have yet to fully, because they drafted a player and added him, a rookie, and added him pretty much right away to a starting lineup that had playoff and win now expectations. I don't think the Sacramento Kings have fully committed to, let's give Keegan the ball for an extended period of time and let him go and let him try some stuff. I don't think the Kings have ever gotten there. So I think there's a balance to be struck. Whether it's Doug Christie or Mike Woodson, who's an offensive genius, like, are these guys that can empower Keegan to go and look for his shot a little bit more? And then can Keegan actually take that empowerment onto the court and then turn to LaVine or turn to Domas or whoever's running point guard and say, I'm feeling it. I got a mismatch. Let me take this shot. Like, that's what's next for Keegan. And I want to see that this season. It doesn't mean I believe he's going to turn into the all-star that the Kings thought he was when they drafted him. I think that ship has probably sailed. But can Keegan be better than 12, 13 points a game? Hell yeah, he can. And he can sure as heck shoot better than 33, 34% from three.
How old are you turning tomorrow, Matt?
31. Ugh.
I forget sometimes. Matt's a child. Matt's a child too. You're working all day tomorrow. You're not doing anything fun to celebrate at all. No Bottle Rock in Napa. No nothing. No Kendrick Lamar in L.A.
Nothing like that. I don't have KC and D'Lo money, and I'm certainly not chilling and partying. I'm not partying with Kamara in New York either. So I'm gonna be.
None of us are partying with Kamara in New York.
So no, it's gonna be low key. It's gonna be low key, and I'll work and then go home and spend time with family and hope that one day, someday, I'll be able to cover a Sacramento Kings game on my birthday. That's the dream. The Kings are playing basketball on May 23rd. That is the dream.
Man. Goodness gracious. Boy, he's asking a lot.
That's going to be 47.
That early? That soon?
Well,
before 50 would be great.
I was trying to be positive. I'm going to take you to Q for your birthday. I'm going to take you and Brittany to Q for your birthday. Not tomorrow, but I got to get through this Vegas trip first, and then we're gonna go.
Isn't that the restaurant that this guy owns?
Yeah, that's the one that Kenny owns. That's if you believe the streets, it's the one Kenny owns.
Hey, Casey, at least he didn't insult you to your face like someone insulted me when they thought I was Deuce. So at least they were excited to see you.
That was a classic.
Hey, Deuce, I used to listen to Matt's podcast, but it sucks now. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Great stuff as always, Matt. We appreciate you, my friend. Happy birthday. We're going to head over to 102.5 if you want to join us there. We got lots to do. We got Wiz Khalifa tickets to give away as well as Keisha Cole. If not, we'll see you tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. Exhibit. Going to be in studio with us tomorrow on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Alex Rodriguez.
Good stuff, Matt. Good stuff.
Thank you, gang.
All right, get to work, man.
I will.
Cheer up.
See you guys.
All right, man. Bye-bye. All right, guys. We got to go. Run your game.
It's not a win for you, run your game.
Nah. X to the Z. Well, we think he's going to be here tomorrow. We're pretty sure he's going to be here tomorrow.
Might be here at 11:30.
Who knows? We'll see you guys tomorrow.